World War II, there was a feeling of intense patriotism. I don't know.
Yeah.
Frankly, that it's something that we can all really equate to.
Not at all.
But Flaherty won 2 titles, and I'm guessing Dutch Bergman was like his number 2. There's another fellow by the name of De Groot who lost the title, Dudley De Groot, in 1945. So someday you'll be at a bar, and the question will be, what do Dan Quinn and Dutch Bergman have in common?
I'll have that answer.
Now you know the answer.
Well, we know it right now. I guarantee we wouldn't know it if they asked us in a bar.
Nah. Nope.
We would be like, who? Who the hell is Dutch Bergman?
Shout out to Dutch Bergman. You know who came to play? The Los Angeles Rams.
They came to play, man.
I think a few things.
Well, at our landfill, you finally had a right to keep saying what you've been saying. Sam Darnold, he saw a ghost last night. I guarantee he was making that statement. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he said it in his head. That dude, bro, he holds on to the ball forever.
For me, watching that game last night, Kevin O'Connell could only hide the real Sam Darnold for so long.
Although, yeah, but you got to realize the guy won 14 games.
I do want to clarify something.
14 games.
I do want to clarify something real quickly. It's not that I finally have a right to say that Sam Darnold sucks. He sucked for 7 years, then was good for like a month and a half, and then returned to sucking again.
But I got to put some onus on Kevin O'Connell as well. You can't let Kevin get away with this one. Kevin kept waiting for all the deep routes with that dude that he knows that does not like to pull a trigger. He should have figured something else out and went to a quick game, because if he is going to wait until the guy gets 40, 50 yards down the field before he decides to throw the ball. And that's why he took 9 sacks, almost, I think, 9 or 10 sacks last night. The coach got to change it up when you know that your quarterback is like he is.
I think it was 7, unless I'm missing something.
No. He had 9 at one point. He was close to setting the record.
All right, I'm counting. 1.5 and 1.5 is 3. Plus 2 is 5. Plus half is 5.5. 6.5. 7.5. 8. I got 8 from NFL Jesus, but
they on the broadcast they say he was at 9 sacks and about to set a record.
I feel vindicated a bit. A lot of folks were, it was a legit talking point. Who's the best matchup for Washington when going into Week 18? It was unclear where they'd end up going, if it was Philly, if it was LA, or if it was Tampa. And throughout, I thought Tampa was the best option. And my thought was, I thought Sean was the best coach. LA came out on fire. Their early game plan, Stafford was dealing. The kid Higbee made a couple outrageous catches.
Yeah.
Nakua is a monster. I remember, I don't know why you and I were randomly talking Nakua like 2 months ago. They must have played a night game or something.
No. One of my buddies, Raven Caldwell.
Yeah.
Raven had he met him, and Raven said, "Dude, that dude is about as tall as I am, man."
Dude, he's built like a fullback. He is so. Did you see the one play, probably late second quarter, where he got hit? Like it looked like just like a little hitch, and he was able to run for the first down with like 3 dudes hanging on him. I mean, what a monster that guy is. The Rams were really good early. Their defense then turned it on. Philly versus the Rams is going to be an interesting matchup, B.
It will be.
I don't know. It's too early to decide. I don't know. They're playing Sunday, 3:00. I think the Rams can hang with. Philly didn't look all that great.
They didn't look great.
And Green Bay
the Rams
didn't.
can hang with them, but the Eagles are way better offensively than what they showed last night with Minnesota.
Philly's 1-53 is the best in the NFL.
So I mean, the thing about them, they're gonna if Philly's gonna win. I watch a lot of plays. The kid, the number 33, the running back from Minnesota, he got a lot of yards. Yeah, he was able to get some yards on him. They let Saquon get those yards. He going the distance.
Well, I also think their game plan last night was we're not going to let Jefferson torch us.
Mm-hmm.
And so that you're giving up some underneath stuff.
Well, hell, they didn't have to worry about Jefferson because Sam Darnold wouldn't throw the ball anyway.
That's true. Do you think, I don't know, fair is the right word? I don't know the right word for this. Vikings won 14 games and end up on the road as a wild card. Like, do you think the NFL, especially as they've expanded, needs to?
No.
I don't either.
See, my thing is,
they had a chance to win the division Week 18 and couldn't.
About the NFL has always been the same. You got to play when the big games come along, you'll be playing your best. And Minnesota proved in 2 games, when the big games came along, they could not get up to their best. So that's your fault. You know, I understand people want to reseed all the time. But based off how they played last night, they wouldn't beat no damn body in the playoffs.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, but eventually, the NFL is the one league I know for sure. If you're going to win the championship, you got to beat whoever. You got to beat the best of the best. So whenever you play them, you play them. Whether it's the first round, division, the wild card, whatever you do, you got to beat the best if you're going to get there eventually. And they didn't.
Yeah.
They fell flat on their faces 2 games in a row.
I totally agree with you. I thought the Rams were really good. The line for Rams-Eagles, what do you think that should be?
It should be, it's in Philly, I would say I would go right around 3.5.
6.
I wouldn't put it there.
I would take the points.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, dude. If you look now, Philly, I think
it might be about 1 degree up there.
Yeah, what is the Philly weather going to be? And on a human level, I was really glad. I don't know that the Rams winning is going to mean anything for people whose homes were burnt up.
Yep.
But I just feel I was glad that the city of Philadelphia got a win.
What you saw was, everyone was wondering would they be able to focus. You've seen Brett Favre when his dad died.
Ball.
You know, people had mothers and died, and then you have deal with injury. The one thing about athletes, they know how to focus on what they need to get done. And when you start thinking you're playing for somebody else and not just yourself, you get way more. And then it's the weirdest thing in the world. We will do more for others than we will for ourselves. You know, when you get that mindset going, hell, you can accomplish some amazing things.
Looking ahead to that Eagles-Rams game, Sunday, 3:00 in Philly. Weather doesn't look that bad. It's surprisingly not that cold.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this could always change. It says mostly sunny, high of about 41.
Mm-hmm.
So that means it'll probably be in the 40s at kickoff.
It'll be in the 40s.
Probably get down.
It's going to feel like it's about in the 30s, though, because that little area where that water sits.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing how much effect it has on that damn field right
And the
there.
way the link is open in those opposite end zones feels like that wind's always coming through there. It's going to be cold for sure, especially if you're coming from Los Angeles. Chance of snow that night, but that game, 3:00 kick, that game's probably over 7.
But the thing about that, the thing I was listening to him last night, they say, okay, they were flying back to L.A. And hats off to the Bidwells with Arizona because normally they're known as the cheapest SOBs in the world, but they went overboard to make sure that they can show the Rams hospitality, and you have to give them some more credit. But they were like, they don't know if they can even practice, like talking about because of the air quality out there.
Right.
So what are they gonna do? They have to go somewhere this week if they can't?
I don't know. Hell, you remember how bad the air was here when there were fires in Canada?
Yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine what it is in LA. And maybe if you stay indoors, if they have an indoor facility, but out there, you build everything outdoors because the weather's always great.
Still need it.
I don't know.
Well, they should have built the indoor facility knowing that they have fires every other damn month.
It's true, yeah. Going to be fascinating to watch that game. I do think. I think the Rams are live in that one, but you know, I was curious how much the fires and being kind of, you know, having to move and evacuated and whatever else would impact them this week. They looked ready to go. Vikings look bad though, man. I don't. To me, I had never been in the camp of paying Darnold. I recognize that may seem like reactionary or hindsight here, but you drafted McCarthy for a reason.
Yeah.
And I know he's coming off injury, but
if he had played well in these last 2 games, Sam Darnold he can get a blank check. But the fact that he did not, he's on the mindset somebody may take a chance, or he's going to be
a job,
another backup.
Right. But the fact Minnesota also signed Daniel Jones, and if Kevin O'Connell's able to do that in a year with Darnold, and you just need a bridge guy to get you to McCarthy in case he's not ready at the beginning of the season. I really liked McCarthy coming out of the draft, and I just wouldn't I mean, you're gonna have to pay Sam Darnold $45 million, $50 million. Are you in the
at least?
Are you in the business of paying Sam Darnold $50 million?
Well, Minnesota's not doing it. Some other team may come out and do it, but Minnesota's not doing it because if you kept looking at O'Connell's face last night, KO basically was saying, "Hell no,
right?
We are not going forward with this," because he was like flabbergasted multiple times. The dude, listen, man, this guy, I'm like, is there not a clock going off in his head? He sets up, shuffle, pat, starts to run, and decide he's going to set up again and just stand there and don't think nobody's coming? The offensive line had to be in the huddle like, yo, dog, you are killing us. Because when you start talking about the sack-worthy plays and who you have to blame, most of them was on Sam Darnold.
Last night?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a hell of a weekend. Divisional round playoffs is always awesome. If you haven't looked at the complete schedule, you got Saturday afternoon, Texans at Chiefs. Texas defense is playing pretty well. I'm interested in that game, not in think Kansas City could lose, but the number on that is 8. Kansas City's offense hadn't been that great, but they did get better the last couple weeks. They're coming off the bye. That's 4:30. Then 8 o'clock, Commanders Lions Saturday night. I imagine there will be some bars in the DMV going off for that game. I think folks are going to be having fun.
Oh yeah.
Sunday, everything.
MGM going to be pumping again. I tell you.
Sunday, everything is now set. 3 o'clock Eastern on NBC. Rams at Eagles. Sunday night, 6:30. I mean, this is the big one. The ratings for this are going to be banana land. 6:30 CBS, Ravens at Bills. I think Lamar should win MVP. I think the numbers are just so nuts that he should win MVP. I think possibly even with a loss, he should still win MVP.
MVP is for the regular season.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a regular season award.
Is it?
Yes.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's dumb.
No, it's not because it's the regular season award. Then you go to the playoffs and you got other awards that pop up. Super Bowl, all that stuff.
I think if the Bills win, have they voted? If they haven't voted, then
they should have voted
matter.
By now. I think the MVP thing is a straight regular season award.
I mean, I think recency bias will come into effect if they haven't voted.
Yeah.
Don't you? If the Bills win, I think that will give Allen a chance to actually win this thing. I think if the Ravens win, I already think it's probably an 80% chance Lamar's winning it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if they win, it goes to 100. I think if they lose, maybe
you got
it goes to 50-50.
all Pro Bowl, everything is voted up. I would think the MVP would be already voted on as well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Lamar was unanimous, basically number one, all pro.
Do you know the Ravens spread yet?
No.
What do you think it should be?
The Ravens against Baltimore. I mean, Buffalo beat them the first time, right?
Yeah.
I would still go with.
Actually, Buffalo beat the Chiefs.
They beat the Chiefs.
Did they beat the Ravens? Did they play the Ravens? I'm pulling it up.
I would go with they're playing in Buffalo. I would go Buffalo -1.
Very, very close. They actually have installed the Ravens -1.
Oh, wow.
If Buffalo played the Ravens in Baltimore week 4 and got their ass kicked.
Buffalo beat them?
No, 35-10 loss.
Baltimore lost.
Baltimore beat Buffalo 35-10 in Baltimore.
In Baltimore.
And in week 4. So
well,
if, 4 months ago.
If Derrick Henry runs the ball like he did last week, I'm going all Baltimore. So, that dude is a monster, bro.
Sure.
But think about it, it has helped, but still, the straw that stirred that damn coffee is Lamar.
Oh, yeah. Weather in Buffalo Sunday night. Chance of snow.
Horrible, probably.
Chance of snow, mostly cloudy with a high near 24. So at 6:30 when they're kicking off, you're talking about probably 18, and who knows what it'll feel like. They'll have wind. You're going to have –
that mafia won't be feeling anything. They're going to be so damn drunk.
They won't be feeling a thing. I want to have a conversation here. This is a good idea from Cody yesterday. We'll go around the room, and then we'll take calls on this. The Commanders are now into the divisional round of the playoffs. They're a good team. the what playoff teams have they beat? That's that argument's non-existent now because they just won a playoff game on the road.
I don't care about the people that still won't go that.
I don't think people are, but if they are, they're idiots. Here's the conversation I want to have is when did you know this team was legit good? When did you know this was different? What was the moment? Was it Hail Mary against Chicago? Like, what was that moment for you? We're going to go around. We're going to hit the phones, 800-636-1067. When did you know Washington was good this year? Not in the future, but now. Here's another thing. If you're looking to do something now, not in the future, but you need help with something now, if it's the biggest financial transaction of your life, if it's buying or selling a home, you need to call John Leahy.
Just like my friend Mike. Mike had been a landlord in Germantown for over a decade, and he no longer wanted to deal with some bad tenants. So Mike actually lives in Ohio. Relocate those tenants, find someone to make repairs, and basically take care of everything else since he doesn't live here. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group accomplished all of that and got the property sold using their VIP seller program. And John and his team got a great offer and a great remote settlement, which led to Mike getting his home sold in 13 days and for 100% of the asking price. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, John's guaranteed offer might just be for you. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
At any time. It's stuff like that separates John. He's not looking to put you in a bad situation. He's looking to put you in the best possible situation. If you're looking to sell fast, he's got a deep bench of buyers waiting. He can get that thing done ASAP. If you want to take your time and explore the market, have a conversation with John. He's got the home valuation tool on his website that can let you know how much equity you got in your place. And then if you know, hey, what if I just redo the kitchen real quick? If you know there are some little fixes you can make that would drive the value of your home significantly up before you sell it, talk to John. He can help tee you up your home for market by getting you up to $50,000 to make repairs and upgrades before you go to the market. That will get you more money when you sell your house and you just settle up with the upfront money at closing. Stuff like that makes a huge difference. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. All eyes right now in the baseball world are on Roki Sasaki. He's a Japanese pitcher, and he's making his decision on where he's going to sign. And he is a tremendous talent, so anyone would be lucky to have him. So he announced yesterday the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Blue Jays are the 3 finalists. He's expected to announce his decision next week or so, before January 23rd, which is the deadline for the international signing period. But we don't need to get into the weeds on that. The big news here is that he could be a Blue Jay. We've known that the Dodgers and the Padres were definitely in the running, but when he announced yesterday the Blue Jays were a surprise addition, I think everyone, including Toronto, was a bit surprised. Get a degree, certificates, or take an enrichment course. Live within 6 miles of MGM. You could go for free. The local impact grant makes it possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and explore the freedom to learn. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. You're listening to us live in Ashburn, Virginia. Considering all that's going on, man, Washington's a good team. And Jeff, we had this conversation yesterday about haters or not. And Moolah Jones listens to the show every day, and I appreciate him. And he tagged me in this thing last night on Instagram where he had a – what's that?
That's Devon.
Is it? Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. You just put it out there, B.
No, I'm just trying to make sure you understand who it was.
So I think for Devon, he tagged me in this thing on Instagram. That was a screenshot of, I don't know what channel, but say it was one of the pregame shows. And say there were 8 people or whatever making their picks of Commanders Bucks. Say like 2
everybody but one.
I think it was 2 versus 6.
Tarico, I thought was the only one.
Okay. Whatever that is.
Yeah.
That to me is not being a hater. Like if you pick the other team, that's not being a hater. Now, if you want to talk about Dan Quinn's not going to keep it going, or they haven't beat anybody good, or Tampa didn't play that, or you got lucky with a Baker fumble, like there are comments that are haters. But like if we get to Detroit this weekend and people are picking Detroit, that's not a sign of haters.
Well, that's Detroit. That's not Tampa.
They were going on the road. They were an underdog. I don't think it's a hater to say you thought Tampa was going to win. It came down to the wire.
But I walked in here this morning, and I went over there to talk to Maddie, who does the show with us. And I met Anna Newkirk. Anna said, some people still don't believe. Some people still hate.
Then they're idiots. So they're idiots.
That's what I'm saying. There are a lot of people out there. So it doesn't make a difference whether they're in the media or they're out the media. There are people who do not want to get away from what was. That's haters. We got people we work with, haters. Okay, let's be real. It's a lot of them out there. The ultimate thing is you can't constantly move the goalposts and the goal line, whatever you want to call it. A lot of people are doing that. Every time they accomplish what they say they didn't do, then they got something else. That's hating.
Fine. I just don't think if you think the other team's going to win in a playoff game.
Team's gonna win. No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. But the ultimate thing is that there is hate out there. So,
well, I think at this point, you're just an idiot. You're a Cowboy fan or whatever, and you're just seeing what you want to see. Like
they're probably more Bear fans than Cowboy fans that's doing it.
That's fine.
But they still hate.
I just think that's so stupid. Like if you can't identify this as a good football team that's able to control the game through their offense, through their quarterback, then I just don't think you're either naive, honest, or have some other agenda that's driving you.
That's a lot of times what it is.
I just think that's so dumb. I don't
it exists though. That's the whole thing about it. It exists. It's not that it doesn't. It exists. people are out there and they think like that.
But specific to Devon's thing, that's not hating. Teams, you're allowed to pick different teams to win.
A lot of them don't want to give the team any credit based off of a Super Bowl loss. Remember, it's a Super Bowl loss. It was not a regular season loss.
DQ, you're saying.
Or the fact that this team hadn't done things before. Rex Ryan has gone the other side. Rex has to argue with this guy. He's telling me, look, this dude here is Train Killer. Talking about Jaden. Well, people want to find everything they can because
I think by and large, the word, like the national punditry surrounding Jaden Daniels is through the roof now.
Yeah,
I mean, you got people talking about the best rookie quarterback they've ever seen. Orlovsky said it was a combination of Mahomes and Lamar.
Yeah, I'm glad he finally came around because he wasn't around at first.
I don't care. Like
I'm just saying.
But if the play forces them to change their opinion,
but the thing about it is the play was good enough early enough to where you should have been thinking about what you're saying now. Then, I don't buy people that once there is no other way, you just go on the side that there is. I don't go with them. Then you got to be forced because you say something negative now, you look stupid.
Sure.
So my thing is, if you can't see that early enough, then guess what? That's what I call hate. So I don't want to hear it once you won the race. I don't want to hear it once you already 75 yards ahead of everybody. I want to hear it when you still close enough. That's when they let me know you can get past what your personal feelings are and produce and say something about what something really is. But once it's all said and done, hell, what else you gonna say?
I'm just left hand up. The haters can't stand us. To hell with all of them. Brian, when did you know this team was good?
I felt they were good when not the Minnesota game. When they went to Arizona. The Bengals and then left the Bengals game and the way that they handled Arizona back to back, I said, you know what, this team is something special. You know, I understand the Bengals. Once we beat them, then they want to start trying to knock them. Arizona, once we beat them, then they want to try to knock them. Before they wasn't knocking them. But the way that they handled them, and you watch the way the offense was working, I say they have something going. Still didn't expect it to be like it is right now. And I'm at the point now, listen, I played this league 15 years. I don't care if the team didn't make the playoffs because they had one loss, too many, and you beat them. Maybe you're the reason they didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
You know, I don't buy that stuff about you. Oh, they didn't beat a playoff team. You beat an NFL team. You beat a bunch of professional football players handily. And they did that a lot. They put 40 up on people, 38 on people. And you telling me, oh, well, it's not a playoff team. They didn't have to go out there and beat them 7-6. They beat them 42-14.
For me, it was the Bengals game, and it was specifically the Jaden to Terry touchdown throw is when I was like, oh, my God, this is very, very different. He got blasted on that, stayed in the pocket. It's week 3 he's been in the NFL. And I mean, I can almost go back. I think halftime of week 2 against the Giants is when Jaden was like, all right, I'm good. I got this. Because Jaden wins from the pocket. He then can use his legs, but his of all the superpowers that young man has, the best is his right arm from the pocket. Mm-hmm. And I think people get so confused and twisted by so many other things. That's what I saw at LSU, and that is what has continued. I think you saw it second half, week 2 against the Giants, and then what he did against the Bengals. I mean, it was the greatest rookie quarterback performance in a single game ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
In prime time.
Against Joe Burrow.
Against Joe Cool, as they call it.
Sure. Yeah. And I thought that performance was like, oh my gosh. And what stood out to me throughout the year is this was not smoke and mirrors. Like it was not, Robert was really good and they hit the ground running, right? Mm-hmm. But you knew that was not the basis of an NFL offense, right? Like they were running different stuff and maybe you can keep running it. It'll always work. But odds are you're going to have to do other things.
Yeah.
Jaden in that game was 21 of 23.
Yes.
And he ran another 40 yards, but he was 21 of 23 for 250 and 2 touchdowns from the pocket.
This is the one thing I think people forget, Jay. Before this season started, most people said this is a weak roster. They don't have enough personnel pieces in place. They got to get this. They basically telling them to go to the damn swap meeting, go get all types of players. Then when they start winning Then people they go away from there. Oh, they're not that good. So damn, they're playing good now. So now we gotta dismiss them. Oh, but they're not beating anybody. They've done everything that they had to do. You know what I'm saying? And Tampa beat us in the first game, and people were praising Tampa. Then Tampa started to slide, and they came back strong at the end. Tampa wasn't playing against no damn barn burners either, but nobody said that about them.
Right.
You know, that is when I'm like, okay, only one team is held to that standard of, well, they hadn't beat a playoff team. Tampa beat teams like the Saints, the Panthers, that type of people going down the stretch. So what's the difference?
Right.
If both teams are playing the same people, why is one being knocked for not playing against and the other one is being praised about look how good they played? Hell, this team went on a 5-6 game run, lost through 2 or 3, came back and won 5 more. So they know how to play football.
Totally. Phone lines are lit up on this. I want to let all the boys weigh in. When did you know they were good? You were listening to B. Mitch and Finley right now. Shout out to Alan May. Today's Alan May's birthday. Happy birthday, Alan.
Happy birthday, old man.
Hope you're good, bud. Let's hit these phones. When did you know the Commanders were good? Let's start with David in Reston on line 3. What's up, Dave?
What's going on, guys? Appreciate y'all having me on. So I was going to go with the Bengals game too, but you guys both already picked my answer. But I was torn between that and the Baltimore game. B-Mitch, I'm glad earlier you had mentioned that, you know, people were like, oh, you guys haven't beaten anyone, you know, up until that point. You know, people, even up until now, people are like, oh, Commanders are the luckiest team in the league. But I think for me, it was really impressive when we would play Baltimore and we were down, you know, a couple scores, you know, a couple times in the game, and Jaden, the offense brought us back. And I was just really more so impressed that we were able to hang with a team like Baltimore. Now, we're probably not at the point right now to beat the Baltimores, but it's like, okay, we're beating the Cardinals bad. That Monday night game was amazing, you know, Panthers and all that. But, you know, Baltimore, we hung with them. A questionable fourth down call against the Steelers, and, you know, that probably ends differently. Yeah. First time we beat Philly, you know, we were winning up until the fourth quarter. Like, we're hanging with these teams. And I think the Baltimore was really like the first time that I was like, okay, like, as long as we have Jaden, we can hang with any team in the league. Yep. And that's really kind of when it started to get, well, when I started to feel a lot more optimistic about the team and just kind of the future for that. But that Monday night game was just incredible, though. That was definitely the first time when I was like, yeah, we got someone with this kid.
All right, man.
Thanks, brother. Let's go out to L.A. Jack is in Los Angeles. Jack, when did you know the Commanders were good?
Man, I agree with B. Mitch. I knew the Commanders were good after the Arizona game, after we, you know, came out on Monday night and we've watched this team have success hangovers, right? They come out after a big game and they would kind of drop the ball the next week. But they came out to Arizona. We watched management make decisions, but allow them to be successful, sent them to Arizona so they could spend the week out there on a short week and watch them dominate the Cardinals. And that's when I knew they were great. And I got to say, too, man, they became special last week. You know, it's been crazy living in LA this week. And but for 3 hours Sunday night, I was able to forget about the world and watch my Commanders get their first playoff victory in 20 years. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, brother. I love that, man. Glad you were able to get a good
yeah, and I'll tell you this, man. If you talk to those guys, you listen to them talk, that week in Arizona did a lot for this football team.
Totally.
And I know people have heard me talk about, I know training camp comes up, everybody, I want to be, I'm like, I want them to go somewhere. Because that time together builds a team. When you're here at home, you don't stay together like you're supposed to. So they on the road, they had to deal with each other. They had to depend on each other. Training camp away 2 weeks, whatever, 1 week will help more than being right here at home.
And you don't have to go the whole time.
Yeah.
Right? What if you go for, like, honestly, I mean, they did the 2 away training camp practices. Yeah. That probably built some of that too.
Yes.
Let's keep these phone lines going. We are all over the place today. Mark is down in Florida. What up, Mark?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are we doing today?
Doing good, brother.
My sentiments are the same as the previous caller. The Baltimore game, that was when I knew that we had something going. The look on Jaden's eyes in the last of that game, after we lost, was like, okay, this kid gets it.
Hell yeah.
All right, man.
Good call. Thanks, buddy. Since we brought him up earlier, we'll go to Devon in Rockville. What up, D? When did you know they were good?
What up? I'm gonna say the Baltimore game too, because the way that we competed, and just to protect myself. The reason why I tagged you in that JP is because I don't know how much like national like kicks that you watch. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a very busy man. But I really, every time we win, it's like, oh yeah, they got a good quarterback, but they just don't have the pieces. Oh, it's young, he's a rookie. So how far can I watch all this? That's all they talk about. And like B. Mitch just mentioned though, now they're forced. I watched all the national media leading up to our first playoff game. And a lot of people said, it's a rookie. He's a rookie. Yeah, he's good, but rookies don't go on the road. They don't do this, and he really don't have a good supporting cast.
My point, D, was just that if If analysts pick the other team, that's not hating. If there's other stuff, then that could be different.
But this is what I'm saying, JP. Yes, they're picking the other teams because of them not believing totally into what we're doing over here.
It's possible they just think the other team is good.
How? Like D-Mitch said,
it was a playoff game, and Vegas had them as the favorites.
Okay. They only favored by 3 because it's a home. They home.
Right. But dude, we can't look at every piece of analysis as hating. Now, if somebody's saying, they haven't beaten anybody, what have they proven? That's hating.
What do you say about this, JP? Like
what I say is I got like 8 other callers I'm supposed to get to.
Okay, real quick. Tampa Bay went on they was on 6-2 at the end. We was on a 5 game. And when we came in and beat them, now all this week so far is, oh my God, yeah, Washington can finally do it. They was not saying that. They have to say it now. I just don't think I care about haters as much. I'd rather talk about what they've accomplished and what, at least for us, if you listen to this program every day, I think Brian and I have thought this is a pretty damn good team for a while. The only real time I questioned was the Cowboys loss. And I think they laid an egg, and I thought Bobby Wagner nailed it the best in the locker room after. He said, this is the ebbs and flows of football. Sometimes you hit little low points. I think we are devoting too much time to whatever morons might be saying on Twitter. Like, who cares? Right?
Well, I don't devote a lot of time on it. I just call them haters, and they know I'm talking directly to them, and then they can say something to me or not.
Now, like I think you and I recognize people within, not necessarily like our market or whatever, but there are people that you and I know have been haters throughout the season and have had to slowly kind of change their tune. But here's my point, I guess. If somebody is dumb enough to still be saying, I'm not sure what they've built, these guys aren't that good, they're just morons, and just ignore them. If you're saying that today on January 14th, when they're going to Detroit to play in the divisional round, just ignore them. Will is in Ashburn. Will, when did you know they were good?
What up, Will?
Yeah, what's up, fella? Yeah. This is a good question. Real quick, let's see. Cincinnati game, I thought they were good, but I didn't realize how good because you could be good. But like seeing Jaden being able to elevate, the team to a different level and doing what good teams do before going into playoffs on a 5-game winning streak. That solidified it here. But B-Mitch, you said something earlier I wanted to say because I'm a truck driver, so I listen to 106.7 The Fan 24/7 while I'm working 10 hours a day. And, I can feel the hate from the different programs on your station because, you said Dan Orlovsky changed his tune, but I think it's when they have an opinion and like somebody and it doesn't come to fruition like they wanted to, so they get a little saucy. They don't give, the recognition or one, Jaden shows and proves he's a, good player. So, Drake May, he's a good player, but, not being drafted and,
I hear you. We're up against it, and I'm just, who cares? Detroit this week. I hear you, and I appreciate you listening to us. Landfill, when did you know they were good?
I actually think the Cardinals game is really the answer there because, even when the teams in the past years where they've kind of sucked, they've occasionally had a solid game or two. When they were like back-to-back just going out there and straight beating the hell out of other teams, that's when I knew they were good.
And then they came back and did it in Cleveland, too.
Yeah.
Like every opportunity to lay an egg, they just didn't do it.
They did, man. And listen, man, I know they had that 3-game thing in the middle, and it's the NFL. People get banged up. Hey, they were banged up too, but other teams get an excuse. They don't. Think about that.
Jeffrey, when did you know they were good? Training camp?
Off season.
All right, we'll let Jeff weigh in later. When we come back, Barstool Nate joins the program. He might have a message for the haters.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. So Jerry Jones has reached out to former Cowboys Super Bowl champion, cornerback, and current Colorado Buffaloes head coach Deion Sanders about Dallas's head coaching vacancy. So a formal interview has not been scheduled yet with Deion, but Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders are going to stay in touch about this opening. Now, back in November, Deion was asked about the potential interest he was receiving from NFL teams or would receive in the future. And he told people that he was happy where he was and how much he loved coaching at Colorado. On Monday night, ESPN asked him, well, what was the conversation like with Jerry Jones? And Deion admitted it was intriguing, but he reiterated one more time that he loves Boulder, the team, and everything about CU. Sam Darnold's dream season kind of crashed and burned these last 2 weeks, especially last night, the 27-9 loss to the Rams, where he was sacked 9 times. It was a tough look for Darnold. So where does he go from here? Well, it seemed like he was resurrecting his career, but now that's kind of in question. But his head coach, Kevin O'Connell, told reporters last night that it's important to remember Sam's whole season, leading the team to 14 wins, that it takes a special kind of guy to do that. O'Connell kind of said it out of nowhere, wanting to reiterate that maybe there is a sign that these last 2 games aren't going to ruin everything for Sam Darnold, and maybe he does get that franchise tag from the Vikings. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Cool.
Vision, you are the one. Now I'm
stuck inside a memory. All right. Whenever you hear OAR, it means it's time to go to the dogs. Our guy, Barstool Nate, joins us. Nate, Diggity Dog. What up, Eric? How do you do?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, we got you, Nathaniel.
How you doing?
I'm back on Zoom where it's nice and crystal clear. And I gotta say what else was crystal clear. Last time I talked to you guys on the radio, I said I will talk to you again after a Washington Commanders playoff victory. And here we are. Give it up for us.
We made it. Look, Mama, we made it. I'm not gonna lie, man. It was really cool being down there and being a part of a win. You know, just covering a win. I've covered a lot of games, and I've seen teams win in the postseason. I've covered Super Bowls and stuff, but I'd never seen a Commanders playoff win, and it was pretty wild to watch, dude. What were your emotions like? It's been 19 years since they won one of these things.
Yeah, so the last playoff win was January 7th, 2006. I was a senior at Oakland Mills High School in Columbia, Maryland. It has been a lifetime since a playoff win. We went through a lot as a fan base. We went through Dan Snyder. We went through Vinny Serrato. We went through Bruce Allen. We went through, John Beck. We went through a lot of nonsense, all the lawsuits, everything. It feels so good to be on the other side of that. I think all season as a fan base, we've just, really have just breathed it all in and really just not gotten too ahead of ourselves. I think we all appreciate what we're seeing out of Jaden and the coaching staff and the front office, and we're not taking it for granted at all because we know how bad it can be. So, it looked like a lot of fans were down there in Tampa with you, JP. And everybody on the internet, on Twitter, on all the shows, all the podcasts, everything, just everybody's over the moon. Everybody's on the same page. There's not a single fan, I don't think, who has anything bad to say right now on January 14th about this franchise or organization. It's just a great time to be us.
I think you're right, man. And I'm curious, Nate, how you think they keep it going, dude. It's hard to No, right? And Detroit is obviously a formidable test. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. Detroit is the number 1 seed for a reason. They went 15-2. They're a really, really good football team. That building's going to be super loud. Kind of how do you feel going forward?
I don't want to use cliches. I don't believe in moral victories like the rest of us here, but we'd be so silly to say that we're not just happy to be here, right? This is year 1 of the rebuild with a rookie quarterback after decades of incompetence, and we won a playoff game on the road, and now we have to go play the 1 seed Detroit Lions on the road. So it's playing with house money. And I don't think there's any bad thing to say about saying that out loud. We're not favored. We weren't supposed to be here. Winning would be the craziest, biggest thing to happen in my lifetime. I guess I missed a couple Super Bowls. I was 3 years old, but in my, real lifetime, it would be the biggest win easily of this franchise. The Lions, they're really good, man. Like, they are good at everything. They have 2 wide receivers over 1,000 yards, and then Laporta was close. I mean, the running game goes crazy. Both running backs total over 2,000 yards total. But their defense, gave up the 3rd most passing yards of any team in the league. So they are exploitable. I wish we had a little better, offense at the wide receiver position to take advantage of that. But I trust Cliff will put together a game plan to exploit the Lions the best he can. And then it's up to our defense to, just do their thing the best they can. Marshawn is back. He battled with Mike Evans. I know a lot of people were saying like Mike Evans got the best of him. I don't know, man. He didn't even go over 100 yards. If that's getting the best of him when Lattimore was in single coverage the entire game against him, I tip my cap to Lattimore, playing on half of a leg, mind you. So the Lions are beatable. Yes, it's on the road. It's the playoffs. It's really, really, really tough. But then we have a little guy named Jaden, and I'm never going to count Jaden out of anything. We know what he can do. We've seen him single-handedly win games this entire season. So why not us? Why not Jaden?
It's about the storm right now, Nate. I agree with you. Listen, man, I've been in enough football games myself to where you go into the game as the favorite and you don't think the other team has a chance and you mess around and that team is there late. The stress and all the pressure comes on you. And the pressure bursts pipes. And I also been in games where we are the underdog. We don't get a chance in hell. And we kick the other team's ass. Yes, we are playing with house money, but still, there is an opportunity we can win this football game. And nobody has to come out here and people that want to hate to go, oh, put your money where your mouth is. And I will tell them, you put your money where your mouth is. Because I'll put a price that they don't want to try to handle. So the whole thing of it is are the Lions invincible? Hell no. They can lose, but it's going to take a tall task to beat them. And I believe this team is willing to go out there and give everything they have and let the cards fall where they may.
And Beamage, we've seen all season, this Commanders team takes advantage of opportunities. A flag in our favor here, they take advantage of that. The fumble Baker had just this last weekend, take advantage of that. And then Dan Quinn, he understands that when you're the underdog, when maybe your roster doesn't stack up against the opponent on the other side of the ball, you put your what's on the table and you just go pedal to the metal. He understands that he has to be aggressive to win these football games, and that's how we got here. And I was so happy to see that even though it was the playoffs, he did not have cold feet. He said, you only get 4 downs. I'm not giving away one of them by, attempting a 50-yard field goal. We're going for it. We're going for it. We're going for it. And that's how we got here, and that's how we won that game in Tampa. And, I expect him to do the exact same thing up in Detroit. You be aggressive, you take advantage of every opportunity you have with the football, and you let Jaden cook, and then you just pray that your defense can do something. And that's how we got here, and that's how we can beat the Detroit Lions. And if the bounces go in our favor, why not?
Talking with our buddy Barstool Nate here, Eric Nathan, Little Nate X, Nate Dog. He's got a lot of nicknames. He's got a lot of personality. It's funny, dude. I was talking with Biaggi this morning, and one thing I don't think people recognize, and it probably stems, honestly, more from Dan Campbell and kind of the public persona he has, which is a little pro wrestler-ish versus what they are doing behind closed doors in Detroit. In Washington specifically, I can speak to what I know here. this offseason, they hired a guy named Dave Gardy away from the NFL. He worked on Park Avenue. And they brought Gardy in specifically for situations, for knowing when to challenge, knowing when to go for it, knowing when to punt, knowing when to kick a field goal, and weighing all of the analytics and the real-time information. Because when it's easy to have a book, it's easy to point to some data that's like, okay, whenever you have 4th and less than 3 from inside the 30, it's a go. But the problem with the data and the book is they have no idea what's going on with your right guard. They have no idea if the quarterback hand is still hurting from the first quarter when he hit it on somebody's helmet. When you bring that in-house, those guys can combine all of that information. And so for all of the Dan Quinn always just goes for it, they have incredibly specific information that they game plan to decide on what yard line, in what situation, with how much yards there are to go when they go for it. This is not like a shoot from the hip, I'm going with my gut. This is incredibly measured, and they generally know 95% of the scenarios where they're going to go for it before the game even starts. So I think it's important to point that out.
But they've done it all year. And I mean, I had a lot of people texting me during the game, asking me questions after the game. I have no problem with them going for it because that's what they've done all year. So when you get to the playoffs, you don't all of a sudden become somebody else. You do what got you there. You know, if they get complacent during the playoffs, that would be a problem in my book.
Totally. Don't change now. And what I've said throughout is just the consistency of this. And I think
how many have they gotten?
They were 3 of 5 the other night, and they were first in the NFL in the regular season.
They probably like 65, 70% on 4th down this year.
I honestly think it's higher. I'll pull it up right now.
So 82%,
hell, go for
season. It. And here's the thing.
They're better on 4th down than they are on 3rd downs.
They are.
I fully believe that I think the way Steph Curry changed the NBA, that he made people realize that 3-pointers were worth more than 2 points. I do think we're going to see a big change in the NFL where people realize that you only get 4 downs. You can't be punting 25% of your downs every single time. You have to put points on the board. And 7 points is worth a lot more than 3 points. And if you put up 4 field goals, right, that's 12 points, but you only need to score 2 touchdowns to get more than that. And I think people are beginning to realize when you don't kick the field goal and you go for it and you don't convert, it's not leaving points on the board. You have to score touchdowns to win in this league. And for too long, teams have been settling for, punting from their own 40 or just putting up field goals when they're on the 3-yard line. I think that's going to go away, and we're going to see a lot more aggression now.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think teams overdo it. I think you especially are starting to see that in college where there tends to be more like volatility anyway. It's okay to take 3 sometimes, but I think you're right in general to try to press the gas more often than not. Nate,
the first time he went for it on Sunday, my mind was, Dan came here to win. He's not trying to sit up here and let this thing stay close. He's here to win. And that made me feel comfortable. Seriously.
And if it makes sense, nobody's going to say the coach was wrong there. If you don't convert, you can't be results oriented like that. If the situation makes sense and you're on the road in the playoffs and you have Jaden Daniels as your quarterback and you need 2 yards, you go for it because you're there to win the game. I think it's that simple.
I like it, man. I think we're all in agreement, which is incredibly odd.
Yeah, I think it's going to storm tonight.
We are 3 very wise men.
I agree with that.
Nate Dogg, when did you know this Commanders team was good?
Honestly, so I could give you one answer. June 12th, when Jaden was threading the needle at OTAs and he was hitting the net, and I did my tweet 100% accurately predicting how he would do this season. Everything we heard in
that
June,
tweet was accurate. I don't know that we want to go through tweet history, but
no,
that
it's fine.
Tweet was accurate.
It's fine. The rest of mine were bits. This one was real. But everything we heard about him in June and OTAs and all that, it made you think, if we have something here, looking up and down the schedule, this team could make a run. And then he comes out game 1 and just gets acclimated, but he doesn't do anything dumb. He doesn't make mistakes. And then, week 2 doesn't really make any mistakes. And you're kind of just looking, you're like, when is this guy going to start being a rookie quarterback? And it never happened. He never did any sort of just bonkers rookie, scrambling back 15 yards to throw a wobbly interception over the middle. That never happened any week. And then just the next week happened. And then let's see, I guess the Bengals game on Monday night, people were looking around like, oh, this team's for real. And then just putting 42 on the Cardinals on the road the next week. It's like, okay, we have something here. And then just destroying the Browns the next week and then barely losing at the Ravens the following week. It was from very, very, very early in the season. I think everybody knew this team was for real.
I think, and also like Judge hit me, say, you know what? When you start seeing this team get flexed into primetime and they want to see them play,
sure.
Not only us thinking, the league knows.
Even
they don't put a bad team or somebody that's not entertaining in that area.
Even the first flex game wasn't all the way to primetime, but when they moved that Bears-Commanders game to the 4:30 national window, and then they hit a Hail Mary on top, like at the end of it, and you get Jim Nantz calling a Hail Mary, you're like, oh my God, the profile has changed around here.
I'm sure the league was like, we hit a Hail Mary.
Somebody got a new avatar. Right. Yeah. Totally. Nate Dogg, do you have any messages for the haters at this point?
I don't know if there are any haters at this point. I
tend to agree.
Unless you're like an idiot Cowboys fan or a trashy Eagles fan, you're not really a hater of this organization or Jaden right now. Jaden's too likable and this team is too fun to watch. And if you're a Cowboys fan, like you're just, pathetic as it is. So I don't really have a message for you to begin with. Just enjoy your next terrible coach that Jerry Jones is going to hire. If you're a hater, you're pathetic. I don't know. I don't really have a message for you.
I tend to agree with you. I don't know what you could be hating on at this point. One thing you definitely can't be hating on, level of play for the Caps. They're back on the ice tonight against the Ducks. Anything you like there? I'm looking for some action.
Looking for some action, Aria. Ovi came back from a broken leg, and now all he does is score. He had no little time off, getting back into game shape. He's just one of a kind. 20 goals for his 20th straight season. Still first place Caps. I think we're exactly halfway through the season, and then we'll have a little time off since none of our guys were taken for that 4-country tournament that they're having. So all our vets will get some time off in a few weeks, and then the cup chase will really start. It'll be really fun chasing a cup right after Ovi breaks Gretzky's record. It's going to be a fun second half of the season in Washington.
Dude, it's Washington's year, man. Things have changed in the District of Columbia. Nate Dogg, thank you for the time, buddy.
Nate.
Hey, next time I talk to you guys,
yes,
it'll be after winning a road game in Detroit in the playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
It'd be pretty wild, man. That would be, we'd be talking NFC title game. Woo! All right, Nate. Thanks, buddy.
You got to come in the studio for that.
Yeah, you can come on
sure
down.
Will. See you guys.
That's our boy, Nate Dogg, at Barstool Nate on social media. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have some football withdrawal tonight because we had 2 college football playoff games and then Super Wild Card weekend. And I'm going to get home tonight and I'm going to be looking around and I'm going to fire up the ESPN Bet Sportsbook and I'm going to be looking for something. And I might be looking at this Caps game. Ovi to score. I might look at just the Caps -1.5. The money line is higher, but I like just the Caps to win in this thing. If you take the puck line, it's -105, so you get a little bit of action. Coupled some college basketball I might like tonight looking around. Some SEC action, Kentucky, Texas A&M, Bama, Ole Miss. That could be fun. Number 1 team in the land, Auburn. The SEC is loaded, B. If you want to get in on any of those player props or the over-unders, the SEC has 6 teams in the top 25, probably more than that.
Wow.
But they got 3 top 25 matchups tonight. I kind of am interested in Texas A&M plus the 6.5 in Kentucky. I apologize to Amanda Zimmer if she's listening, but I also just might take a whole bunch of totals in all that action. Need to talk to my man White Brian because I know he's all over the college hoops. If you're looking at the Hoyas tonight, Georgetown's plus 8.5 in New York playing St. John's. That kind of I'm interested in that. I might take the under in that, see it at 143.5. Whatever the action is you're looking for, you can find it at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And you can unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO to get started today. Gambling, you could go in Maryland or Virginia. You must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details.
The next round of the NFL playoff picture is now set. So you have the Texans versus the Chiefs, the Ravens versus the Bills. The Commanders travel to Detroit Saturday night, taking on the Lions. And last night, we got the final piece of the puzzle. The Rams will travel to Philly to take on the Eagles. The Rams last night dominated versus the Vikings, 27-9, a victory for them there. But it was the defense that really put on a show. They sacked Sam Darnold 9 times. The Vikings lost 82 yards on those sacks. That's a playoff record. But the Vikings head coach, Kevin O'Connell, acknowledged that, of course, Sam Darnold could have and should have played better over these last 2 games. But he also, kind of out of the blue, defended his quarterback and his work throughout the season. So maybe he's hinting that Darnold may come back to the Vikings next year, or just that other people shouldn't judge Sam Darnold on this pretty sour ending. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Praise you. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot going on today, man. Tuesday, first day of the week for the Commanders, getting ready for the Lions. Saturday night, man. What an awesome opportunity for this football team.
Yes.
The team that has reminded the city how much they love football. I mean, if you think kind of big picture about how big of a deal it might be that RFK is coming back, do you know the timeline I've heard for RFK is they want to have a decision by March so they can move? Because the other part of this, if you're Josh Harris and the ownership group, you can't string along Westmore in the state of Maryland.
No.
They got cash on the table now. You got to figure out, are we going to get this done? Or are we going to get this done?
Yeah.
And is there any way better to make it easier for politicians to cast their votes and put this thing together than a team going deep in the playoffs?
Oh, man. When you start seeing how much backing and support football gets, you start thinking about all the possibilities. And I would just say that I understand that the tragedy that happened in New Orleans, but be down there for the Super Bowl. You'll see how many people come to your city. But on top of it, look at how many things happen in a dome throughout the year. Look how many things happen in Jerry World throughout the year. How many things go on in Minnesota, they beautiful dome. You know, all those different things. It's not just, as people would always say, oh, you only use it 10 nights a year. BS. That's way more than that now.
Totally.
Things have changed.
I totally agree with that. Now, what's going to help, it's what we always said. Why Dan was never going to get a stadium, no politician wanted to stand at a ribbon cutting with a giant pair of scissors and take a picture with Dan.
Nope.
Everybody's happy to do it with these guys.
Yep.
And you know who they really want to take a picture with?
Magic.
Jaden Daniels, dude.
Magic too.
Sure, but like,
see, you they'll take them with Jaden, but like, you're not going to try to play your quarterback up on all that other stuff.
No.
You got somebody in your ownership group that's as popular as anybody that ever played any sport in this world. And he got a big old smile, and he's 6'8".
Totally agree. I was kind of joking around. I was transitioning to this. When you hear the way people are talking about Jaden around the league, and maybe there were idiot prognosticators, analysts that weren't saying this, but coaches, people in the league have been pretty damn clear about Jaden, really going back to last year, going back to the draft when he went second overall. Dan Campbell, Lions head coach, a dude that I think everybody's in such a hurry to give coach of the year to anyone that isn't the best. I think it'd be just fine if Dan Campbell won it. Frankly, either Dan coaching a team this week, I think it'd be fine if they won it.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, Lions head coach, talking about Jaden Daniels.
He is dangerous. He's dangerous. He poses a major threat. He does not play the position like a rookie quarterback. He's composed. He He understands how to progress. He sees the field well. He can buy time with his legs. He's a dangerous runner. He's smart. You can tell he understands how to run that offense, what they're asking him to do. And then he's got weapons. He's got weapons around him. I mean, his receiver's pretty dang good. 17's a hell of a player. You know, he's got a good back. He's got more than one receiver. Ertz a tight end. I mean, they've got weapons. The O-line plays hard, but he's a difference maker.
And Dan wouldn't be saying it if he didn't mean it. He's a truth speaker.
Totally.
You know? And Jaden has shown that. And you look at some of the things he's done this year, it's out this world. But the ultimate thing is he gives you a chance. Straight up.
Totally, man. The same thing I said last week. I felt pretty good about them getting a chance. I thought they'd have an absolute chance to win in Tampa. I don't feel the same going to Detroit. I think this is a much more difficult game. But, dude, if you look at kind of the Lions' schedule over the last 10 weeks as the injuries really started to ramp up there, they're going to give up some points, man. There's a reason this is the highest total in the weekend.
Yeah.
And when you could score, you've got a chance. And Washington could score. I also think Jaden can control. What Washington does, perhaps most impressively, is the way they dominate time of possession without really an effective run game from a yardage perspective.
Yeah.
DQ was interesting. He talked about it yesterday, got asked some questions, and he said, I don't necessarily only look at the box score. We look at throwing to our backs as an extension of the run game. And he said, and frankly, some of our fourth down decisions are driven by time of possession. If we convert and we keep the ball, particularly against a team like Detroit that is so explosive offensively, maybe that's another 3 minutes off the clock. Maybe that's another 2.5 minutes off the clock.
Yeah. And I think that first drive when they went, 9 minutes?
The first drive of the second half.
Yeah, 9 minutes.
17
plays. That right there is demoralizing. And as much as we always talk about Jaden being poised and how players got to be poised,
I'm sorry, forgive me. That was
the second,
the first touchdown drive, second quarter.
But offensive coordinators, when another team possesses the ball that long and score a touchdown, not many of them can stick to their game plan because they realize if we don't do something great right here, we may not see the ball again. If they go on another 9, imagine 2 9-minute drives in one half.
That's 2/3 of the half.
Demoralize the hell out of
a.
So when they do stuff like that, they came back with another 5-minute and something drive. They make an offense have to adjust and score quick, which means, I start throwing, I forget about my run.
They had, the 9-minute touchdown drive obviously stands way out for you. But they're putting together 4-minute. They had a 5.5-minute field goal drive. They had an 11 play field goal drive.
Yeah.
They had the one at the end that went 441 because they didn't want to give Tampa the ball back. They went 10 plays, 51 yards, and then were able to kick from the 19. Mm-hmm. They are trying to control things with their offense, which frankly I think the Lions are trying to do also because they're so aggressive on fourth down. They're always going for it. Because I think Detroit is highly cognizant of the problems with their defense. And I think they absolutely believe. I think you saw this particularly when the Lions lost to the Bills because they were just trying to generate more possessions because they knew they could score, but they couldn't stop them. They had an onside kick in that game.
Their defense played unbelievable against Minnesota, though.
Yep.
But the difference between playing Minnesota and playing Washington, they know Minnesota. They play them twice. They don't play Washington twice. And, they're going to get film and know it. But there are going to be some things that you think Cliff is going to bring up that they may not have seen before. And it won't be able to be something that you're going to know just because of familiarity.
We've also now seen 2 teams play really well against Darnold in the Rams defense and the Vikings and the Lions the week before. You do wonder if perhaps Darnold is the common denominator there. I don't know. Washington's got a chance in this thing. Now, the pure raw numbers are going to be skewed. The Lions have the 5th best rushing defense in the NFL in yards given up, right? They have given up the 5th fewest rush yards in the NFL. But you got to look at causation versus correlation. The Lions tend to jump on teams and be up 3 scores. So a lot of teams just can't run the ball like they want to because they're in such a hole so quick. Conversely, the Lions defense gives up the 30th most passing yards in the NFL. They give up a ton of passing yards.
Yeah.
But that's because teams have to throw it on them because a lot of times they're down 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like it's not the Lions defense to look at from the rudimentary numbers that we're kind of used to examining doesn't tell the story. They try to be super aggressive. They're willing to leave their corners on their own because they're trying to go after your quarterback because they're trying to turn you over to get the ball back for their offense and control everything offensively. It's a different beast. This is something different entirely. Doesn't mean Washington can't win, but there's a reason I'd say, think about this. Texans, Chiefs, Vegas has the total at 42. Rams, Eagles, 43.5. Ravens, Bills is pretty high, 51.5. They got Skins, Lions at 55.5.
Damn.
That is, I don't know how you could go back and find this. I'm not going to do it, but I'd be very curious where that ranks historically on division weekend. That's a pretty damn high total.
It's high.
It means they believe Washington can score. And when you can score, you got a chance. You know what else gives you a chance? A new garage door. I'm telling you, my garage door sounded like a horse and buggy going through town. It was so loud, so old. Now I'm going to get a new one from the folks at Door Pro America that I operate on an app that is so simple, so quiet, won't wake my kids up when I come in at nighttime. I am so fired up, and you guys should do the same thing. Call the pros at Door Pro America and get ready to level up. Shane and Vince from Door Pro America will come out. They showed us a bunch of great options. It was dope. They had this Photoshop on their computer that we could see all the options, how it would look on our house. The whole process was super easy. We couldn't be more excited about the new door we picked. It's getting installed next week. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, and new installations, and they do it all like true pros. Call right now and save $150 on a brand new garage door. If your garage door is stuck in the past, like one of those old leather helmets, or you just need a little TLC, take it from me and go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out at doorproamerica.com. All right. Breaking news on the van. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, says the Jets have requested an interview with Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt Jr. For their head coaching job. It's the first head coaching interview for Witt, who came with Dan Quinn from Dallas, has been part of Washington's turnaround. I think, and just to Jeff's point, the first reply is from somebody named Sean. He says, y'all can have him. Sean, you're an idiot. That's how we're rolling with haters, Jeff. We're just calling them idiots. We're just going to call it how it is. Washington's defense has improved significantly. And one thing that is certainly unfair to defensive coordinators, and I fear maybe particularly unfair to black defensive coordinators, is that when there are young offensive coaches, you can look at the stats in their totality, but sometimes you're just like, oh, this person has the vibe, has the personality, has the charisma of a head coach. If you're looking at that and you listen and talk to and experience Joe Witt for a year, he's got it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
He's got that. And so I don't know that this is the year he gets hired. Sometimes you get your name into the interview cycle, and then it takes a little more time. But Joe Witt he brings an absolute presence. Not to mention the defense has been much better. The defense was quite good, I thought, in Tampa. But his presence, like when he gets in front of owners, I think he could make a difference in interviews.
Yeah, because the owners and the owners want to know, does the person have a command on it? And Joe does. So we'll see. We'll see.
I'm not sure he's going. I mean, the Jets have casted the amount of people the Jets have interviewed. I mean, do we have a full list? They've interviewed Loxley. I mean, they've interviewed Ron Rivera. Yeah. They've interviewed a lot of people. But Mike McCarthy, I imagine, gets an interview. I mean, they've interviewed Ron, Vrabel, Rex Ryan, Nagy, Aaron Glenn, Loxley, Spagnuolo, Darren Rizzi, Jeff Ulbrich. Now, apparently, they're going to interview Joe Witt. It's funny. I was actually texting with somebody from the ownership group of the Commanders, and they really don't want to lose anybody. They love the staff they've put together, and they're really excited about it all.
Mm-hmm. But
successful teams lose
happens.
people.
It happens all the time. So
I remember when Bugle got the head job in Arizona after the 91 Super Bowl. Like, you got to just keep it moving. It happens all over. And I think one of the biggest things for great teams, great quarterbacks specifically, if Jaden, you've always said, rookies, I got to see another year of it, right?
Yeah.
Jaden has been so fantastic. If Jaden can continue to play at this level, and frankly, I would argue there's zero indication to say he can't. If Jaden can keep that going, you're going to lose coaches. You're probably going to lose, honestly, with the way the front office performed, you'll probably lose somebody from the front office.
Yeah. I think you lose some people, but I think they constructed this coaching staff properly. And then also
they got a lot of layers.
They have the quarterback who I think he has a one-track mind, and he can learn from any coach. But the coach that comes in is going to have to be somebody that you hire, or the person that stays here, someone that you hire that is going to allow him to keep going like he is. See, you get coaches that want to change everybody to them, and you have quarterbacks out there sometimes that you have to adjust to him. I think Jaden's that type of guy.
I agree.
Yeah.
Tischler, I guess, did the research on this. He said Commanders Lions over-under is 55.5, which will be the highest total since Patriots Chiefs in 2018 at 56. But the highest ever is Saints Lions back in 2012 at 60.
That was no defense in those games.
I think if they're at 55.5, it could get to 56, which would tie that Pats Chiefs. Nobody's getting to 60.
No, I don't think so.
Hell, I was talking about a race to 40. Now it's a race to 60. That's a pretty big race.
Crazy.
When we come back, Aaron Schatz joins the program.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Tom Pelissero is reporting that the Jets have requested to interview Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. for their head coaching job. This is the first head coaching interview for Witt, who came with Dan Quinn from Dallas. Now, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, he just went on a local Philly radio station and had some strong defense for his wide receiver, A.J. Brown. You may have seen the viral moment where Brown was caught reading during the Eagles' wild playoff win on Sunday. Now, Sirianni said he fully supports him, and it's the same as if a guy were to pray or meditate during the game. Brown only had 1 catch on 3 targets during the game, leading to questions from people whether he was just acting out of frustration. But the Eagles head coach said that take is a lazy and inaccurate one. Also tonight, the Anaheim Ducks are in town taking on the Caps, 7 p.m. Alexander Ovechkin, he's been on a tear lately. Ovi has 7 goals and 2 assists over the last 10 games. As always, you can listen here on 106.7 The Fan, 7 p.m. puck drop. Looking to upgrade your home office game? We'll swing by PVI Office Furniture. Where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. High noon in the District of Columbia. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We are fired up to get our boy Aaron Schatz on the line, the Chief Analytics Officer over at FTN Fantasy. You can follow FTN Fantasy, of course, the creator of DVOA. Dude, Aaron, before we get into the Commanders, what they've accomplished, what they could accomplish next week, I wanted to start with, I feel like at one point, maybe halfway through the year or so, the Vikings DVOA was really starting to come into question. And then we saw last night they got clearly run through by the Rams. Did that surprise you, that result last night?
I was surprised that it was such a big result. Like I thought the game would be closer. The Vikings defense was not as good in the second half of the season as it was in the first half, but their offense actually was a little bit better until the last 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden, Darnold just could not get rid of the ball and just kept taking sacks, and it was terrible.
We saw that last night, man. We sure saw that last night. If you were running Minnesota, how would you handle this Darnold get back to McCarthy thing?
2 weeks ago, I would have said you have to franchise Darnold and then have the two of them compete in camp and hope that McCarthy wins the job, and then you only have to pay Darnold for 1 year. Now I think you let Darnold leave after what we've seen the last couple of games, and you give the job to McCarthy, and you have Daniel Jones as your veteran backup.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I think that's the right.
He messed up some money, man.
Yeah, he did.
Last night, I was like, I'm yelling at the TV, man, throw the damn ball. My daughter was like, Dad, what's wrong with you? He would not let the ball go.
He would not. It was the clock in his head was broken.
All right, let's turn to the Commanders, Aaron. I'm curious kind of what you've thought of them all year, and then to go down to Tampa, get the win against the Bucs, kind of snap this playoff win drought in Washington. Just, what do your eyes tell you? What do the numbers tell you? How good is this Washington team?
I mean, it's really exciting. It's a wonderful story. Daniels has been fantastic. The offense has been very good, and the defense has not. There are a couple of players on the defense who are, very good and talented. Certainly the guys on the defensive line. And I mean, Luvu was fantastic this year, and Wagner. But there's problems in the secondary, and that leads to, the defense being below average, and that's their problem. The problem is they're kind of a one-sided team.
Like I noticed in the game, like I see that with the defense, but in the second half of games, they make adjustments and they stop teams. Saquon Barkley, 109 yards in the first quarter, 41 the rest of the game. What do they need to do to try and get to that point earlier instead of later?
I don't know. Watch a lot of film, obviously, try to figure out what Ben Johnson's going to do with that Detroit offense. The Detroit offense is fantastic. Their running game in particular is incredibly efficient. Jahmyr Gibbs had a fantastic season. So, you look at the Detroit defense and the Washington offense, and you're like, that's pretty equal. Washington can really keep up there. But when you look on the other side of the ball, it's just problematic. I also think after watching the playoff game, you have to wonder, is Lattimore really fully healthy or is he playing hurt? Because that was not the same Marshawn Lattimore we usually see out there.
Lattimore, at the end of that game, though, as good as Evans was early, I think he only finished with 90 yards rather. I think he was at like 65 at the end of the first quarter. Or at the end of the first half.
That's still
anyway.
A lot more than he usually gets against Lattimore. That was not,
sure.
That performance was not like before he came to Washington, before the hamstring injuries, like Lattimore was really good this year, and he was definitely off in that game. And so I'm not like trying to disparage him. I'm saying I don't know if he's fully healthy yet.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's interesting going into this matchup. Specific in Tampa, I thought Washington did an excellent job of controlling the clock kind of through the air, which is hard to do. Detroit's another team that likes to control the clock. How does Washington specifically attack this Lions defense that definitely has some holes?
I mean, it has holes because of the injuries. And I think, start with a lot of Terry McLaurin because their top cornerback, Carlton Davis, is out. Anzalone in the middle helps solve a lot of things, certainly like run defense. But I think they'll be able to find McLaurin. I think they'll be able to find Diami Brown. There's a pass rush, definitely, Zadarius Smith, but the pass rush is not as good as it was certainly when Hutchinson was healthy. It's a pretty even matchup.
What is an even matchup? Just the kind of the Commanders passing attack.
The Commanders offense
Lions
against the Lions defense. That's a pretty even matchup.
Okay.
Okay.
Then let's flip that over, and I fear the answer here. Talking with our friend Aaron Schatz from FTN Fantasy. You can give him a follow at @SchatzNFL, SCHATZ. What do you make of the Lions offense and the Commanders defensive matchup?
Yeah, that's just not a good one for the Commanders, but especially the run. The Commanders were 26th in run defense by DVOA, and the Lions were number 2 in running offense. So you talk about wanting to control the clock and what they're able to do with Gibbs and with the offensive line, especially Penei Sewell. It's sort of an offense that's built around the right tackle, which is sort of interesting. They should be able to run the ball on the Commanders, which puts Goff in good down and distance situations, which gets the ball downfield, which scores points.
Hey, Matt, so when you go into these games, I understand how Detroit runs the football very effectively, but I also watch games a lot, and I look at an offense like the Commanders. When they get those 9-minute, 8-minute drives, when that offensive coordinator gets the ball, he doesn't constantly stick to the run. Do you ever notice that a team that can have those long sustained drives, get a touchdown at the end, it adjusts what a team likes to do and make them become more one-dimensional?
I mean, it definitely I actually just did some research for the NFL's Big Data Bowl, and we looked at run-pass ratios, and what you have success with early in the game definitely changes what you want to do later in the game. If your running game is working, you tend to run more. If your passing game is working, you tend to pass more.
Sure. I think you ride the horse to get you there, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it sounds like so stupid and blatant, but at least, it's nice that the numbers show it's true.
one thing I'm curious about, and I don't know what, if any, your research will show versus just watching the games. What do you make of, I mean, it's now 5 games in a row, and throughout the season, Washington's ability to win late. How can you quantify that into a way that makes you look ahead?
I mean, I think some of it is your expectations of rookies are that they're going to panic a little bit in those situations, and Daniels hasn't. I have different feelings about clutchness than other people do. A lot of people believe there are certain players who are special because they are clutch. I think that most professional athletes are pretty clutch, but there are certain players who are special because they're not. And those players are not playing for the Washington Commanders right now.
The ones that are not clutch.
Yeah, they've got some clutch dudes. I mean, Daniels is nails. I mean, it's fantastic. The other thing I'm going to point out, by the way, from an analytics point of view, is how much we love Dan Quinn being aggressive on 4th downs against Dan Campbell, who's aggressive on 4th downs. Watching these two guys try to out-aggressive each other, you know, defensive-minded, kneecap-biting coaches who are also smart analytically is just great stuff.
Yeah, this game, I mean, specifically going into this game, we
got no punts the whole game.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, you got a good puncher too. Didn't even use him.
Right. Going in, I want to ask you about the rest of the games this weekend, but going into this weekend, knowing what Detroit is and what Washington is too, it seems like you kind of expect Detroit to win, but wouldn't close the door on Washington. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, that sounds fair. It's certainly not like a dramatic, dominant, like it's absurd to think that Washington would win kind of situation. You could definitely tell the narrative. I mean, the narrative of Washington's win starts with that as great as the Lions defense was against Minnesota, that they still have a lot of defensive injuries, and the defense kind of reverts to what it was more over the last few weeks, and Washington scores a lot on them. That's really where you start the story of how Washington wins this game.
Detroit is a team that Jared Goff has had a good year. He can throw the football very well, but they depend on their run. If Washington happens to put scores up on the board, I think that's their best chance, because now they get away from what they like to do in running the ball, and they just begin to throw it all the time, which in essence gives them a chance to get some turnovers.
Yeah, especially because if you can pin your ears back and rush Goff, I mean, we all know Goff is not a creator out of structure. Goff is awesome in structure, but he's not a creator out of structure. So you want to get the pressure on it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's zoom out to the rest of the weekend, talking with Aaron Schatz here. Two guys that could create in or out of structure, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, to get this Ravens-Bills divisional round matchup. Seems like it could be a pretty epic game. Baltimore is actually favored on the road in Buffalo. What do you make of this game? What does kind of your math tell us?
Yeah, I mean, Baltimore is one of the best teams of all time by my numbers. Their offense has been one of the best, most efficient offenses of all time. I mean, you don't even need advanced stats for that. They're the number 3 team in NFL history in yards per play. And their defense has improved dramatically since week 11 when they moved Kyle Hamilton back to safety and sat Eddie Jackson and Marcus Williams. So they are a really great all-around team right now, except for some reason special teams, which is usually a highlight of the Ravens. But the Bills are a really good all-around team too. The Bills' defense is not as good as what the Ravens' defense has been, but the Bills also have guys back from injury now, like Matt Milano is back now and Taron Johnson is back now. So, I mean, this is definitely one of those, like, last quarterback with the ball wins the game, kind of going to be one of those crazy epics.
Will that be enough to combat that offense, that run offense of Baltimore?
Man, Buffalo hopes so. Buffalo's run defense is better by my metrics than the Bills fans think it is, but it's not anywhere near as good as what the Ravens running game is. And of course, you know, Jackson makes holes for Henry and Henry makes holes for Jackson. Like, it works in tandem.
Certainly. That game should be fun to watch. Let's start Saturday afternoon, though. Another Saturday afternoon with Houston playing playoff football. Houston going to Kansas City. The Chiefs coming off the bye. You see a path for the Texans getting that upset?
Sure, if they can play defense like they did this week. I mean, but I don't think it's likely. I mean, the Chiefs were the better team during the regular season, and the Chiefs have whatever, hey, they hold things back in the regular season and then they turn it on in the playoffs, whatever that is, they've got going for them. And they've got the whole Andy Reid the week after a bye thing going for them. And, Patrick Mahomes magic, if the game is close in the fourth quarter, is going for them. I think the Texans are the least likely of the road teams to win this weekend.
I tend to agree with you there. What about Rams Eagles, dude? I mean, that could be a pretty. The Rams look pretty damn good last night. They got a lot going on, but they look pretty damn good last night.
Oh man, if you like trench play, that young Rams defensive line against the great Eagles offensive line is going to be just amazingly good, interesting, fun matchup. The Rams are coming on, but the Eagles are the hottest team in the NFC over the last few weeks if you take out the backup quarterbacks. Right? Like Jalen Hurts was out 3 games and the offense wasn't as good. But now he's back and the offense is better. And I think their passing game is better than people give them credit for. The running game is obviously great. The defense is the best in the league. But the Rams are coming on. This certainly is a closer game than it looked like before what the Rams did last night. So I think the Eagles should be favored, but it's certainly closer than Texans Chiefs, that's for sure.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Aaron, the other thing going on, obviously, across the NFL is the coaching searches and some of the names you hear and what the hell's going on in Dallas. What do you make of Dion's name being linked to that Cowboys job?
Oh, God, so frustrating. It seems like just searching for headlines instead of searching for playoff wins. If you think about what Deion Sanders brings as a coach, I would think that his biggest strength is recruiting, right? He is a very forceful personality, and he has influenced many good players, obviously Travis Hunter being the most important one, to play for him instead of playing at larger programs. Guess what? You don't get to do that in the NFL. Like maybe he can recruit a free agent or 2 veterans, but rookies, you don't get to recruit them based on the force of your personality. So you can just take the best part of Deion Sanders as a coach and just get rid of it, in which case, what's the freaking point?
Who do you think the best coach available is?
Ben Johnson.
Do you?
I mean, listen, head coach is a different job than coordinator. And you don't know if a guy can do the CEO parts of that head coaching job until he does it. But as far as which coordinators are like most deserving of a shot to move up to that next level, Ben Johnson.
I agree with that. That offense has been fantastic and creative and uses so many different weapons.
Suppose he's a Norv Turner, though. A guy who's unbelievable.
Right, that's right. You don't know.
He's an awful head coach.
Turner, Aaron Glenn could be Wade Phillips. You don't know whether guys translate from coordinator to head coach, man. It's hard.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think of the job Cliff Kingsbury's done here in D.C. and kind of what, if anything, happens for him?
Surprising, because I think we all expected that Cliff Kingsbury fall off in the second half thing to happen. And it kind of did for a little while, but then their offense got back on track. And I think that has more to do with Jaden Daniels' ribs than it does with Kingsbury. So he's an interesting candidate. I would shy away from him, and I would probably go towards someone newer, like a Johnson or a Glenn. But I understand why teams would want to talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Do you think the success of Dan Quinn here in Washington will kind of change the thought around hiring a guy for a second gig?
Well, I mean, there have been lots of guys who've been hired for second gigs and been good. I mean, Belichick is the greatest example, right?
Sure.
So,
but it seems like people wanted to get away from that, and now just looking at the hirings, the interview cycle, Vrabel's the first dude to get a job. That's a second gig. Seems like McCarthy's going to get one somewhere. it feels a little different.
I think what the Quinn thing helps teach, and this is sort of going against my Ben Johnson excitement, but you can bring in a defensive mind, and if the offensive coordinator is good, you'll still have that offensive intelligence, and the defensive that head coach is the CEO who overlooks the whole program, and he puts the character and he puts the culture into plays. So you don't need to shy away from defensive coaches. I think that like Aaron Glenn getting interviewed is in part because Dan Quinn has been successful this year, and you feel like you don't necessarily need the hot offensive mind. You can get a hot defensive mind too.
I agree with that, and I think for the Jets, considering the success he had as a player there, that feels like it could be a really cool hire. I don't know that anything's ever going to work with the Jets, but I feel like that could be a cool hire.
Right. Sometimes ownership is the problem, but yeah, I mean, he'd be an interesting guy.
We work in Washington. We know that. Aaron, thank you for the time, bro. Enjoy the playoffs.
All right, guys. FTNfantasy.com. Come check it out.
Gotcha, brother.
Aaron Schatz, FTNfantasy.com. You can give him a follow at Schatz, SCHATZ NFL. Here's what I'd like to do. We got to run through some injury situations, and Dan Quinn will talk to the media next.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi capability, you can have full control over your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the change instantly.
And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
It ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. We're getting set for more primetime football. The Commanders on the road again this week. They'll take on the top seed in the NFC, Detroit Lions, 8 p.m. Washington coming off its first playoff win since January 2006, 9.5-point underdog Saturday night at Ford Field in Detroit. But Terry McLaurin and the Cardiac Commanders know they've always got a chance.
For us to execute when we got to have it the most. That's what we've been preaching. That's what we've been preparing for all season. So it's going to show up. Showed up this week, and no doubt that there'll be winning time moments next week as well.
But we will see. We know a lot of people are watching. NBC just put out they had 29 million viewers for Commanders-Bucks, the wild card game on Sunday night. Go back to Week 18 and added to the Vikings-Lions audience to decide the top seed in the NFC. First time NBC's had more than 28.5 million viewers on consecutive Sunday nights since the London Olympics back in 2012. Capitals, they're home tonight against the Anaheim Ducks. We'll see if Alex Ovechkin can creep closer to Wayne Gretzky's all-time record, 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Wizards fell at home to Minnesota Monday night, 120-106. The final playoff game wild card weekend was Monday night. Rams rout the Vikings 27-9, so they will play Sunday afternoon, the other NFC playoff game this weekend in Philly. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All right, B-Mitch. B-Mitch here for B-Mitch in Philly, 106.7 The Fan. And let's just hit this real quick. The B-Mitch and Philly show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find a contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. We're talking about RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Dan Quinn will be talking to the media in just a little bit, as he does every Wednesday, but it's Tuesday this week. We're playing on Saturday, so everything moved up 1 week. It's going to be a tough game. You know, nobody's sitting here and acting like, you know, the team has gotten to a point where they automatically going to step out there and win. But I also believe that there is a chance. I don't think that the Detroit Lions are that good to where you're going to believe that there's absolutely no chance. They run the football very effectively. Jared Goff, a guy on the football team that I believe doesn't get the credit he deserves because he can actually play football. But still, they have been beaten by teams this year, and I think they can be beat again. But it would have to be a game where Washington plays basically mistake-free football. As I look for every year, I look for the team to play those type of football games where they are going out there where all three phases plays unbelievable. Offense, defense, special teams. I know a lot of people like to forget about special teams, but special teams is obviously very, very serious to me. You know, I believe that you could change the whole damn game. You can bring momentum to your team and help them out. Yes, the ball was pushed the other day, but it went through the uprights, and that's why we won the football game. So if we can go out there and play a game like that where all three phases comes in and play what we're capable of playing, we can give them problems. We have long, sustained drives offensively, which gives us the ball and make an offensive team that we play against become very one-dimensional. And if they become one-dimensional, it makes the chance of the defense playing better even more serious. All right, let's go out to Washington right now until the Commanders Park and check out Dan Quinn talking to the media.
To see you guys. From a team standpoint, we'll function like today's Wednesday and going right through kind of our process of leading up into the game. So that's what we're kind of dialed in and focused on this week. And much like last game, I told you we'll play our best complementary game all year, offensively, defensively, and special teams. And Detroit in this game calls for that again. And so we're working hard on all those things from, you know, our field position stuff, our winning time moments, just all of it. So ready to get rocking. We have a couple guys that will be on normal rest day. You see the injury report today to be JC, Zach, Clee, and Dante. So with all that said, get rocking with you guys.
I'm curious your thoughts on Dan Campbell, what he's done in Detroit. And I know you have your own style, but is there anything you even looked at how he helped turn around that franchise and incorporated for yourself?
Well, one, I think he's done a fantastic job. And so just you see the play style and then identity. And those are the things as a coach John, that you're really, want to make sure that it's rock solid and crystal clear. And so, we certainly followed him, and also having Lance here, who came from Detroit, give insights onto how things turn and why. And so, it was all really beneficial.
And with guys like Zach and Bobby, has their impact maybe been even more than you anticipated, if that's possible?
It is possible, because I never wanted the pressure on them to be anything more than ball player first. Neither of them were brought here to coach. I knew they had very high standards, John, really high. And I thought that alone is a standard of what excellence and winning can look like. And I thought that alone is important if you're trying to, do something together in that fashion. Look to those examples first.
The Lions are known for their aggressiveness on going on fourth down. You guys have obviously been doing it a lot, the most efficient team in the league. How wild of a difference is that from when you first got into the league and how teams treat fourth down?
Yeah, it's definitely different, and it has to do a lot with your team too, in terms of how you play. But we had known that, from an efficiency standpoint, they're excellent at it. We're excellent at it. So obviously, big parts of the game to go through it. So it has changed a lot, Ben. You're right to know that, maybe a model at one time has changed. And that's kind of like one of the cool parts about football, man, where things evolve and change and going. And so you want to be bold without being reckless, and finding the right spaces, what the opponent does, what you guys do. So it's not one size fits all, but where you're at in the game, what do you need? So it's definitely, moved from middle of it to, near the top of the game, making, game decisions.
The last 5 games, as you guys have won on the last play from scrimmage, I know everyone's different. Every moment was different, but generally, what is that feeling for you on the sidelines when it comes down to that very last second? I mean, are you calm after 5 of these, or like what is just?
No, it's awesome. It's like the best part of coaching, because it's like right with everything on the line, and it's my most favorite part of it all. Like being like 10 toes down with guys that you really love and care about, it's the best. And so doing that kind of hardship with really good people, like that's honestly as fun as it gets. And so they don't always work out in your favor, but just being in that arena, in that type of competitive, man, like you cannot feel more alive than in that spot. When the anticipation and the competitiveness is that high, it's really cool.
And then totally different, David Blau. When did you know he was ready to transition to coaching, and what intrigued you about bringing him here?
I didn't know that he was. So some of the guys that had connections to him previously, Lance had, Cliff had. And so when I got a chance to visit with him, he came, on a recruiting trip here. And I can remember, walking around the field with him and, saying, hey, I really want to be the one that can help start this for you. And we're not going to miss one step of your trajectory as a coach and what that would look like, how he'd have his impact here, how that would be felt. And he's going to be a fantastic coach. But I just wanted to clearly lay out to him what it would look like, from a coaching side. And I wanted to be a real part of that.
What stands out to you about Detroit's defense?
Lots of man-to-man, aggressive, and I think the third downs, with Aaron and their crew has been really rock solid and strong. But those would be some things that stand out to me of things that they're excellent at.
How much has Dave Gardy been a part of preparing you guys for these winning time moments, these situational things?
A lot. And so Dave presents to the team every Friday, and then we get together on Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, he and I, and then we get together with a group of coaches on Saturdays. And we go from around the league, trends, officiating. And so to have somebody that's that up to speed from officiating to rules to, things that happen in every game, you can imagine how hard that would be to look, okay, let me see this game and then this game. So he gets to go through every game, give me the Cliff Notes version of all the situations that come up. And so it's a lot, but it's a really cool process to go through together. He's been, really influential, here, and to have somebody with his poise and demeanor in the moments is important too.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
With these postseason mixed officiating crews, how much is emphasized on where they all come from and their trends, and how much is really led by that referee?
A little bit of both. What do I mean by that? If if a deep wing has a certain amount of holding and they were, first in the league, that would be something that we would, talk about. Is the referee, what's the communication like? Because I don't know if they would influence as much of the crew, but how does they manage the game? What does that go through? And so we do look at the individual the individual officials. And is there anything that's a marker higher or lower for their position? And then we start from there.
What you find there, how much does that impact the week's messaging versus we always want to be clean anyway? So doing it right
I think it's probably just the second part that you said. We want to be clean anyway. And here's an extra emphasis. And so you don't make it in every single category, but if somebody, had something that was significant in one area, then that's the one that we would, hey, this is an emphasis. Referees may be, they don't take any shit. This is, any unsportsmanlike. They're not going to mess around. Like you also say that too. So you just dig in and find out, what are some of the trends that people call, and make sure that's emphasized in our meetings too. We just want to make sure we're finding every margin that we can and just absolutely going for it. And so whether that's on a officiating, offense, defense, special teams, our winning time, the complimentary stuff, like the best part of our team is the whole team and all the moments that we spend together doing things. That's who we are.
Obviously some deep playoff runs when you were in Atlanta. You talked a lot throughout the year about how you've looked at your time there and maybe changed or evolved. Has anything changed how you approach the playoff run from those times?
Yeah, for sure. And we were talking about like Dave's role, being a significant part of that. And going back to Ben's point, like in 10 years, a lot has changed in terms of how we go about things to do that. But yeah, I certainly learned a lot going through that process, learning it and saying, okay, this would be some things that I would do different. Those changes they began in the off season. The amount of times I've spent in certain spots. But as far as playoffs go, every game's a championship game. And that's what makes it so much fun, because you can't place one versus the other, man. Like for us, all there is Saturday night. Like that's all, it's just that. And so it's not down the line or down the road. And so being in that fight Saturday night, we've earned it, but that's the only fight we're in. So like we're going after it as hard as we can.
Sam Cosme, 4 years here. He told me in the locker room the other night, he was trying to explain the success of this team. And he said, it's the culture that's been built. He's been through some low times, but the fact that I'm playing for someone else other than myself matters more.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to build here. And when you hear that, how does that hit you?
Yeah, that's awesome to hear, because it is about the connection, Chick. And if the connection is stronger, the commitment is also stronger. And so when he and his teammates are that connected to one another, like, man, I'm not going to let you down. I'm absolutely going to take the extra step, go the extra mile, all of the things that you do that. And if you're kind of on the fringe and, neighborhood to brotherhood, there's a big difference. And neighborhood, how you doing? Okay, good. Nice to see you. And you keep on walking. Brotherhood, you don't do that, and so, the fact that he recognizes that connection, that's a big deal.
Coach Gio Delfa with NBC and Telemundo. It's evident how you can practice play calling or techniques, but how do you implement that clutch DNA that the Commanders just seem to have to keep pulling off those last minute wins?
Yeah, those are in that poise, I think, is probably what you're referring to. And poise is you have to go through, the difficult ones. You got to go through the good ones, but you do have to put yourself and assert yourself into those spots. We do practice it. You're exactly right about that. But you also have to be in real fights and really close games and, get your heart broken a little bit, on some ones that don't quite go all right. But knowing that you're down for that again and again, you do get stronger, you do get more poise, but you do have to live through them. And that's why when they talk about experience or playoff experience, those things matter because you've been through enough fights.
Got time for 3 more?
Dan, how have the Lions kind of backfilled to deal with all the injuries that they've had second half of the season?
Yeah. Can you fit the first part, Dave?
They backfilled.
Yes. Yeah, sure. It's really a remarkable job, I thought, by Aaron and their defensive staff. It's not an easy thing to do, but
one thing that has really I've respected is so many times when you see a team have injuries, they change to play differently or let's play more of this, which they never did. This is how we get down. And I thought, what a great message by Aaron to say, this is who we play. And they weren't going to let one set of circumstances take them out of that. And so I thought there's some boldness and confidence that goes with that. And so I think it's a great lesson.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. From big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today and get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. Make this playoff season unforgettable with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch Finley 1067 the fan. You just heard from Dan Quinn. That's a dude that's pretty locked in, I'd say. I think DQ has kind of hit all the right notes all along. Willie Nelson, I can't imagine it's that Willie Nelson. It doesn't think Dan liked one of the questions. DQ is one of the, I'd say, savviest, easygoing guys in pressers. I don't think he gets high or low. I don't really think he's been pissed off once this year. He does have them practicing outside. I imagine some players saw that schedule on the whatever you call it, LED board when they got there. We're like, damn, why? Especially knowing they're playing indoors this week. I was a little surprised by that. I did get a question on Twitter that I wanted to mention. This is Michael Steele, who I believe was a former lieutenant governor of Maryland. He's on MSNBC and all sorts of stuff. I think he's a big Skins fan. He just asked me a question, and I think we can talk about this, as it becomes more relevant in a week or two or whatever, whenever that occurs. But Mike Steele asked me, hey, JP, given that teams are now looking to grab up Commanders coaches, we know that Kingsbury and Witt are going to get interviews, right? So they're at least targeted. There's at least some teams targeting them. Who are and what is the quality of the potential replacements? And I've actually been thinking about this, and I think this to me is pretty clear. If you look at Washington's staff, they've built a really big staff from a coaching roster standpoint. Like they have Cliff Kingsbury is your offensive coordinator, right? But then they have a passing game coordinator in Brian Johnson. They have a running game coordinator in Anthony Lynn. A lot of those guys are assistant head coaches also. If You've also got a guy like Dave Gardy, whose title is VP of Football Initiatives. You just heard Cliff talk about him. I'm sorry, you just heard DQ talk about him. I think two things are true. Let's say Cliff gets a job, or let's say Joe Witt gets a job. On the defensive side of the ball, they have a defensive passing game coordinator in Jason Simmons. They have a lot of options, a lot of experience. There's a lot of talk about David Blau. There's a lot of talk about David Rye. Like, let's say Cliff gets a job. I think you could probably roll into something where Brian Johnson becomes your coordinator and your play caller. And one huge difference, I think, going back to the Atlanta days for Dan Quinn is when Kyle got the job in San Fran, DQ – I don't know the specifics, and maybe someday we can examine this closer after the season. But Kyle took most of that offensive staff with him to San Fran. Dan, I would imagine, probably learned something from that. And if a similar scenario starts to unfold, DQ can block some of those moves, or he could promote internally to keep guys here. And I just think when you've seen what you saw in Atlanta was so severe that I think a lot of NFL teams have kind of learned from that and changed. And I wouldn't expect to see this great exodus here. That doesn't mean, if Cliff got the gig, he wouldn't want to bring some folks with him. But you've got in Brian Johnson and in Anthony Lynn, a former head coach and a former OC play caller. Like, I just think they're built differently. And on some level, Dan Quinn does all the research. Like, he's clearly so thoughtful and thorough. He's acutely aware back in August that he might lose Cliff in a year or two. Like, there's no surprises, right? When you listen to Joe Witt talk enough, it's pretty obvious that it's possible that dude could become a head coach someday. He's just that impressive of a person. I think specifically with Witt, you'd have to have some level of – I'd be really curious if Mike McCarthy got a head coaching job and Joe Witt could get that coordinator job and maybe an assistant head coach title. I think that'd be interesting. McCarthy and Witt go way back. And it's similar to Matt LaFleur, right? When Sean got the job in LA, Matt went with him as his OC. But eventually Matt had to leave, go on his own to be an OC where he was the play caller and not coaching for an offensive guy, right? And he went to Tennessee and it went well. And then he got the Packers head job. As long as Witt is running the defense here, where everybody thinks Dan Quinn is running the defense, he might have to go show he can do it on his own. McCarthy's clearly an offensive guy. Like, that is something that I could see. Another thing that I think is at least worth being on people's radar, and these are problems for down the road, but Larry Izzo has done really well here as special teams coordinator. Now, he just signed a contract, so he's probably under contract for 2 or 3 more years.
Mm-hmm.
But he and Vrabel go way back.
Back.
They won Super Bowls together in New England. Vrabel could give him an assistant head coach title and special teams coordinator. Then that would be a promotion. Like, there's going to be moving parts. There's moving parts on every staff every year. Success breeds people looking at your coaches. These are good problems to have. And I think if we've learned anything, they've got the infrastructure to figure it out. They've figured a lot out in year 1. Let them keep building.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I think DQ is the type of guy where he there's a lot of people who want to coach for him.
Totally.
Yeah.
Look at the staff he was able to put together year 1.
Yeah.
When we return, Brian Baldinger joins the program.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Best football season in decades in D.C., and it continues this weekend. Commanders on the road again. They'll face top seed Detroit in the divisional round showdown coming up on Sunday night. Jaden Daniels asked Sunday night after the win in Tampa what it's like to get this far in his rookie season.
I don't know. I can't really explain it. Obviously, I'm grateful to have the opportunity. I'm happy for the fan base, the franchise, everything has been through to get to this point. So I'll just say, I'm just grateful and happy for everybody, including myself too.
Now, I know Detroit is a 9.5-point favorite for this one Saturday night, 8 p.m. at Ford Field, but keep in mind, Washington 3-0 all-time against Detroit in the postseason. 2 of those wins, 83 and 92, the NFC title game, were en route to winning the Super Bowl. Wildcard playoffs continued last night. Rams rout the Vikings 27-9, so L.A. will play Philly Sunday at 3 p.m. Capitals home against Anaheim tonight, 7 p.m. here on the Fan. College hoops, Georgetown at St. John's this evening, 7:30. That'll be on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All righty, folks. 1 o'clock in the District of Columbia, wherever you may be across the great globe. Hell, playoff week, people listening everywhere. Strizzy continues his domination. Strizzy first to check in on the chat this morning. He said, "Good morning, fam. Hope everybody is fully recovered. F the loins." I don't know if he meant loins or if he misspelled lions, but either way, I'm cool with it. We could just
I think he meant lions.
We could loin them up all week.
What loins he talking about?
I don't know, Jeff's. Also, we're hoping to track down Brian Baldinger here in just a minute. Baldy's a fantastic guest. If you're listening all afternoon, Grant and Danny are going to have Clinton Portis at 3, Austin Eckler at 5, and Ross Tucker at 6. Some exciting stuff there. I imagine everybody is just listening to us all week, frankly, with playoff football upon us.
Yep.
Did anything stand out to you from Dan Quinby?
Nah. Dan is always on point. Let's go to Baldy.
All right, we got Brian Baldinger joining us now. You can follow Baldy at Baldy NFL on Twitter and Instagram. Baldy, what's going on, man? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, guys. It's good to be with you. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you making time for us. Our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger. Check out the Best Football Show podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Baldy, let's start with what Washington has been able to do this year, and then Sunday night in Tampa, Jaden Daniels is just absolute nails when he's got the ball in his hand late in the game.
The kid's unflappable. I mean, he's unbelievable. You can't get him to turn it over. The guy doesn't slide, doesn't protect him. He's going for gold every time he puts the ball in his hands. And the throws now to Dami Brown, to McLaurin, to Zach. I mean, he's finding the open receivers over and over again. And, Todd Bowles, for the second time this year, he blitzed them and pressured him and all that. And nothing seems to really bother the kid right now. And he's just got his eyes up, and his suddenness to avoid pressure, to avoid sacks or hits or whatever, is second to none. He's just an amazing, amazing rookie. And there's a reason why the Commanders have 14 wins this year right now, and looking for number 15.
Have you ever seen a rookie that plays like that?
No, B-Mitch, no. I mean, no. I mean, we've been around this game our whole lives, Brian, and I can't think of anybody that has come in and played like this, to play at this level, with as many new faces, different centers, different left tackles, different running backs. I mean, the roster has changed throughout the year. The only thing that hasn't changed is his consistency. And No, outside of getting hit in Carolina and, that rib probably bothered him for a week or two. I mean, the guy he's just been money all year. And the thing that amazed me, Brian, honestly, why I cut you off, I was just joking with you, Brian, but, the thing that's amazing to me is he calls the whole game at the line of scrimmage in a shotgun. And he's on the road in Tampa. It doesn't matter where he's at. I've seen him in Philly play. Like, it doesn't matter about the atmosphere. He's getting everybody lined up. He's getting the snap on time. He doesn't seem surprised by anything. And he's calling the whole game. Like, we have never seen anything like this before.
It's really, listen, you're talking, we haven't seen anything like this across the entire NFL. For Washington fans, they haven't seen anything like this. I mean, the quarterback drought has been even worse than the playoff drought. And it's something that really is remarkable and allows for Commanders fans, I think, to feel really, really good for the long haul, too.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I remember I called Dan Quinn up during OT they had a mini camp in early June, and it was kind of close to the meeting. But I asked Dan if I could just come. I just wanted to watch Jaden, talk to Cliff, whatever. So he invited me, let me come. So I remember I met Jaden Daniels for the first time. So hey, nice kid, very polite, soft-spoken, all the stuff that you've seen. And then I remember talking to him, like before, one of the games this year, maybe the Bear game, whatever it was. And he's the exact same guy as he was in June. And I think everybody gets that sort of treatment from him. He's very soft-spoken. He looks you right in the eye. Like he doesn't look agitated or nervous or anything. He's just himself. And that's what everybody has said about him from the very beginning, from when he first, showed up at camp until now. Like, he's the same guy every day. And it doesn't matter how big the game is, how big the moment is. Like, you can see it. Like, he's got a nice little soft smile that he's got when something really good happens. But he generally is in charge in his own way. And it's just remarkable to watch.
It really is. It really is. Baldy, let's switch it over to the defensive side of the ball, right? Because I thought Washington honestly played pretty good defense in Tampa against a team that can really be explosive. What did you think of Washington's defensive performance against Tampa and maybe what they can take going against a really, really tough Detroit offense?
Well, look, I'm a Marshawn Lattimore fan. I have been since, he came out of Ohio State. But, they try to match him up now with these receivers and with Mike Evans, and it's not working. Now, I don't know if there's a matchup that they figure he can, whether it's Amon-Ra, he can't play Jameson Williams. He's just too fast. Marshawn can't stone him at the line of scrimmage. So, outside of that, they finally switched. Evans was doing whatever he wanted to do against them. So I think outside of that, I thought they played really good. I thought B-Wags and Luvu and the front, I thought they limited the explosive runs that Bucky Irving had been getting. They made him earn all their rushing yards, and they limited, Baker with his scrambles and what he can do off the scrambles and some of the big plays that he created all year. And obviously, when they had the two mishaps in the fourth quarter, whether it was the fly sweep to Jalen McMillan and B-Wags was right on top of it, or later in the quarter when the ball gets snapped early and the play gets blown up. Those things, those were mistakes by the Bucs, but they capitalized on those mistakes.
So as they go into this game, if the Commanders were to get an upset, a victory against them, what has to happen?
Well, they can't turn it over, Brian. They can't turn it over. They got to play mistake-free. This is a great offense, and nobody has been able to slow them down. They've got Jahmyr Gibbs and Jameson Williams can score from anywhere on the field, so you got to tackle the catch. You can't let these guys get started. And then they've got Joe Witt, Dan Quinn. They got to figure out ways to get to Jared Goff. In week 18, the Vikings got to him. He threw 2 interceptions that day. They got some good pressure, some good blitzes. And so I don't know that they can just beat this offensive line man on man. I don't believe that, Dorrance Armstrong or Dante Fowler. I don't believe they can beat these tackles just one-on-one. I think they're going to have to get some overload pressures. They're going to have to take some chances with the blitz and get to Goff and force him into some mistakes. I think if they could do that, I think the way Jaden Daniels is extending drives, beating the pressures, making key throws on the move, like I think those are things that you can build on, but that's not going to be enough because they're not running the ball great right now. And I don't think they're going to run the ball great in the game. But I do think there's plays that they can make. They just can't give Detroit any short fields or any turnovers like that. And if they can steal a possession, whether it's special teams or anything like that, or turnovers, like that would go a long ways to keeping the game close and tight, like it was the other day in Tampa, and having a chance to win it like they did on the final drive.
Right. And I think that's the key for Washington is stay within striking distance and then let Jaden do what he does late. We are talking with Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. You can, of course, follow him on Twitter at BaldyNFL. Does a tremendous job, Twitter and Instagram, posting clips, helping folks understand the intricacies of football, specifically blocking and defensive scheming. I recommend it at BaldyNFL is how you follow him. Baldy, let's go elsewhere in the league. I think the biggest matchup by a mile is going to be Ravens-Bills. Lamar versus Allen, two guys that are just chasing the ghost of Patrick Mahomes, trying to break through and get to that Lombardi level. What do you like in this matchup? It's going to be fascinating.
I like Lamar and Derrick Henry, like the last time they played in late September when, Derrick Henry went 87 yards on the first play of the game. I don't think he's going to do that again, but, the Steelers have played the Ravens 3 times in the last 8 weeks, and they look like they had no idea how to stop what they're doing. They ran for 300 yards. They ran for 250 yards the first time Buffalo played. That challenge to Buffalo is huge because it's not just Lamar and Derrick. It's Lamar's ability to make every good throw, see the field the way he's seeing it, make good decisions with the football. It's going to be a tough matchup for Buffalo. But, Josh Allen certainly wants he'd like that MVP. He's going to try to show the world that he's worthy of it, and head-to-head competition might be the best way to decide it. So I think you'll get the best of Josh. They've got a very good offensive line. There's real strength. They're one of the 3 best offensive lines here in the postseason. They were great last week, and I think they'll be good against a very good pass rush defensive line of the Ravens. Chuck Smith has really helped out that pass rush and how he coaches Odafe Owe and Matabike and Van Noy. He's really been instrumental. But I feel like this is Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry's game. Derrick Henry has been phenomenal. He doesn't look like any of these carries this year has slowed him down at all. He was awesome last week. And I feel like those two in combination are going to be tough for Buffalo to stop.
So the MVP award, is that a regular season award?
Well, it is, but I don't believe it should be. I believe.
Well, the question I'm asking, have they voted on that already?
I believe. I don't know actually, Brian. I think they have voted. They have voted. It's just released at a later date, and there hasn't been any leaks about it. But it's voted on by the end of the season. So it's already been decided. But I feel like, especially when you get this type of matchup, that you should just let these postseason games play out before you give the award to somebody.
So B and I were talking about it, and we don't know the answer. And we were like, if they haven't voted on it and they're going to have this game this week, it's obviously this game is going to impact it. But, all pros already out, all that. So maybe they have voted on it. Let's go elsewhere around the NFL this weekend. Not a lot of people expecting much out of KC Houston. Kansas City, Andy Reid coming off a bye is pretty darn difficult. You think anything different there? It could be wild if the way Houston played against the Chargers.
Yeah, but do you think Mahomes will throw 4 interceptions the way Justin Herbert did? I doubt it. I don't foresee anything like that. They've fixed their offensive line. They moved Joe Tooney to left tackle last 3 weeks. Their offense never looked better. They're getting all the guys back healthy on defense. Charles Omenihu, Jalen Watson, the whole defense is back healthy right now. You give Chris Jones 3 weeks to rest and let him go play in a playoff game. He's usually one of the more dominant people on the field that day. I think, Houston played great last week. They got the turnovers. CJ was really, really good in what he did. It was a Joe Mixon game. I thought it would be. He got 25, 26 carries, but I don't see that happening against Kansas City this week. Not with the rest. Not with Steve Spagnuolo on the other side. Yeah, not this time of year.
Baldy, last one. Rams going into Philly. Can McVay keep it going, and can they run like that against the Eagles?
I feel like they're getting a short stick in this whole playoff picture. I mean, they just played last night on the road. Now they got to get on the road on Saturday and come to Philly. They're going to have a short week to begin with. The Eagles went up there, and Saquon had his best day ever against them. They had 550 yards of offense. Every game is different, so I'm sure Sean McVay, Shula, they'll have a different game plan. But Philadelphia is just so much better in the trenches. And so no matter how good Stafford is, he's going to get hit in this game. He's going to get hit by Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. And so, can he throw the type of throws he made last night when he was pretty much upright all night? I feel like this is the Eagles' game, even if the quarterback, has a pedestrian game like he had on Sunday in their win against Green Bay.
Baldy, thank you for making time for us, man. Appreciate you, dude.
Hey, enjoy it, man. It's going to be a lot of fun, guys. Enjoy it this weekend.
Bro. Thank you.
Definitely going to be fun. That's Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Make sure to check out the Best Football Show on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. B, what do you expect to be a better game between Chiefs-Texans and Rams-Eagles?
I think the Rams-Eagles one would be tougher. I'd be a better game because I'm not looking for a one-sided blowout. I think Kansas City is going to handle that game. I think when you look at the Lions, the Rams, they can run the ball, and they have two receivers that can work you. Got extra guys out there as well. Higbee had a great game last night. But the Eagles, their defense has been good. And offensively with Saquon, he opens up things for those receivers and things like that. So I think it'll come down to quarterback play. Will Jalen be like he was a few years ago? Or will he be like he's been this year? As of late, Jalen has been a little erratic when it comes to completing and being not throwing interceptions.
Have you looked at his stat line from the wild card game?
Mm-mm.
Dude, he was 13 of 21. 13 of 21 for 131 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now, they did enough to win the game. That game was honestly, it was 16-10 for a while, so it was kind of in doubt. But offensively, Saquon was pretty good. He went for $120.
See, if he's doing that, you can ride that.
They were 2 of 11 on third down.
Yeah.
2 of 11. If they don't get 4 turnovers, and you got to credit them for getting the 4 turnovers, but 4 turnovers and you win by 12 is,
hey, playoffs, brother.
Yeah, I mean anything happens.
Think about it,
and they get to be at home.
They cause turnovers.
Yep,
they get them, and you can't depend on it every week. But if you are constantly picking them up, that means you got a knack of getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, it's the effort Philly. The game Philly played against Green Bay, in my opinion, won't be enough to get it done against the Rams, but there is nothing to say they will deliver the same offensive game they did against.
Yeah, I know. I agree with what Baldy said. He won't have all that time he had like he had last night.
Sure.
The Eagles are going to get to him.
Yeah.
And one thing, I don't care what quarterback it is, if the quarterback start getting hurt, they don't perform the same.
Totally.
It's to start getting hit, not hurt. You start getting hit, they don't perform the same.
Divisional round of the playoffs. Checking in with all the boys in the aquarium. What's the best matchup this weekend? Might be the one Saturday night. Nobody go anywhere. Be Mr. Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening as the Commanders get set for another playoff game in Detroit Saturday night. Some of the coaches are also getting interviews for some of these now 6 remaining head coaching vacancies in the NFL. The latest today, the Jets have requested an interview with Washington defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury also reportedly will have interviews this week with both the Bears and the Saints. Wild card round ended last night. On Monday night, Rams are out the Vikings 27-9, so that's going to be the other NFC matchup. LA at Philly for the other playoff game this weekend, Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. for the other NFC game. Washington in Detroit, 8 p.m. Saturday night for the Commanders' second playoff game and a chance to advance possibly to the NFC title game. It's their best season in years. Washington also, keep in mind, 3-0 all-time against Detroit in the postseason. We've got Caps hockey tonight, home against Anaheim. That's a 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. College basketball, Georgetown, St. John, 7:30 tonight on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B, have you heard the television audience number from Sunday night watching Bucks Commanders?
20-something million, wasn't it?
29 million.
29? Damn.
Jaden is a draw, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Sunday Night Football in the wild card round is going to do well regardless. I'm not trying to say it's only
good game too. Tight game.
Good game, down to the wire. Star rookie quarterback that the whole league's trying to figure out. A lot of good options there. I also wanted to read this. Jason Reed, who I think a lot of, Commanders, if you're a real Commanders fan, Skins fan, whatever you want to call it, and you know who has covered this team over the years, Jason Reed covered the Washington franchise for a number of years, really during a number of really bad years, but was here during the Robert era.
Mm-hmm.
For the Washington Post. Jay Reed now works for ESPN. He tweeted out this morning, I think, or maybe it was like an hour ago. In last season's Super Bowl, the 49ers had the better roster, but I picked the Chiefs largely because of 15, Mahomes.
Yeah.
The Lions have a much better roster than the Commanders, but I'm picking the Commanders in the divisional round totally because of number 5.
Hey, it makes a difference.
It's what I said
that
about
position
Tampa.
Makes a world of difference.
It's what I said about Tampa is that they got the guy, man, and if he gets the ball late in his hands in a close game, changes everything. We'll see how it goes. B-Mitch, I meant to ask you this. I saw this and dug around on it a little bit. You know that David Montgomery's expected to return this week?
Yeah, I heard that.
That's wild.
Yeah, but what did he mess up?
It was his knee, but I think they determined it was a sprained MCL and not a torn MCL. But he's only been out 3 weeks, I think. I think it was week 15. Now they're saying it was a tore MCL.
Yeah. Even a sprain is normally a little tear.
Are you surprised, though? A torn MCL in week 15?
But a lot of those things with MCLs and things of that nature comes down to pain threshold. They probably going to tape it up and put a brace on it. Athletes is different, bro.
That dude also appears to be very different. Like, he appears to be straight warrior.
Hey, different wavelength, man.
All right. Now, I want to take a moment. Jeff's birthday is Friday? Jeff, when's your birthday?
Don't sound like Jeff dead to me, bro.
Jeff's not here.
Where is Jeff?
I don't know.
Like, is he in the building somewhere?
I think he had a doctor's appointment.
Okay. I'm sure he did. Jeffrey. I think his birthday's this week. I wanted to see what Jeff wanted to do for his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to wait till tomorrow. Let's do this. Landfill, outside of, the one we are going to enjoy or care about the most is obviously going to be Saturday night, Commanders-Lions. What do you think the least interesting matchup is this weekend? Chiefs-Texans, maybe?
I think Chiefs-Texans.
Rams-Eagles.
I think that game going to be tougher. I think the Chiefs, just because they beat the Chargers like they did, I think people will look at it a little bit. But if Pat starts cooking, people will leave that game and watch something else.
Nothing that has Patrick Mahomes in it can be the least interesting, though.
If he winning by 30, people ain't gonna turn. People not gonna keep watching it.
If that game, I think people will watch it just because it's the NFL playoffs. But if that game's like 24-13 with 8 minutes to play, that's kind of a snoozer. There's a reason they keep putting the Texans on Saturday afternoon. That is the least sexy window.
Yeah, that's why I'm picking it up at. I just think that what the Rams just did, and with all the stuff going on, that's going to become a major talking point. And if they happen to be getting anywhere close to winning, or it's real tight, that's going to get blown way out of proportion.
All right. So happy birthday to our guy, Jeff. He's got stuff he's got to take care of. I wanted to wish him a happy birthday. We didn't get to do it. Maybe tomorrow we'll do it.
His birthday is Friday, right?
It might be today. That's why I wanted to get an answer. I was trying to get an answer on some information. I should have asked earlier, I suppose. White Brian, what do you make as the most interesting, least interesting matchup of the weekend? You're not a Commanders fan, so your answer will not be predicated on wanting to watch Jaden Daniels beat the Lions.
Yeah, I think that the CJ Stroud that almost beat that Georgia defense is still in there somewhere. I really think Chiefs-Texans could be a good game.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, maybe it's just me
hoping.
wanting and hoping it will be a good game.
Yeah, he's hoping that.
How you feeling with everything going on in Giant Land, by the way, White Brian?
I try to stay away from any news involving that team right now.
Damn, you call your team that team?
Right now, they deserve it.
Like, what do you think? So you're bringing everybody back, right? Like you're bringing Dable back, Shane back. What is the plan there? What is the fix? How do you improve? Sam Darnold? Kirk Cousins?
I saw a graphic going around social media, and it was Justin Fields and Travis Hunter would be the new offense.
Does that make you feel better?
No, not at all.
Oh, man. Listen, man, I think there's a lot to like about Justin Fields, but the Pittsburgh offense got noticeably better with him not a part of it. Like, he just isn't a very good thrower. And at some point, we are now, how many years into the Justin Fields experience? Got to be 4 or 5, right?
5, something like that. And I don't know why he can't throw the ball because he showed the hell through it in college.
Yo, and they were winning with him, and Tomlin benched him.
Threw it in college.
I'm just like, he's been in the NFL since 21. He started 44 games. They were 4-2 with him in Pittsburgh. That is one of the best operated, most functional organizations in football. And Tomlin knew, I got to sit this kid if we're going to have a chance to make a better run. And frankly, Russ was pretty good for a little while and then kind of became Russ again. I would not want to turn my organization over to Justin Fields. I can tell you that much, Brian.
Yeah, not looking
Probably
forward
won't
to
be.
it.
Good luck.
I hope the Giants do it, though.
Dude, not to be in a hurry on this, but you know who I think should legit get looks at being a starter if this is what some of these starters are going to be? Mariota. He's been excellent when he's been on the field this year. And maybe there's between.
But they're not going to. They're going to look at the whole thing, not just these 2 games.
Yeah, but maybe this is the right system for him or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you're going to talk about if you had to pay Sam Darnold $50 million, or you could maybe pay Mariota $9 million, Which one are you more
If
interested
he gets a starter, he ain't gonna get $9 million.
The bridge guys. What are bridge guys making this year? Who would count as a bridge guy this year? Darnold only made 10 in Minnesota this year.
Mm-hmm.
But
he made 10 because he was signed to be a backup.
Right, but I don't think there's nobody that gets signed. Like,
if they come at Mariota right now, and he will know based off of the talk what they're trying to do.
Right.
He knew what was happening here.
Right.
But if I'm going to a team that's basically saying, look, we're going to start you. We want you to start. I'm not going to take $7 million, $10 million.
But I don't think he's going to get that kind of opportunity. I think he'll get an opportunity from a team that's like, listen, we're going to draft a kid, but we like you and want you to be a part of this. Or maybe Washington just pays him to stay.
Right here. If I'm going to the exact same situation I'm in right here, I'm staying here.
But if it's but one, I don't think this quarterback class is nearly as good. Two, there's not. Last year, we'll find out if everybody's good, but there were 5, maybe 6 quarterbacks people considered at least first round caliber.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, 6 went in the top 12 picks or whatever, right?
All right.
There were, right? It was Caleb, Jaden, Drake, Penix, Nix, and McCarthy.
Yeah.
And that's 6 in your top 12 picks. Looking at this thing, even if Shador and Cam Ward go 1 and 2, immediately the Giants don't have a quarterback. I mean, there's just so many teams. The Raiders don't have a quarterback. The Jets, I can't imagine are running this thing back with A-Rod. I don't know what you call the Saints situation. I don't know what you do.
Drop the S.
I don't know.
Back to the A's.
I don't know what you do with the Colts situation, honestly. You know, like there's so many quarterback situations that don't have answers. I don't know. It's going to be kind of fascinating to watch that all unfold.
Mariota has played well enough to try and get one of those Baker Mayfield type of deals where
that's a good
you're paying
example.
us 20, like, you know, I'm going to be here and be a starter for maybe year 2. I need about 25.
Right.
And it doesn't kill the cap. You get paid better than backup money.
And you can make it annually.
Yeah,
you can make it with whatever. I hope he stays here. It's clearly going well. When we come back, we're going to make some bets. Don't go anywhere. Got to say, Tuesday's Gone hits different when it's divisional playoff week. Landfill, we've never had a divisional playoff round Tuesday. You know that?
That is correct.
This means a lot to me, Landfill. I feel like we should slow dance cheek to cheek in the moonlight, like the scene in Days of Confused.
You're in Landfill?
That'd be hard
because
because you're in Ashburn.
You're coming this way. I'll meet you in Sterling. I'll meet you at the taco truck outside of the Sheets.
I don't know that it's going to be open today.
They're usually open. You know, I like that Sheets. That Sheets is high on my list of Sheetses.
It's a good Sheets.
Where is the drive-through Sheets you were telling me about?
It's off 28. I think it's McLean or McLaren Road, something like that.
I feel like they don't have a drive-through Sheets in McLean. That sounds like that the folks in McLean would not allow.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not in McLean. That's why I said it's off 28, which goes nowhere near there.
You said McLean Road or something.
Well, yeah.
So I think my go-to Sheets right now, I think is that one. No, not Dulles Town Center. It's it's Oak Grove. That's where I'd be going.
Mm-hmm.
Gas is $3.10. It's good Sheets, man. I don't know where to find this drive-through one though. Let's make some bets, boys.
McLaren Road.
McLaren.
That's in Herndon? Off of 28?
I don't know.
That's where the old Redskins Park used to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Heard it here first. We make bets every day. White Brian actually keeps track of it. What do you got, Brian?
Everybody got a win yesterday except for me.
Nice. What did you take?
CJ Ham to score a touchdown.
So last night, a lot of texts got sent, and I was going to let him defend himself, but it is his birthday. But Jeff clearly just doesn't understand sports betting, or maybe the English language, because at one point Jeff responded, in the text thread, he said, "Man, the Rams did not come to play."
And I was like, "You mean the Vikings?" Because normally when you say somebody didn't come to play, they were getting their tails whipped.
Right. And then I replied, I'm not going to say my reply, but then Jeff said, "Old people. It means they are not playing no games. They are punching these boys in the
Normally
mouth."
you say the
Rams
Rams
aren't playing
today.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't believe what he meant. I think he tried to backtrack out of it. Sounds like you agree with me.
Yeah.
Landville, do you think Jeff? I think Jeff just misspoke and refused to admit it. What do you think?
I think he does that a lot, honestly.
All right. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Happy birthday, Jeff. I think you were 31 years old.
I thought it was
whatever you are.
33.
All right. I thought he was 30.
I thought last year was his 30.
He turned 30 last year.
Yeah, I think this year he's 33.
How does he gain
Is
3
he
years
aging in
one
dog
year?
years?
I mean, he must
That's
be.
7 years. That's 7 years. There.
Yo, to that point of somehow Jeff has aged 3 years in 1 year, I find this really, really odd. I don't know how I stumbled upon this the other day. Mumbai is, I believe, the biggest city in India.
Okay.
Used to be called Bombay. Now it's Mumbai. You know how time zones, like, so right now it's 1:50 p.m. here on the Eastern Standard Time. So on the Pacific Coast, it is 3 hours behind. So that would be what? 10:50? You can go to England, and that's what, 5 hours ahead. So that'd be 6:50.
Yeah.
I don't understand this at all. Do you know that Mumbai, Bombay, is 4.5 hours ahead?
That's weird.
Yo, it's 12:20 there.
They
right
just
now.
want to be different.
How many other, Landville, are you aware how many other places are on the half hour?
I mean, some places are. It's just a half an hour instead of an hour.
I think just.
But that is incredibly bizarre.
They probably think you're bizarre.
Like, I understand, like, the global clock and, like, where it's dark some places, it's light other places.
It sounds like you're confused by it.
I'm not. Like, in Dubai right now, not Mumbai, but Dubai, it is 10:51 p.m.
Yeah.
So that's whatever, 11 hours. That adds up to me. In Moscow right now, it is 9:51 p.m. I get it. We're all in the same minute. It's just a different hour. How in the hell can you get on a different minute zone?
Decide to change it.
Ahmed, I need an answer, buddy. Yeah, you're You're the king of answering everything. I'm going to lean on you there. Now let's.
That's what he want me to give you an answer for.
Man, you know AD. He's going to come up
He'll
with
make up
something. All right, let's make some bets for tonight. I haven't looked at anything.
All right, Brian, go.
St. Louis plus 10 on the road against VCU.
St. Louis plus 10 on the road against VCU. All right.
What's the goal line for the Caps?
I don't think you can bet it. I think it was.
You can't bet the money line. You can't, but you can bet the goal.
Yeah, it was -1.5.
So you can bet -1.5.
Yeah,
I'm going -1.5.
I like it.
Beating them 3-1.
CAPS Caps.
I got Obi to
Landini,
score
what
a
you
goal.
got? What's that?
Obi to score a goal.
All right. I'm probably
You holding us up, dog.
Holding us up. We got 2 minutes left in the show.
Hey, we gonna do the same thing Jeff did. We gonna just leave.
White Brian, how do we feel about the Indiana Hoosiers tonight getting points at home against Illinois?
I almost took them instead of St. Louis.
Okay, but you didn't, which makes me feel good. I will take Hoosiers. Give me Indiana at home. Happy birthday to Jeff, wherever you are out there, buddy. Hope you enjoy yourself.
Yeah, bro.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Aaron Schatz. Thank you to Brian Baldinger. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They got a packed show. Clinton Porter's going to join them. Austin Eckler, Ross Tucker. It's a lot of football on the fan this week. Why? Because it's divisional round of the playoffs. First time in about 20 years, man. Times they are changing. Go Caps tonight. Made it this far. Oh, your beer.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Pros are getting it done on the football field, aren't they, in D.C.? Best season in decades. Commanders will continue things. Divisional round showdown Saturday night in Detroit. Terry McLaurin, the Cardiac Commanders, the Clutch Commanders, coming through again late this past weekend.
There was nothing to need to be said. We just looked each other in the eye and we were like, they don't get the ball back. You know what I mean? Like, we finish it with the ball in our hands and it's our time. And when you say that, you got 10 other guys looking you in the eye saying it's our time, and we all know what that means.
First playoff win for the franchise since January 2006. Now, this week, they are a 9.5-point underdog against the top seed in the NFC. But keep in mind, Washington is 3-0 all-time against Detroit in the postseason. Playoff wins 83, 92, and 2000. The first two of those, 83 and 92, were en route to winning the Super Bowl. Washington offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury getting some interviews this week for both the Bears and Saints head coaching vacancies. Also found out today the Jets have requested an interview with Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Capitals home against the Anaheim Ducks tonight, 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. College hoops, Georgetown, St. John's tonight, 7:30 on the Team 980. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What's up? Welcome in, Grant and Danny, on a Tuesday. You are locked into the Fan. It's January 14th, and we are just 4 days away from playing more postseason football. The Washington Commanders, the Detroit Lions, Saturday night in front of the country on Fox. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on the call, Danny. You get to listen to Tom Brady break down Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Burkhardt's great. Tom Brady, it's, I know that's not like the focal point here of the old radio program. The fact that the Washington 53 is in the divisional round is kind of the big takeaway there. But I think the big weakness no one talks about with Brady, doesn't have a great voice. Like, I know that's not the only thing that matters, but it matters a lot. He, like, after a little while, like, you could hear the fry in his voice, like mid-first quarter. It's like, I as someone who has struggled with voice issues and like, strep throat and laryngitis a million times, I've gone through medical procedures to try to fix all this crap. Like, I'm sympathetic to it, but like, he runs out of steam quick, and it's not a great listen.
I'm content over voice every single time. I don't need you to have golden pipes, but I don't think it's like what his voice sounds like. He does not broadcast well yet. He does not go up and down and meet the moment. I mean, there's a lot he's still got to figure out. He's in his infancy. It's very early for Tom Brady. But I would say my take on him right now is that he's fine. And because he's Brady, because he is one of the most popular athletes of all time, because we know what his contract figures were, $37.5 million a year, 10 years and $375 million, because he booted one of the most popular A-team color guys of the last 25 years in Greg Olsen, being fine is just not good enough at this point. I think people were expecting, well, he's got to be great. They wouldn't have paid him this money. You can't pay him this and move him up to the A-team right away if he's not immediately one of the great analysts in football. And he's just not. He's a very pedestrian, okay. He's not bad. There's nothing wrong. But he's just got a long way to go, and he was given the keys to the kingdom. And so, it's like getting called up right after you're drafted.
Sure.
If you hit 225 with a few home runs and you hold your own, that's not that interesting. But when I'm told you're the next great player in the sport, and you don't need to be in the minor leagues, and you're graduating at 19 years old, I think there's just more expected of you. That's all. But he's okay. He's not going to add a lot to your broadcast this weekend.
Yeah, so I guess that'll be a sticking point that you and I disagree about. I just think it doesn't have that high of a ceiling. Like, again, you don't have to have the perfect announcer voice at all times. Like, that's not realistic, and that's not fair. But, like, to me, it's like a more grating listen. If he had the most sophisticated and excellent points at all times, I still think he can't be as good as Greg Olson, who's got a much more pleasant listen over the course of 60-plus minutes.
So maybe it's just because I'm not like I'll never have a great voice for this. I don't really care about what you sound like as much as are you making interesting points and making me smarter. If you don't sound awesome while you're doing it, I'm not giving a job to deep voice guy just because he's got it.
Right, totally.
I need you to be good at the
Nor
other
I. I mean, so like, for example, my favorite analyst is Charles Davis. It's not as if Charles Davis has a booming radio voice where he's broadcast. Like he's not. So
you're not talking about pipes. You're talking about.
But I am like
broadcast voice.
Yeah, like there's a line of good enough to broadcast, just the sound. I'm not going to get tired of it. It's fine. I don't need voiceover, big voice guy. I don't need that. But then there's the other side where I go, I can't listen to this for that long. And certain people are not blessed with being on that good side. To me, he's not on that good side.
Interesting. Clinton Portis is on the show today at 3:00. Hopefully his voice will be okay for you.
It's good. I like Clinton Portis' voice.
Line. Yeah. Austin Eckler, you've never complained about his voice.
Very good voice.
I think you're fine with it. He'll be on the show at 5:00 today. So I'm excited to hear from what he's got to say about the win, the locker room after the W, how they feel about the Detroit game. He will be the first player from the Commanders who played in the win to be on the station. So we're excited to talk to him today. And then Ross Tucker is going to be on the program to preview the divisional round. We're going to go through all the games, but there's one particular game, I think.
We're pretty concerned about one.
That you guys really care about on Saturday night, and that's the Commanders and the Lions. So we'll talk to Ross, who played here in Washington under Steve Spurrier at one point in time. And I can't wait for that conversation. It's been a while since he's been on the show.
Yeah, they were in the playoffs a bunch during that era, right?
Yeah, both years he was here with Spurrier. I think they made conference
championship games, yeah.
I'm not going to look it up, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Don't bother looking up. It's fun.
So the Final Four in the conference is now set, and that is based on the fact that we had Monday Night Football last night, and the Rams hosted the Vikings in Phoenix, Arizona, a neutral site game. L.A. was fantastic in this game defensively. The blitzes they drew up, the amount of pressure they got to Sam Darnold, who struggled immensely on a big stage. The story's going to be Sam Darnold stinks. I told you so. He's no good. And he didn't play well. This was bigger than that. He was under absolute duress from the moment he took his first snap of the game. The Rams had their number. And I want to raise my hand here and say I was so wrong about Sean McVay sitting his starters in Week 18 and electing to play the loser of Detroit, Minnesota over Washington. Not because of anything that happened with the Commanders and the Bucs, but because it's pretty obvious to me that he knew if the Vikings played LA, they were going to win. They played them twice this year. 2 of the 4 losses for the Vikings were to the Rams. They lost twice to the Lions. They lost twice to the Rams. And LA outplayed them pretty considerably in both games. But defensively, they have their number. I thought McVay's coaching staff just destroyed O'Connell and the Viking staff last night in every phase.
Agreed. It's why I picked him not only to win, but to cover. And I didn't have near as much of a problem with as a lot of people with him sitting folks. I mean, it's a big risk because let's say it doesn't work out. Let's say one of those deep passes to Jordan Addison hits instead of, rattling out, or, Justin Jefferson wins a jump ball. Then it's a 1-score game. Who knows what could happen, but certainly the best laid plans.
I'll say this too, though.
Sure.
You don't know that the Vikings are going to lose to the Lions when you sit your guys.
Right.
Could have been Detroit last night in a neutral site game in Phoenix. And I think if that's the case, the Lions beat them maybe handily, but certainly win the game as the better team than Minnesota, and it backfires. But because it worked out that it was the Vikings, and right away we saw it was like a 2-point line, felt like a pick'em game. We talked about it yesterday, could go either way. As soon as it became Minnesota, who you've already beaten and outplayed, it was a much more friendly matchup. But we haven't even acknowledged they didn't get to play at home.
Right.
They were dealing with the fires out in LA all week and the preparations they were making and getting families out of homes and so many things going on and distractions. You wouldn't have known it. They didn't look like the distracted team last night. Matthew Stafford came out sharp as attack, and defensively, I keep going back to, that was as dominant a performance by a front in a pressure-generating blitz package than I've seen maybe all year long. It's great how often they got into the backfield.
Because it wasn't as if offensively the Rams were that good, to be honest with you, for most of that game, right? I mean, they moved the ball some, but it's a lot of punt. It's a defensive touchdown, and they managed 3 scores, 2 touchdowns and a field goal. That's not as if we just saw the 99 Rams.
They scored on their opening drive in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Which looked really good.
And they did not score offensively again until there was 15 seconds left in the half. That was the first half for them.
Yep.
They got a defensive touchdown from Jared Verse, who's great, by the way.
Yes, he is.
The defensive end, rookie, Florida State. Excellent player they got in the late first round. But yeah, I thought last night was more about their defense than
100% it was, yeah. So just to Darnold specifically, that's the topic. And, jerks like me that are sitting there going, I don't trust him. I don't believe in it. You could take a victory lap if you want to.
People have been waiting, and they did.
But to me, this was the recipe, and there's something to it. And here's what I mean. If you knock him around, he sees ghosts. This is his weakness.
Any quarterback in the league, but continue.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Him more so, because you get a performance that is historically bad. A lot of people have gotten sacked and gotten hit and played poorly.
9 times?
This was among the worst halves, talking about the first half, among the worst halves of football ever recorded at the quarterback position, a negative 20 EPA per play. He'd have been better off, quite literally, spiking the ball or taking a knee, and then they would punt. That's kind of that next level. And the Rams deserve a ton of credit for it, and they were confident they'd be able to do that to some degree. But I think Darnold cost himself an awful lot maybe in the open market in terms of what people think of him. And it sounds like Minnesota is, they got a kid that back in September, Kevin O'Connell was going, we got the right guy in this building. They didn't mean Sam Darnold. They meant J.J. McCarthy, who's the heir apparent they drafted in the first round, and rightfully so. But it'll be fascinating where Darnold goes now. And if someone could say, I'll take that 15-plus games of him being awesome over these last couple where he was a disaster.
Yeah, the last 2 games cost him an unbelievable amount of money because he played a terrible game against Detroit. He played 2 really bad games. I mean, last night he played very badly. There's no doubt about that. But the Detroit game was more operator error for Darnold. He was missing throws that were wide open early in that game. They were in the red zone a couple times, and he just didn't make throws and put the ball where it needed to be for touchdowns. Last night was, I think, twofold. One, he was not sharp. He did not play well, clearly. But he got hit 13 times and sacked 9 times. And several of those sacks as the game went on were on him holding the ball.
Yep.
There were a couple where it's like, what are you doing? I mean, he was a big part of the issue. But if you watch that game, he was just under siege. And both of those things can be true. Like, I don't know that Patrick Mahomes last night looks good.
No.
He looks better than Darnold because he's great and Darnold isn't. Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, like name your quarterback who right now is one of the best in football. They lose that game or at least play really badly last night offensively if they're under that much pressure. But whatever the Rams were able to concoct during the bye week they created for themselves by resting their starters, to me is the story.
They are scary.
And they took the script from the Lions from a week ago and some of the designs and the blitzes and how they got to Darnold, and it worked, which now means we move on to the divisional round and to the Elite 8 in the National Football League that the Commanders are a part of. 2 games on Saturday set for the AFC. You've got the Texans and the Chiefs. That's a 4-1 matchup. Houston, who upset the Chargers at home. They were one of the only home underdogs. So were the Rams, by the way. Both of them won. The Texans move on and get the Chiefs, who are the 1 seed coming off a bye in the AFC. CJ Stroud had a down year. That offense had a bad year, and they bounced back pretty well in the opening round.
Yep.
They got off to a really slow start offensively, and Stroud, I thought, early looked flustered and bad. But because the Chargers stunk so much, Justin Herbert eventually threw 4 interceptions. They eventually got their footing and pulled away. In that
Houston's
game.
defense gave him a chance right there. So eventually, if we just keep, chopping wood, something will happen, and it did.
But the Chiefs got to be licking their lips with the chance to play Houston. And now this is how it goes. Like, if you remember the Patriots during their run, when every year they got to the AFC Championship game and they got to so many Super Bowls and went down in history as the team, it would be a lot of this, whatever this is, which is you get a bye and then you're 1 win away from beating a pretty mediocre team, honestly, in the Houston Texans from the AFC Championship game. Like, that's what it takes. For some teams, Washington's got to go to Tampa and survive the Bucs. Now you got to go to Detroit in the loudest environment this weekend in football and beat the number 1 seed in the NFC. And if you can win 8 quarters of football and emerge from those 2 levels against the bad guy, you get to go play in an NFC Championship game. Where the Chiefs just kind of get to sit at home with their feet up, and then they have to beat the vaunted Houston Texans out of the AFC South, who barely got to 10 wins, playing really bad teams in their division. And then you get to go play in your conference title game.
So to that point, humor me on this. Who's a better team? Bills or the Texans?
The Bills.
Ravens or the Texans?
Ravens.
Eagles or the Texans?
Eagles.
Lions or the Texans?
Lions.
Rams or the Texans right now this minute?
Rams.
Rams. Washington or Houston?
I would say Washington has 13 wins and just beat the Bucks on the road, which is more impressive than beating the Chargers at home. So I'd say Washington.
Yeah, so somebody could debate that, but that's the point. Kansas City has to be either the worst or the second worst team left in the postseason to go to the conference title game again. Because they've earned it. I'm not belittling that.
That's
but
what
the point
happens
is,
when you go 15-1 in your first 16 games.
You win 15 games, you get your home field, and New England always got to do it because their division was hot garbage. But Kansas City deserves all their success. They've been toying with their food all throughout the regular season and just winning games by just enough. And now here they are, a win away against a team that's fine. Nothing wrong with Houston, but they're not great. They're nowhere near as good as a lot of the teams that are left at this moment. So I think your point is well seen. Spread, by the way, 8.5 in that game. That feels big to me, even though it is Kansas City and they're at home. I feel like they just don't cover that huge number. This is not a handful of years ago, Kansas City, where they're going to score 40. Their defense is so good. I think they'll do enough. I think they win the game. I think they're going to the AFC title game again, which they always do because they've got Reed and Mahomes and company. But 8.5 feels big to me.
Commanders, Lions, speaking of 8.5, that's where the line is opened in that game in Detroit. Saturday night at 8 p.m. Washington has its hands full in a lot of ways. Trying to figure out how these corners are going to slow down that passing attack with Amon-Ra St. Brown, who feasts on nickel corners in the slot, can move outside as well. Trying to deal with Jamison Williams and his speed on the boundary with Lattimore, who seems either hobbled or just not very effective right now. Does he go against Sandra still, who's been basically playing above his weight class here outside when he was drafted to be inside? Does he get looks against Benjamin St. Juste as the game goes on? Now, that's scary, and yet it's the part of the game that I feel better about for Washington, weirdly. I have no idea how they're going to stop the run. The DVOA number 26 run-stopping defense of the Commanders against the DVOA number 2 running offense of the Lions. And if you think the Bucks and Bucky Irving are pretty good running the football,
wait till you see this tandem.
Wait till you get a peek at Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, who's coming back, has been out, is healthy, and is rested. That physical Brian Robinson Rich, that's B-Rob if all the faders are turned up to 100 and then some. And then they've got Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a lot better than him. Which, by the way, I was thinking about this. They played Saquon Barkley recently, who went for 100 in the first quarter. They played Bijan Robinson, who almost single-handedly beat them until he wasn't able to run the ball because the Falcons never got the ball for the entire second half, essentially. And now they're playing Jahmyr Gibbs. Tell me more about how you can't draft running backs early. I've always thought that's one of the stupidest things that people think in the NFL. I understand not paying running backs, Danny, on that second after they've had their rookie contract, because it costs so much money and they've already run the ball a few hundred times and they're starting to wear down. But when you watch Jahmyr Gibbs with the Lions, who they traded up for, I believe, to take it like 12. When you watch Bijan Robinson, who just carried the Falcons almost to the playoffs at 8, or the difference Barkley, who's a former top 5 pick, is making for the Eagles as he ran for 2,000 yards. It's just always, to me, I'm not saying you should draft a running back there. I'm saying the idea that you should absolutely pass on those running backs is silly. What kind of team are you? What kind of team do you want to be? That's why I'd be perfectly fine with Ashton Genty or Cam Scatterbu or the pick for Washington needing a running back. But Jahmyr Gibbs is that guy. He is a beast.
He's terrific. He's the kind of running back that I love.
Oh, catch it. You like running backs who can catch the ball?
And it's funny to say, like, you mean the guy that had 1,400 yards and 16 touchdowns on the ground and also is a great receiver? You're into that? Did you like Marshall Faulk too, idiot? But you know what I mean. Like, I prefer the home run hitting threat to the guy that NFL teams seem to love for the most part. It's like, we're going to establish some physicality. He's going to turn 2 into 2.5 downhill thumping, work down the defense. That's nice. Running start, pitch plays, him in space, please.
Yeah.
To me, I am 1,000 times, and Montgomery's good too. I mean, don't get me wrong. He'll thump, and they had, I think, almost 30 rushing touchdowns as a team this year. But Gibbs, head full of steam, in space, greater than the terrifying index, almost anybody else that they have to deal with.
B-Rob is a singles and doubles hitter, and that's kind of what the Commanders have majored in at running back for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, the Alfred Morris school of running backing.
Montgomery, I would say, can hit you a triple every now and then in the right ballpark. Like, he can leg one out, but he's mostly a doubles hitter. Jahmyr Gibbs hits bolts. That is a home run hitter, and that's what I want in the backfield.
Yeah, Montgomery's longest carry of the year is 21 yards, for example.
That is less than I would have thought.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, it's singles, it's doubles. You block it up perfectly. Like, B-Rob had the 40-yard touchdown against the Titans where it was untouched. It's the longest run of his career, tied with another run this season, actually. Similarly, when you stack the box against
it was the Giants. And there was that pile up and everyone stopped and he came out. Yeah.
That's what it takes to get to 40. Most any other time you're getting angled out by a safety, you're going to be in the 20 to 30 range in terms of your long run of the year. Sunday slate's going to be really good as well. Rams, Eagles, and Philly all of a sudden looks like a fun little matchup. I mean, the Eagles did not play a great game against the Packers. They were lucky to have escaped with a home win. Jalen Hurts in that passing offense, if they're not broken, they're sprained. If they're not broken, they are hairline fracture. There's something not completely right with that passing attack. And I don't know if the Rams are portable enough now to go to Philly outdoors in that environment and play the same game they just played against the Vikings. I know this, though, Danny. If they play like they did against Minnesota defensively,
they'll have a shot.
They will be in the NFC Championship game. They will beat the Eagles if they can replicate any part of that performance defensively.
Yeah, I wonder how confident they'll be to do it that way. Does that make any sense? Like you clearly can go all in and blitz the way that they did and mask and disguise some things because you're not afraid of X or Y or whatever. Are you more afraid of Jalen Hurts doing, oh, I read that, so now this slant's open, or this RPO can happen, or I can check to this? It looked like they had the answer key for Minnesota's offense. But I'm with you. If you could pressure like that, you beat everybody in this league, quite frankly. There's no team that I'd go, if the Rams play that way defensively, I would favor the other team.
And I don't even just mean the pressures. Like, they did an awesome job on Justin Jefferson.
They did everything. Yeah.
They were more physical with him at the line and jamming him than I've seen anybody be in a long time. They doubled him. He did not catch a pass after the second quarter. With like about 3 minutes to go in the second quarter, he had 5 catches for 58 yards, and I'm almost sure that's where he ended up last night. Finally, the nightcap on Sunday and the fourth of the final games this weekend. This is your grand finale. I mean, this is the one, I think, respectfully to Washington, Detroit, which should be a lot of fun here. Nationally, all eyes are going to be on Ravens, Bills. The two guys that are vying for the MVP award, the two quarterbacks that maybe played the best football in the National Football League this season, this side of Joe Burrow. Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, in Buffalo, ice cold, windy at night, Josh Allen and the Bills trying to finally punch their ticket back to the AFC Championship game, presumably for another crack at Patrick Mahomes,
and Mahomes
in
and
Kansas
company.
City.
Yep. Same with the
AFC field is just. I'm not saying it's better. It's just more fun.
I'm saying it's better.
Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. I'm sorry, Texans. I mean, I guess they could shock them.
Right.
But Kansas City's going to be playing against Baltimore or Buffalo. It's going to be Mahomes versus Allen or Jackson. Like, sign me up right now.
Yeah. I mean, the second to last fight for both of these teams, whether it's the Bills or Ravens, it comes out victorious. Like, there's the mega boss at the end. Like, there's the vampire sitting back up, or whatever you want to call it. Like, that beast that nobody has slain except for Tom Brady in overtime when the rules were dumb, and Joe Burrow once. Joe Burrow's not in this postseason. That's it. Everybody else, he goes to the Super Bowl. He goes to the AFC title game every year, and then he goes to the Super Bowl. So it's like this. You obviously can't look past. Both of these teams are excellent. Talk about the Ravens and the Bills. Ravens are 1.5-point road favorites, which I thought was interesting. I would have said either close to a pick 'em or maybe even the Bills slightly favorite because you mentioned the conditions are going to be miserable. But that game, that's the game of the weekend, right? It just is.
Means that on a neutral site, they'd be 3 or 3.5-point favorites. Feels right to me the way they've been playing, honestly. I think they should be the favorite in this game, even on the road. I mean, you watch the first half of that Steelers game.
Yeah.
The first half they played against Pittsburgh, I think, beats anybody in football. And people have said this all year, and it's probably true. If everyone's playing the best football that they possibly can, Baltimore's ceiling might be the highest in the league.
That's my view.
With their defense, MVP caliber QB, a 2,000-yard back at his side, they're just a really tough customer. But that's a Super Bowl caliber game we get this Sunday night.
That's right. In the divisional round.
If you're talking about 2 of the top 5 teams in the league, we'll get another one in the AFC Championship game. We'll probably get one in the NFC Championship game, depending on the matchup. But that's Super Bowl caliber right here in round number 2, which is great. Let's take another look and a first dive into Washington and Detroit. What gives you hope going into this matchup? We can throw that question out on the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. This ain't Commanders Bucks, folks. This is not a 3-point dog on the road. This is a little more David versus Goliath in the eyes of a lot of people around the landscape here. What gives you hope that you can knock off the best team in the NFC all year long, circuit to circuit, the heavy favorite to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl since day number 1 this football season? We'll get to that next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This sports update driven by IT Cadre, trusted insight, trusted insiders, itcadre.com. So Commanders on the road in Detroit Saturday night for their divisional playoff game. The line is inched up a little bit more in Detroit's favor now, 10-point underdogs for the Commanders Saturday night. If you want to go, you're not the only one. Tough ticket reportedly to get as well, with seats averaging nearly $1,000 a piece through the brokers online. Washington is 3-0 all-time in the postseason head-to-head against Detroit. Ovi continues his quest for the Gretzky record tonight. Capitals home against the Anaheim Ducks, 7 p.m. on the Fan. College basketball, Georgetown, St. John's, 7:30 on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tip of the cap to Darius. He knows how to get his guy going. Little party till we die is going to do that.
For you, yes.
For both of us,
For
I think.
Grant Paulson.
I see you tapping that foot over there.
That is a stretch because my back's a little tight.
Commanders, Lions, stage, set, Saturday night football with the country watching. What gives you hope in a matchup where very few people outside of D.C. are going to give Washington much of a chance? That is the question at 800-636-1067.
The easiest answer, I'll get out of the way first. I have two things. One is we got Jaden Daniels. He plays here. Makes a lot of bad look fine. He's the black clothing, the vertical stripes, the good mirror, the good lighting. Makes a lot of gross people, like a lot of 5s look like 8s, thanks to Jaden Daniels. That's number one, and that's obvious. Number two, I'll throw a couple numbers at you. 559, 382, 475. These are not signals. It's not a phone number. Yardage totals. Got some point totals to go with them against the Detroit Lions. That defense, despite our most recent sample where they shoved it on Minnesota, Aaron Glenn did a great job. That was awesome. 34 points given up to the San Francisco 49ers. Chicago moved the ball at will and sabotaged themselves, but had a great chance to score probably 30 points. The Bills scored 48 against them. The Packers, 31. You see the theme here. Detroit can score, and it's the best offense in the sport. They're unbelievable. Washington can't stop them. I don't know that they can stop Jaden Daniels. And if you're in a firefight, if you're going back and forth, then maybe whoever's got the ball last has a chance. I mean, again, Detroit is favored. They should be favored. They're better. You play this game 10 times, maybe Washington wins 1.5. That's not the point. The point is there's no sure thing when it comes to that defense. And I like Washington's chances to put up some points. And then who knows?
It's not baseball, man. You don't need to win best of 7, 4 out of 7 series. It's not how this is.
Mm-hmm.
You got to beat them once. You're right. The Lions defense is also where I'd like to isolate my hope and conversation here. They played an inspired, tremendous game against the Vikings. They were nearly perfect. It was awesome. It was a standalone primetime national TV game. Everybody watched it. The discussion and the discourse right now about Detroit is different, and I think flawed because of that one game defensively. This has been a bad defense for much of the year. Aaron Glenn's going to get a head coaching job, primarily because he's an extension of Dan Campbell, and he's kind of the guy in that building viewed as, along with Campbell, most responsible for setting that culture. Former player, player-friendly, beloved. He's done a pretty good job at times with that defense, statistically. Not this year, though, but with all those injuries. Now, he had a masterful performance against the Vikings. He was splendid. I think he was already getting a head coaching job. That was the nail in the coffin of any chance that he wouldn't. And understandably, it was as impressive an individual coaching day as I think I've seen in the league this year. It was that good. He's a good football coach. But that defense is not that good because of their injuries. They won't have Aiden Hutchinson back. They're not going to have the majority of the 15-plus guys that they've lost on that side of the ball this year. Even with that masterpiece and that gem against the Vikings, this is the number 27 defense in the NFL in yards per play. This is the number 30 defense in the league in yards per game allowed, but they're 22nd per play against the run and against the pass. They are bottom 4 in the NFL at getting sacks. Pressure has not been something routinely that they generate, and to generate it, they've got to send extra guys. That means Jaden Daniels sees where it's coming from and throws behind the blitz. I do believe this matchup for Washington is way better for their offense than going to Tampa was. I believe that. Indoors, you're not dealing with any kind of, 50 degrees outside, Tampa, Florida. It's going to be a terrible place to play in terms
noisy.
of loud, getting, off the ball and not having penalties and false starts. That'll get tougher. But otherwise, just the matchup offensively, this will be an easier game for the offense. It's a worse matchup overall. You're less likely to win it than you were because the Lions are just a lot better than the Bucs.
Yeah.
But you got Jaden Daniels, and that defense is susceptible to allowing you to move the football. You're going to score.
So the plan for me would be to do what you did against Tampa, turned up to 11, which is we're not going for the quick strike offense. We may run tempo, but we'll use the full play clock. The longer you've got the ball, the longer they don't have it. So I'd anticipate Washington trying to do more of the same. Now, again, easier said than done because that implies you got at some point get Detroit off the field. I don't know how they do, as they've got Montgomery, they've got Gibbs, they've got St. Brown, they've got Williams over the top, they've got Laporta, they got that excellent offensive line. Jared Goff's the maestro. A better defense could knock the string bean around a couple of times and maybe get him off his mark. This isn't the better defense. This is not a good one, quite frankly. So at some point, you got to get a stop. I don't know when that's going to happen, but to me, the hope is that you can make them go, for example, I'm just making this up, 45 minutes of real time without having the football. End the first half with a long drive. Halftime happens. You start the second half with a long drive. Maybe you get them off the rhythm a little bit. But the longer Washington's got the ball, kind of, again, doing what they did against Tampa, where they possess the ball for 35, 36 minutes, that's the design to me. That's the hope.
Goff in structure is
great.
Elite.
Yeah.
Right? In terms of being able to, if the play that is called is executed and the receiver gets free and comes out of his break and he gets to the back of the drop and he's not pressured, and he doesn't have to move and he can deliver the football, as a pure thrower,
he could spin it.
It's top 10, it's top 5, right? And we've seen this like Cousins-esque in that way. When you got to start moving around and creating and extending with Jared Goff, that's where it becomes a problem. Dad just sent me a couple of updates here. So we know David Montgomery is going to be back at running back. That's huge. They're also probably going to get their guard Kevin Zeitler back. Those are offensive, though. They're already a juggernaut. You only get better there, whatever. That's going to be a tall order. That's why probably Detroit wins the game, because Washington's going to have a hard time defensively. But on the other side of the ball, where you need them to stay banged up, Terrion Arnold got hurt in that Vikings game, who's their corner. He'll probably play. He is saying that he's going to. And then Ennis Rakestraw is another one of their corners who's been hurt for a while, has been at least trending up. They have opened the practice window for him to come back from injured reserve. And we'll get more updates, obviously, as we get closer to the weekend. Let's go to Tony in Long Island. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Tony.
What gives you hope that Washington can knock off the heavily favored Lions?
Oh, man, fellas, how we doing? Before I get started, I just want to say congratulations on 11 years. I started listening to you guys in like 2016. I was just dying to – you guys were really therapy for really dark times, and it's just amazing that it's all in the rearview mirror now and clear skies ahead. So
thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, it's actually surreal that we're all going through this.
Seriously.
I'm gonna go with this one. Dan Campbell is an impressive coach, and he's done all the right things, and he's turned the culture around. He's done all that. That's great. But now he's going to have to take the next step as an NFL head coach, and that's what makes great coaches. He's going to have to steer a juggernaut to a championship, and that's not easy. So I think he's done a great job. He's a very, very aggressive coach, but I think if we get in that dome and we just put a little pressure on him and we put a little pressure on that team, his aggressiveness may come back to bite him. He may do something that really flips that game on its head. He may go for it from his own 28. Really brief, I'll give you something that, Bill Belichick said himself. It's one of the worst calls he's ever made as a NFL head coach. In the Super Bowl versus the Giants in 2007, he went for it on 4th and 13 from his own 30-yard line. and that turned the game on its head.
When was that? I don't even remember.
I don't remember that.
Was it early? It had to be late,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it was, I think, mid to late third quarter.
Yeah.
And they didn't get it. And and that game, now Giants didn't score, but what they had to do was their defense had to expend so much energy just to gain field position back for the rest of the remainder of that game. They were in the hole.
Well, I can't wait for the fourth down decisions in this game because Dan Quinn is slowly morphing into Dan Campbell a little bit here. He's Riverboat Dan. 5 fourth down attempts, all in plus territory. I don't think he's ever going to be the guy that goes in minus territory, although I think that's the next frontier and makes a lot of sense if it's short yardage. But the Lions will. And if it backfires, it is a massive benefit to Washington.
That's the point, right? Where it's, if you're talking about getting a matter of millimeters, inches, a foot, whatever, the case that it doesn't work, like a 70-30 proposition in favor of you, doesn't work out for Detroit, massive momentum swing. And the point is, those percentages are available. That happens.
We're getting a feel from the fan base on what gives you hope playing against the Lions this Saturday night. 800-636-1067. Also next, I want to hit on the Cowboys rumors. Mike McCarthy is out, not coming back, and Deion Sanders is apparently a candidate for their head coaching job. This is The Fan.
early thoughts on Detroit's defense. Just what they've obviously had a lot of injuries, but have still been pretty productive.
Yeah, good defense. They get their hands on the ball, obviously, with Kirby and I'll call him BB, but Brian Branch. Obviously, up front, what they could do, create pressure, play some man coverage because they trust their guys on that challenge for us.
That was Jaden Daniels who spoke today. We should play some of that a little bit later in the show for people. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. It's a Tuesday. Washington is getting ready for Saturday Night Football, so they're a day ahead in their prep and their planning. This is more like a Wednesday, which is why Daniel spoke. Real quick before we hit the phones and get back to Commanders-Lions and why you've got hope in this game. So we knew yesterday during the show that Mike McCarthy was not going back to Dallas. What we didn't know was who was going to emerge as a favorite for their head coaching job. And I don't know that this guy's a favorite at all, but one of the names that has now come out as of last night via Jordan Schultz is that the Cowboys have called Deion Sanders, the head coach at Colorado and the Hall of Fame defensive back.
Who's a bigger star?
The longtime great Dallas Cowboy. And Jerry Jones and him have at least discussed the possibility of Deion Sanders coaching the Cowboys. Now, I said this about Bill Belichick going to the Lions, and I ended up to the UNC, I should say, to the Tar Heels, and I ended up being wrong. I can't see this happening. To me, this feels like somebody's agent, Deion's, and a reporter kind of having a conversation, and it's good for Deion Sanders if he's mentioned with a head coaching job. And next thing you know, he and Jerry Jones get on the line, and somebody leaks that they talked about the job. I think it's way more whatever that is. Like the Ron Rivera interview with the Jets to me was, let's talk to Ron Rivera. Not Ron Rivera is probably going to end up being the head coach of the Jets. That's where I'm at on this. I think this is not a real, legitimate, credible possibility. I don't know how you feel, but I do want to say this with the platform that we have.
Okay.
Jerry.
Yes.
Jerry Jones.
Yes.
Is this you?
Yes, man. Yes, right here.
This is Grant Paulson.
Oh, hi, Grant. It's good to speak with you.
I do some radio in Washington, D.C.
Yes, I'm aware.
Most powerful city in
We
the
can
world.
find someone else to ask these questions now.
Please, Jerry. Please, 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 please hire Deion Sanders as your head coach.
Well, it's something we are considering, and if we do it, it's because I say so, not because of you say so.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
I beg of you. Start a GoFundMe. I'll throw some money in on it. Hire Deion Sanders as your head coach as soon as possible. Please, Jerry, do this. Your circus of an operation that is more famous than it is good. That job that you have, that opening, is high profile. It's notable. It's not a good job necessarily, as Troy Aikman correctly said on Monday Night Football last night. But I'm begging of you, sir, please make the circus, add an act or two, and bring in Deion Sanders.
So where we disagree, and I can never be proven right or wrong necessarily, because if it doesn't happen, it doesn't mean it wasn't a threat. I do think this is real. This feels, even though, I know this isn't what Jerry's done over the previous couple of decades, where it's been Jason Garrett, who's the most boring, Mike McCarthy, just a regular old football guy who was in charge for a handful of seasons. This does feel like I need to shake it up. And who better than a guy that's had success and is the hot name right now?
We also are going to have a really hard time getting a grown-up to take that job because people that have influence and power and are good hires want to also have some say in the operation.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was reported today by Adam Schefter that Elliott Wolf of the Patriots, their GM, is going to report to Mike Vrabel. They're going coach-centric, essentially.
Ugh.
I don't think he's going to have the title like Ron Rivera had, but Vrabel gets the final say on personnel as the head coach of the Patriots. That was the way to get him. He was the favorite to land 3 jobs. I think anybody who has watched football the last 5 years knew that guy would be out of a gig for 3 hours. That's how they got him back. For Dallas, you're going to go work with Jerry Jones and be told what to do by an owner in his mid-80s.
Who's the GM also?
Who's also the GM?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, good luck getting a grown-up.
Yeah, so you need somebody is going to be, he's doing his own press conferences where Deion Sanders is saying whatever he wants to say. Then Jerry goes on the radio and either contradicts it or compliments it or makes his own story 2 days later. I mean, you can't stop that machine. Whatever that content machine is, does not have an off switch.
Hire Deion Sanders, please. And then he can trade Dak to the Titans, and then they can draft Shedeur Sanders. Oh, it would be great. I mean, for the other 3 teams in the division. But please, Deion, Jerry, it'd be the funniest thing ever. You have to make this happen. For those of us here in DC.
It'd be the most reality show thing ever.
I wonder if Cowboys fans would be excited about
They would,
that.
because they're boobs.
Do you really think so?
100%.
Like, what are our guys, Sean and RJ, who do morning radio in Dallas, saying today about that?
Well, they're adults, and they'll play to their audience.
Yeah.
But, like, I guarantee you, like, Truth Serum, they'd go, that's doomed to fail. That's a disaster in waiting. But you know, every Rube Cowboy fan, 90% of which have never been to Dallas, but, like, the biggest name's the one that I want. He's going to command respect from all of them. Like, whatever kind of nonsense, you know, with, like, their chin-strap beards and flat hats. They love the idea. I guarantee you they're excited about it.
I want to be really quick here, rapid fire, so try to be succinct. But Colin, Falls Church, why do you give the Commanders a chance against the Lions?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys taking my call,
Hey,
and I will be quick. But I just think these guys are playing on house money right now. It's been a great season, unexpected rookie campaign. What does it look like with Jaden Daniels just slinging it, slicing apart the defense? Just throw it up, contested balls, like just let him play ball. I think it could be exciting.
Daniels with house money, pretty scary. Nate, DC, why do you have hope against the Lions?
I just really think that we have we represent the underdog. You know what I mean? For one, we completely undefeated against the Lions in playoff history, 3-0. But at the end of the day, listen to Jaden Daniels when he was asked why he had so much poise in the pocket. It's because of his faith. Like you can't defeat that. Like the Lions, they're gonna dish it all out at us. I think we're gonna take whatever they're gonna dish out, and we're gonna give it right back to them and walk away with a win.
Thanks, Nate.
Appreciate you.
I love that this fan base is not only feeling happy and I would say more than anything else prideful, but
feels
they're
like
also,
everyone's in a good spot.
They're
Yeah.
confident too. And how could you not be? This team's won 5 straight games. It's been 6 weeks since we've seen them lose.
So every one of these stretches they went on in years past, where they won 5 in a row, 7 in a row, 4 in a row, whatever it was, you go, the ride's going to end. This ride is going to end at some point this year, but it's the start of something. It's not some freak losing streak with, Richard Crawford returning punts. You know what I mean?
I should correct myself. They've won 6 straight games. If you count the playoff game and then the 5 in the regular season.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
5 on the last play from scrimmage. But you got to go back to the Cowboys game, which was right around Thanksgiving. That was the last time they lost a football game in one of their worst and certainly their most disappointing performance of the year. The last time Washington won a playoff game was 19 years ago. That was before this weekend. Clinton Portis was one of the key contributors on the field in Tampa. He's going to join us next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Best football season in decades keeps going in D.C. this week. Commanders continue things. They'll be on the road again for division round showdown against top seed Detroit Saturday night. Commanders are a 10-point underdog, but Terry McLaurin and company also believe anything is possible.
You gain confidence because of the past, and it doesn't guarantee what you're going to do in the future. But when you got 11 guys locked in on the mission and are just willing to get that win at the end at whatever cost, you usually have results like that.
They have won 6 in a row, last 5 coming on the game's final play. And yes, they're a huge underdog, but Commanders, Washington as a franchise, 3-0 all-time against Detroit in the postseason. 2 of those wins, 83 and 92, were en route to winning the Super Bowl. College basketball, Georgetown at St. John's tonight. That's a 7:30 start. Madison Square Garden over in the Team 980. Capitals are back on the ice home against the Anaheim Ducks tonight. 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. Alex Ovechkin continues his chase at history, 22 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time NHL record. Caps come into the night still leading the Metropolitan Division, still the top team in the East, and now tied with Vegas and Winnipeg for most points in the NHL. Wizards back in action tomorrow night, hosting Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns. Actually, that's on Thursday night for the Wiz. From the Crowd Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
From 37 to send Washington to the Final 8. The Washington Commanders off the upright, and it is in! They doink their way to the divisional round! Unbelievable!
Welcome back, Grant, Danny, the Fan. We are sponsored today and each day by our friends, the law firm Kondorian Murad. They are jacked up as big DC sports fans and longtime fans of this organization like you are about the success on the field of the Commanders. They've got themselves a foundation for the future. It's time for you to consider yours as well, and Kondorian Murad will help. That law firm will get you squared away with a last will and testament or a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you, and you can get a discount.
I want to remind everybody also, GP, Oot and a Boot Friday field trip continues this week once again. Uptown Alley in Manassas. GD, all of you folks out there getting ready for, I don't know, a second round of the postseason with you guys. These shows have been a blast all season long. Let's do at least one more.
Yeah, Uptown Alley is an amazing venue. They are named Uptown Alley because there was a bowling alley there. So if you come watch the show, you can bowl. There's also an arcade. It's at a mall, so you can do a little shopping.
Food was great.
Restaurant was awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a huge area that we'll be broadcasting from. But we had a ton of listeners come through in Manassas the first time. It's one of the reasons why we wanted to circle back for a playoff game. So that's where we'll be. Manassas, we're coming to you. Friday field trip, Uptown Alley this Friday afternoon from 2 to 6:30. But let's get to the Ruud guest line right now. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our buddy Clinton Portis, who was the MVP of the then Redskins the last time they made it to the divisional round. He got a win in Tampa Bay, just like this group did, to move on to the second round. Clinton, it's Grant, it's Danny in DC. It's great to hear from you again, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you all?
Well, fantastic, dude. This is as much fun as we've had in some time in around these parts. Just big picture for you. What have you seen this year? What have you seen with this team that's now in the second round of the postseason? Just kind of big picture evaluation from you, CP.
I think it starts at the top, not only within the organization and front office. I think when you look at the coaching staff, the coach brought in something that the players bought into, and you can tell. And I think the leadership and the rules are the same for everyone. And when the person that's leading the team, when the person that's being hyped in the media or sold to the world as the franchise face is that appreciative or that humble, it resonates through the locker room. And you could tell now that Jaden Daniels is the face of the organization and, doing his thing as a rookie, breaking all the records, getting all the praise that he's getting. He's remained humble. He's remained focused. He's remained confident. You can tell he's a team player. You look at the way the guys react to him. He doesn't get too high. He doesn't get too low. And it's just that even kill, and that's what's dangerous. He's even kill at all times, and then he just go out and make the play that needs to be made.
CP, I've been blown away by how humble he's been all year, and even now that some of these late in the year big games require that he's getting mic'd up, or we're getting like the behind the scenes access to his conversations with people. Like it's not an act. Even on the field, guys are coming up to him, Bobby Wagner, whoever, and dapping him up, and he's like, "Nah, dude, it's you guys." Like he's just a different kind of guy. I'd imagine in the locker room you can tell right away when a young star like him is as maybe not just humble, but like appreciative, like
genuine,
you're saying, as he is.
I think when you look at the genuineness, if you go back to the beginning of his career, starting at Arizona State, I think at that point, if you listen to what those guys said when he left that Arizona State team and how they reacted and how they responded, maybe he was cocky, maybe he was arrogant, maybe he felt like he was a man and wasn't getting it. But his reaction from his teammates back in college to all of a sudden going to LSU, winning the Heisman, playing with some of the best guys in the NFL right now, in Neighbors and the kid Thomases in Jacksonville. So those guys coming in together, after you experience that, after you lose the locker room, because the way Arizona State guys treated him, you would have thought he was a jerk. You would have thought he was a prick, But the way he's been since that point, he's only went up. To see your teammates turn their backs on you, to see the response, the negativity that came with him leaving, going to LSU. And all of a sudden, once he arrived on LSU campus, he's done nothing but right. His teammates love him. You could tell by their reaction. You could tell by, him winning the Heisman, to being a top pick in the NFL draft, and everything that he's done since he's gotten here. Even his work with going in, already being ready, already being prepared, already went over the game plan numerous times before anyone else is required in the building. And again, when you get that kind of leadership, it kind of takes it away from other guys. You just start to look at the leadership, the landscape outside of the head coach. You look at the quarterback. You look at Terry, of course. Though you couldn't ask for three better guys. If you look at the head coach, everybody in Dallas loved him. They loved him in Seattle. And guys want to play for him. Guys look forward to being around him. Guys love being a part of his scheme. So now when you look at those guys as the face of the team, it's just resonating. And the city is buying in. The city, the fans always been great in the DMV. The support has always been great. And they've just been looking for something to attach to. And you could tell by the turnout that we had in Tampa for all the fans to be down there, for us to be just as loud as the Bucks, for us to be able to celebrate in Tampa, to celebrate that win. And it's been that long since we won a playoff game. Like, it was just one of those, they believe the fans are coming back. They believe the team is putting the product on the field. The coaches are doing their thing and making sure they adjust. And that's something that's been missing. Like, you're losing players, you lose pain, you adjust. You're losing your best players and you're making those adjustments, which has been really good.
Clinton Portis with us here on G&D. Clinton, would love your unique perspective here. You're in a good position to talk about this. What's going on with their run game? I don't mean the Jaden Daniels version on scrambles and things like it, but when they hand it off to a running back over the last, since the beginning of December, that Tennessee game notwithstanding, it hadn't gone great. What are you seeing in their run game that isn't working right now?
Well, I think a huge part of the run game was missing Eckler. And all of a sudden, at this point in the season, for B-Rob, man, he got to be banged up. If you look at him, it's always kind of running sideways, never really getting downhill. It's like he's trying to bounce a lot of his carries. I think he missed a couple reads the other night that could have went inside, but it was like he was trying to get outside. So you just got to get back. Everybody is sore. Everybody is banged up at this point in the season. Like, you're in January, you're supposed to be sore and banged up. So I think it's just his coach getting with him, showing him, hey, look, square up your shoulders, get downhill, let's turn. Like, on contact, he's falling. It's not breaking tackles, which we kind of saw earlier in the season, where he's breaking tackles, he's falling forward. Now it's just like as soon as he's contacted, it almost seems like a lay down. Like I don't want to get hit or my body or my shoulder. So maybe it's something going on that we don't know about. I just think it's more a coach showing you like, hey, get your shoulder square right here and make this read, get down here. Like you don't have to make this a big play. Often everyone is looking to pop it and, every play is not going to be a big play. And that kind of come with carries. When you don't know how you're going to be used in a game plan, you're trying to do everything in one carry instead of trying to just, hey, man, let me keep it simple and pick up 4 yards on this play to get us to 2nd and 6 because I know we're going to get it again. And then maybe I can get us to 3rd and 2. And if we get to 3rd and 2, I know we're going to run the ball. We're on the goal line, and they never even gave him a carry. You look at that, like, what the, put a fullback in, get out of shotgun, go quarterback sneak right there if you feel like your run game is not clicking. So maybe it's the fear of some of his old linemen. Like, I don't know what it is, but I know you got to square up your shoulders and you got to get downhill and run hard. And as we've seen at the end of the game, once Eckler came in, you kind of drove downfield. So I'm not sure if you want to switch B-Rob out and go with Eckler, or you come with Nichols. What's his name? Nicholson?
Jeremy McNichols, yeah.
Yeah, McNichols. So just being able to use all of those guys and figure it out.
Clinton Portis on G&D. So you kind of addressed this, but that's actually been my big question. We've had a bunch of callers ask this, and I don't know the answer. Is the issue more about B-Rob, or is it kind of system-wide with the running game? Because it's not like the other guys are having a field day with open area to run around in when they get the ball.
Well, again, Eckler hasn't been a part of that, and we know he's a big play waiting to happen in the return game. Anytime he touches the ball, he's capable of making a big play. But then when you look at the running game, that duo is, to me, I think duo is the worst run in football. Like, go back to gut. Like, go and find you. We don't even have a fullback. I was looking at that on the goal line. Go put a fullback in front of these guys and get downhill. You're pulling your linemen around. You're trying to get the linemen to pull and all this. Everything shouldn't be a developing play. You need quick hitters at some point. So get downhill. Go back to dive. Go back to trap. Go back to gut. Go back to stretch. Everything is like a read option, and it's a developing play. I think we had an opportunity as well. One of the few plays that I would say Jaden didn't make on the option call, where he kind of, if he tossed it at the beginning, then that corner is wide open, but he kind of hesitated and then stretched it out. So he didn't have the pitch relationship. I think we were on like the 4 or 5 yard line when we called this. But if he would have got that ball out of his hand, it's easy to say when we're sitting in the stands or we're watching replay. So you can't give him a negative or this is not throwing him under the bus. It's just one of those plays that I see like, oh man, if he would have got this pitch off, that's a walk-in touchdown compared to when you're live in the action. It seems like, oh, it's 2 guys out here. I don't want to pitch it to my running back and get him killed. So, again, all these long developing plays, give me the ball, let me make a read, let me square up my shoulders, get downhill and push the pile instead of, oh, I got to wait on this guy to pull. I got to wait on this guy to make a block. I got to wait on this guy to do that. Give me a fullback. I know he's going straight ahead, lead to the Mike linebacker, and everything else is double teamed, and I could just come downhill and maybe even jump over the pile.
Clinton, you had a few years where your teams made the postseason. What was the best bit of advice that you guys got, the best bit of preparation that you guys had back in your time playing that you said, you know what, now we feel pretty ready for the playoffs, that you would impart maybe to a young coach doing it for the first time?
I just think at this point in the season where everything is, you kind of get the glitz and glamour out of football. At this stage, again, everyone is gained up. Everybody that went through a long season. The healthiest teams kind of tend to prevail. And at this point, it's just, we got to win 1 week at a time. And in this game plan, we should have an identity. We should know, they should know what we're about, we should know what we're about. And, if you look at the defense, I think Lulu and Wagner, they're playing out of their mind. They're playing great football and deserve what they're getting, with the selections. So I think at this point, you know what you are. You know who you are. You know where you struggle at. You know where you succeed at. And that's your staple. Go out and take advantage of it. You got a poised quarterback that's making great throws in clutch situations. I thought it was a great game plan. We went for it on fourth down in the playoffs 4 or 5 times in the game. That's saying, hey, you know what? We can do it. And when you have that kind of attitude, guys buy into that. Guys believe, like, oh, I know we're going for it. If it's under 4th and 4 or 4th and 5, like, we're going to make this happen because we got a quarterback who made good decisions. We got players. We got ball players who are capable of making plays. So when you look at the Ertz, the McLaurin, Diami, I think Diami made some big plays. When you look at these guys, Eckler, making a catch right over the tight end, right over the DN. That was the perfect call by that defense. Just a better play by Eckler and Daniels to make it happen, So when you look at that and you kind of have a mindset, this is who we are, this is what we're going to do. We're going to lose together or we're going to win together. And guys understand, hey, I'm going to take chances because I believe in you. I'm going to take chances because I know we can get this done. When you call 5, you go for 4 or 5 times on fourth down. Those are points that you're leaving on field because you were in position to kick a field goal. You were in position to make plays, and then your punter don't punt the entire game. You don't have any turnovers. That's believing in your scheme. That's believing in your players, and I think that resonates through the locker room, and anything is possible.
Clinton Portis on Grant and Danny. Before we let you go, about a minute here left, I do want to ask you about the Lions running backs and just what you see from those guys. That's the number 2 rushing offense in the NFL this year via DVOA. They got 2 very different backs. Jahmyr Gibbs, who's a game breaker, who's actually been at his best by himself these last few weeks. And then David Montgomery, who seems to be more of the bell cow physical guy for them. But, man, are they tough.
Man, I love watching those 2 backs. When you look at Montgomery, for him to come out of Chicago, early on I had the opportunity to kind of talk to him while he was in Chicago and to see what he's blossoming into in Detroit. Now, let's not forget about that O-line that they have up in Detroit that's pretty good, and that receiving core is pretty good, and the quarterback is pretty good. So it takes pressure off. But I think when you look at this and you get a guy like Montgomery coming down here, it's just one of those points. It's one of those positions where you get a chance to say, like, if it's tough yardage, they're coming down here. They're not trying to fool you. They're not trying to hide it from you. We're coming downhill. Our O-line is better than your D-line. Then when you look at Gibbs, he's one of those big plays waiting to happen. He's capable of doing any and everything at any time with the ball. If it's a quick pass, that angle route he ran, the angle scheme that he ran against Minnesota, that was one of those, my guy is better than yours. I got him in a mismatch with a linebacker. I know he's going to make the right read. There's nothing you can do. The linebacker was just stuck, like, touchdown, So it's great by Coach Johnson to be able to call the plays to get all of his guys open. And you got Williams as a receiver that, he can blow the top off coverage. You got St. Brown that's, one of the best receivers in the NFL. You look at your tight end, like, everyone on that team is making plays. So you got to say that offensive coordinator and the D coordinator, missing all of his starters, are finding a way. So when I look at that running game, I look at everything that benefits that running game. Like, their identity. He makes no secret about what their identity is and what they're trying to do. They're trying to maul you. They're trying to dominate you. They're trying to take over the game. And with those 2 backs, it gives them an opportunity to do that.
Clinton, awesome with us, buddy. Enjoy the week and have a great time watching the game on Saturday.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Y'all too.
See you, buddy. Good. Great to hear from Clinton Portis, MVP of the team the last time they got this far, which, believe it or not, was 19 years ago. You're listening to Grant and Danny. De'Ami Brown had a career game in Tampa on Sunday. Can he replicate his effectiveness against a porous Detroit defense? We'll get to that next. Plus, at 4:10, you're going to hear from Jaden Daniels. He did his press conference looking ahead to the Lions game, had a lot of thoughts on Detroit. You'll hear that here on G&D. But next, let's get into how the Washington offensive line held up against the Bucs. It is a playoff weekend coming up, and it's a playoff week on 106.7 The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening as the Commanders get set for a huge playoff game Saturday night in Detroit. Business getting done around the rest of the NFL. 6 coaching vacancies remain, and at least one of those, 2 of them maybe could affect Washington. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury is reportedly interviewing for both the Bears and Saints jobs at some point this week, and the New York Jets have now reportedly requested an interview with Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Monday night wildcard, Rams rout the Vikings 27-9. So LA at Philly for the other NFC wildcard, NFC playoff game this weekend. That'll be Sunday afternoon. We'll have that one on the Fan at 3 p.m. Capitals home tonight against the Anaheim Ducks, 7 p.m. face-off for that here on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin 22 away from breaking the Gretzky all-time record. College basketball, Georgetown, St. John's, 7:30 on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Luke McCaffrey in motion. Daniels retreats, throw it end zone, touchdown, De'Ami Brown.
Yeah, certainly proud of him because of got injured just a few weeks ago, worked hard to get back to make sure he was ready and able to deliver into that spot. And the one screen, I thought was a great block by Wiley to get it. But it was nice to see De'Ami step into that space. There's a lot of guys that are ready to step into those moments. And as some players, we were entering into their first playoff experiences to go, as you get into it, it's ball, and you get into it. But the nerves sometimes leading up to it can feel a lot. There's a lot of extra energy, and we're supposed to use that energy for good in the terms of the preparation of how we go. But, I was certainly proud of him. I told him that in the locker room.
There's Dan Quinn. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is a playoff week in the nation's capital. Got a double play coming your way at 3:45. We are blitzing at 4 o'clock today. You're going to hear from Jaden Daniels right here on Grant and Danny at 4:10. Make sure you are locked in. Danny told you last segment, but I want to remind you, we're going to be in Manassas. We are at a really cool venue for a field trip Friday from 2 to 6:30. Come watch the show, but that's kind of burying the lead.
It's part of it.
Come party.
Yeah.
Come have a little pep rally. Come get excited. You know what's a fun thing to do on the Friday before a Saturday playoff game?
What's that?
Hang out with a bunch of Commanders fans at Uptown Alley in Manassas, wear burgundy and gold, and just have a merry old time.
It's Friday field trip, so that's kind of what it is. We do the show, but they've basically been glorified pep rallies. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of where it is at its core. It's folks, whether it's their knockoff from work early, you take a late lunch and hang out for an hour, whatever you can do, dip in to say hello, get your photo taken with Ryan Clary, who's famous for so many different reasons. Now, a guy that's climbing the corporate ladder, you can get a picture with him before he becomes CEO of everything. Like there's a whole bunch of different reasons to come out, and they're all good.
What year is it currently projected that Clary will take over for David Field as the CEO of Odyssey? I'm going to say, 2025 right now, barely. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say by 2031, Clary's the CEO of Odyssey. Respectfully to David Field.
Respectfully.
I will say that he passes the torch to Clary because he's so inspired by him that he thinks that's what's best for the business. And then he just goes and golfs and counts money.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a visionary like this, who's also playing by all the right corporate rules, right, that's the perfect storm for leadership. So the over-under is 20-31.5. You know what I mean? Like that. The hook, of course, is the crook. To me, it's a 20-33 thing because I think a couple of guys in charge are going to hang on a little bit longer than you think. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to. Ryan's going to have to wrestle it away from them, figuratively and HR compliantly, of course.
Before we bring in corporate Clary with some thoughts on just how far he's climbed the ladder at this point, I actually want to tag in the people that sit with him every single day, all day long, and that's Dad, Darius Darman.
Oh, that.
And Toby Altizer. This is a developing situation. Clary walks around here every day, all day, like he's a Detroit Lions fan.
Mm-hmm.
That's his identity on this earth, essentially, has become Jared Goff defender, Lions advocate.
Yeah, it's Goff, Lions, Yankees, then everything else.
Now, I didn't hear this. I'm not saying he said this. I do have a source who has told me that the words win-win were said about this playoff game by Ryan Clary, meaning the team he's grown up cheering for his whole life and the team that
Washington
he loves in DC. The Commanders win, and what's my team? Of course. But if they lose, it's also a win because Jared Goff and the Lions won. But I'm just curious, Dad, has there been any discussions with Clary about like how he's feeling or what kind of game night he's going to have?
So I haven't dove into these discussions with him, mainly because it's been more business-like in here, in this room.
And when did that start?
Well, once he became corporate Clary last week.
Okay.
So there's
he
a lot of
talks to
like,
you less?
hey, no, it's more of like, hey, I need you to do this now.
Okay.
I need you to do that.
Yes.
That part is no longer part of my job, so do this. So there's a lot of that going on now. So we haven't gotten.
There's a lot of passing things off on Toby.
Yeah. And me. A lot of things have been passed to me now. So
wow.
So yeah, there haven't been much football discussion because we're keeping it more professional in here.
Understood. And when you do discuss the football with him, I believe it's Mr. Clary.
Of course.
If you please.
Oh, I wouldn't address him by his first name. That'd be rude.
Tobes?
Yeah, Darius wasn't in here for when when you go to a church and the people get a little fired up. Yes, Pastor, preach.
Oh yeah, this one's my favorite. Say so.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that. Clary's watching this guy on Twitter saying Washington has no chance. This Detroit fan saying they better be ready when they come into Detroit because they're a game away from the NFC Championship. And I'm hearing some pounding on the table. And yes, sir, preach, Pastor. That's what I'm hearing from corporate Clary when Darius wasn't around.
Wow.
Corporate Clary is not based in Detroit.
No.
That's interesting.
I did happen to walk in the studio earlier when he was playing some clip from some podcaster donk from Detroit that's like preaching, talking about how they're gonna whoop our asses.
Right.
And I did kind of see him getting steamed up listening.
He
to
did
that.
that like
I thought that was a little weird. But
without further ado, let's go right to the sauce himself. Let's get this from the horse's mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, the corporate Ryan Clary. Is it true, yes or no, that you said at some point this week, this is based on a little birdie, that this is a win-win game for you?
I did say that.
My God.
I did.
That is tough.
No,
I just so both teams have fun.
No, yes, I do want both teams to have fun. Here's my thing with it, though. My identity on this show is kind of Jared Goff. This is who I am. The listeners know me as the guy who backed Jared Goff when they were 0-10.
Who you are is a guy who had Redskins season tickets for years with your family.
Yeah.
And used to brave the elements out at FedEx Field.
Yes.
For many, many years. Who you are is a guy who squealed and screamed and went nuts when Kirk Cousins would complete passes to Jordan Reed and Jamison Crowder. Respectfully, Virginia native from Annandale who went to Falls Church High School. That's who you are.
You're right. Here's my big butt. There's my big butt. I became a Jared Goff guy. Back in 2020 and 2021, he was traded away. He was sent to die in Detroit and be awful. And I was like, no, he's going to be the guy. You're crazy. He sucks. He's a praying mantis. Danny has called him a praying mantis.
He is a praying mantis.
Till this day.
Yeah.
Grant, you give all the credit to Ben Johnson, which is fine. Darius doesn't say much about him. Toby, I don't know your opinion on Jared Goff, but you're a Packers guy.
He sucks.
See? Okay. So, till this day, I'm here to prove people wrong. And you know what?
What's more important to you?
Yep.
Well, I want the Commanders to win. I do.
But
do you have a big butt?
But
here's my big butt. Kind of do have a butt. I kind of want to see Jared.
There it is.
I mean, it's like shtick aside. This isn't like, oh, we're having fun on the radio. This is maddening.
No, it's not. So I want to see us win.
Yeah, but you can't just say that and then it ends.
No, yes, I can. I can root for both things. As long as Jared Goff plays well.
Oh, my God.
I don't care.
Okay, so you're rooting for Jared Goff to light it up in a Commanders win.
Yes, that would be.
So here's the question.
Yep.
Yes.
Lions have the football. They are driving. It's a shootout. The score is 50-46.
Okay.
There's 4 seconds left. The Lions are down 4. Jared Goff throws a pick 6 and they lose. And whatever happens on the shouty shows the next day, you've got to deal with.
Yeah.
Or the Commanders are on to the NFC Championship game.
The championship game.
Ryan,
yeah.
Which one do you want?
I want the NFC Championship game. It's the right
answer. There, good answer. Good answer. But
that's it.
Here's my big butt.
I think he's.
Yeah, but you could. He has. There's a comma.
No, there's no.
There is. And it's like, but I'm not going to be disappointed if Jared Goff does it.
Yeah, if Jared Goff throws a dime back of the end zone touchdown, walks off as they're chanting Jared Goff in the stadium, will you be crestfallen that the Commanders just lost in excruciating fashion?
I will walk in on Monday at 1 p.m. I will look at you, Grant.
You'll have a smile ear to
Danny,
ear, by the way.
Darius.
Ass-eating grin.
And as well as Toby. And I will just say, I told you.
But you understand then what the point is.
You see.
And I will say that was a hell of a call by Ben Johnson to get Amon-Ra St. Brown open in the back of the end zone.
I'm so sure.
No, I mean, Goff, as I said this earlier, by the way, Goff with time, a clean pocket, and an open receiver is about as good as it gets in the NFL. But out of structure, there's just not a lot he can give you. And he has played at this level via this offense with these weapons. He's got the best offensive line. He's got excellent weapons in the passing game. And number 2, statistically DVOA, but the best rushing offense in the NFL. There's a lot of quarterbacks I could drop into that situation that would have a lot of success. And he's played all but 3 of his games indoors at 69 degrees. It's a 72 and sunny season for my guy.
It's very impressive.
But still, he has to make all those throws, which he has. He has had some bad moments. By the way, he started out the first 2 weeks not looking all too great. He has picked it up over the last 15 weeks. I just think Jared Goff, people just love to make fun of him and be like, oh, it's Ben Johnson, or he's a praying mantis, and he's got all these weapons. But back a few years ago, when he had no weapons whatsoever, it was the same narrative. He sucks. He sucks. He wasn't that bad when they were 0-10. He just had nothing around him. So you finally give him a solid receiver with Amon-Ra St. Brown. You finally give him a run game. You finally give him an offensive line. And now all of a sudden, people are like, well, he's got all this around him. Well, Peyton Manning had everything around him. Right. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes as well. They all have it. If you're a good quarterback, you have things around you that make you good.
Yes, he had 19 touchdowns and 8 interceptions that year that you're referencing.
Yes.
In a full season.
Who was his number 1 receiver?
I have to look it up. I'm just busy looking at numbers that Carson Wentz would surpass in a full year. I mean, 19 touchdowns and 8 interceptions kind of speaks for itself. 3,200 passing yards in 14 games. I mean, my
what are we doing?
Judy would do that.
I mean, I'm sorry. It was a terrible. This was a awful team that was
including at quarterback. They weren't very good, but it doesn't matter. That should not be your argument. Your argument should not be Jared Goff would be exceptional in any situation ever because he's great. Your argument should be this is the perfect situation. He's the perfect quarterback for it, and he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL for the last 3 years running. That should be the argument, in my opinion.
And that is my argument. But I counter it with like, well, because everyone does point to that, and they're like, well, he's got everything around him.
Yeah, but why do you have to take issue with that?
But let me just refocus this
real quick. It is true. Those are facts.
It turns it. See, this is what he does. He drags us down into the muck of this Jared Goff debate.
By the way, we started this conversation by saying, Ryan, you're happy for the Commanders, right? And now we're arguing over Jared Goff.
Dude, this is what he does.
See what I'm saying?
This is what he does.
Does anyone get it?
As a corporate shill, he comes in here to sabotage things and try to get us on this company line. This is what he's been undermining from the start.
Would
he's
the
a
old
spy.
Ryan have done this?
No,
or Sweet Prince.
He would have come into the commercial break and chucked and jive and joked with me and be like, hey, praying mantis in the NFC title game. The focal point here should be if and when they beat Washington, he's going to come in here with a full suit, suspenders, snap them a couple of times, and start throwing ones and tens on the table because of how muddy Jared Goff is. That's the point. He's going to have glee in his heart, his dark corporate heart, when Detroit wins. That's the point.
Somebody would like to know here what the capital in the state where Jared Goff plays his games is, Mr. Lions fan.
Ann Arbor, right?
That would be incorrect.
It would be incorrect.
Yeah.
All right.
Lions guy.
Lions guy.
Lions guy.
Mr. Lion. Can I actually, real quick, can I get a little Ryan Explains It All music? It's been a while.
Do we still have it?
Yeah.
Or did he get rid of it with the corporate mandate?
Give us a detailed breakdown on Detroit, Michigan, please. I want to know the state bird, the state tree, anything you know about their exports, what they like to do. What's big in Detroit? Tell us all about the places you'd want to visit if you went there. What do we know?
Well, there is a bridge that goes over to Canada. I'd be pretty psyched to go to Canada. I've never been there. So I do know Detroit has that. They also have Detroit-style pizza. And Detroit-style pizza, I get psyched for. It's like a French bread. I mean, it is silly pizza there. It's a square slice, I believe. I mean, it's one of the best pizzas out there, in my opinion. I think it goes toe to toe with New York.
I
and all
actually
the
think
great
that
pizzas.
Detroit pizza is slept on.
It's slept on.
It's made better by a great offensive line, exceptional running backs, and Ben Johnson.
That's a good
But
zing.
it's a good pizza.
Good zing by you.
It's fine pizza. Nothing wrong with it. You give that pizza time and an open receiver, it's going to put up 4,035. No doubt. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else about Detroit we need to know, Clary?
Nothing.
Yeah.
JG16 resides there. That's all we needed to know.
I think he covered it. Canada's close by and they have pizza. So I think
What
he
else
knows.
is there?
He knows Detroit.
Come on.
Long-time Detroit guy.
Look, I'm just glad that no matter what happens this weekend, you'll be okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Happy. Again, the quote was, "It's a win-win for me."
It's a win-win.
Just the biggest game in the team's history over the last 30-plus years. Grant and Danny on the Fan. I do want to get into if De'Ami Brown can replicate last week. Talk about the O-line. We'll get you a double play as well. All ahead of the top of the hour in the Blitz on G&D. From big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. What's up, guys? It's Grant letting you know that $200 in bonus bets could be yours whether you win or lose your bet with FanDuel if you're new on the app this weekend. The FanDuel app, number one among sportsbooks in America, gives you everything you need to live bet, use same-game parlays, or do a lot more. Plus, when you win, you get paid instantly. I love that. I hit a bet this weekend and immediately went to the app, and there it was. Boom, went to dynamite. FanDuel.com/GP. It's FanDuel.com/GP. Get started. $200 in bonus bets. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet. Expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, take it seriously. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We got a double play coming your way in a moment. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. De'Ami Brown tied Terry McLaurin for the team high in Tampa in receiving yards in what was a tremendous performance. Nobody really saw it coming, by the way, because he hasn't done that. He's had one great game in his career that statistically was better than the Bucs outing, and that was the 2-touchdown game against the Titans from Carson Wentz, where he caught a couple of deep balls for scores, including a 75-yarder to begin a drive. But he went 5 for 89. He was running people over. He was making people miss.
Sensational.
The dig route, middle of he catches a ball. You don't see that a ton in this offense, but there was like plenty of time, clean pocket. Daniels makes a big time throw, and he makes the catch to get across the 50 on 3rd and 6. De'Ami Brown, man, like that's a Terry McLaurin play.
I mean, just look like one of those regular, really good NFL wide receivers. Like a guy that just hasn't done that very much at all. And if you're beating up on him, I got numbers. You know what I mean? We got years where like fullbacks are out targeting and out gaining him routinely. Like not impactful at all, but like, hey, that time he had a big game. Like you remember those on one, on one hand. And he was so critical, so important, and excellent in that wildcard game.
Why couldn't he do something similar again in this game? McLaurin's going to get a lot of attention. The Lions are not great defensively. Their secondary is as porous as a spaghetti strainer. They're going to give up some big plays. He's the guy in this offense that can take the lid off. I don't see why he can't go 5 or 6 for 70 to 90 again.
So the way they've been using him, to me, I would have taken, which was not. I mean, talking about previous to Tampa Bay, those end arounds, the bubble screens, having him throw a pass, by the way, that should have been caught for a touchdown by Zacchaeus a couple of weeks ago against Dallas. Using him as a little bit gadget, a little bit kind of close to the line of scrimmage, navigating almost like once you get it in his hands, it's like a punt return. He was excelling at that. And I go, okay, that's how they've got him categorized. Well, this was full-on dynamic NFL wide receiver, whole route tree type stuff that you haven't seen much of from him. He'd been kind of a one-trick pony previously, going deep. This year, it's been a lot more, almost like that slot receiver role, but set up to the outside. So if he's got that again, you may have found something. I'm not counting on it, but I suppose it certainly could happen because you said that everything sets up. If I'm Detroit, if I'm Aaron Glenn and company in Detroit, I'm going, it just can't be 17. It can't be. I will make this cast of whoever else beat me. It's not going to be Terry McLaurin. And that everyone else, that includes De'Ami Brown.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's squeeze in a quick double play. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So I texted you guys about this on Saturday. I've got to shout this out respectfully to the local Washington 53. The biggest one of the weekend was not Washington over Tampa Bay.
Oh, boy.
It was the green team in basketball over Team White. Now, what's going on with the green team? Each team's got 7 players, normal 5-on-5. They want to make sure everyone gets playing time. Well, you have bad luck. 2 guys are sick. 1 kid had a conflict. So the league did the right thing. They didn't cancel the game. They go, let's just do 4-on-4. The white team had 1 kid missing, so they had a bunch of subs. No problem. Well, here's what throws a wrench in the gears. Happened to be my son. Fouls out of the game. He was very aggressive. Had 3 fouls in the first quarter. He's trying to send a message. That message is, I don't really want to play defense for that long. I'm going to use my hands and maybe reach in. Anyway, point is, I thought 1 call was kind of tough, but the others were 100% fouls. Point is, he fouls out. So it's a tie game at the point that he fouls out. So instead of doing what I would have done and said, hey, we only have 4, let's let the white team add an extra player to make it 5-on-4, right? That would have made sense to me to do it that way. Thereby everybody gets to play. They said, no, here's what the rule is. We're not going to use common sense. We're just going to do this. It's got to be 4-on-3. Let's like hockey overtime, like a penalty's committed, no T. So with 3 players and my guy, feet is up on the sideline, sitting there sipping water, you got Adrian, you got Hudson, and you got my guy Hayden getting after it. They go on a 10-0 run to win the game by 10, 4-on-3. I have never seen anything like it. Hero stuff of legend. They're going to be talking about that in that gymnasium for minutes at a time, and no one's going to think about it again, but it should be in the all-time halls. Like when you get to Valhalla, they should be like, you guys remember that time that the green team beat the white team 4-on-3? Every rebound, every loose ball. Guys are getting double teamed on offense, doesn't matter. You got back cuts sharing the basketball. Adrian hit a step back 3, for God's sakes. 11 years old. Unbelievable performance. 4-on-3, and they won it with a 10-0 run to close the game. Amazing.
Great,
Amazing.
Danny on the Fan. Our Beltway Blitz comes your way next, and then at 4:10, Jaden Daniels press conference from today. What he had to say about his first playoff win was the first of 9 rookie QBs to go on the road and win a playoff game. What he thinks about this Detroit matchup. It's coming your way next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening, gearing up for more playoff football as Washington gets set to hit the road for a divisional round showdown against the top-seeded Lions on Saturday night. You know, this team, fans, I don't have to tell you, have been through some tough times recently in D.C. when it comes to football, which makes this run even more special for guys like Terry McLaurin.
I've learned over the course of my life in 29 years so far, to get to it, you got to go through it. And this team, this organization, all of us have gone through it. So to be on the other side and have some fruits of our labor is unbelievable. So, it's great to now have something that we can look forward to.
Commanders' line has jumped a little bit. Detroit now a 10-point favorite for the game Saturday night. Some other news, Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury will reportedly interview for both the Bears and Saints head coaching vacancies at some point this week. Also new today, the Jets have requested an interview with Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. for their head coaching job. Monday night wildcard, Rams routed the Vikings last night 27-9. So Rams at Philly for the other NFC playoff game this weekend. That's Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m. We'll have that one here on The Fan. Capitals home tonight against the Anaheim Ducks, 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey. The Ovechkin chase continues tonight on The Fan. Wizards fell at home to Minnesota Monday night, back in action Thursday against Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns. From the Crowd Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan, presented by our friends, the law firm of Condori and Murad.
As Washington is, we're talking about continuing to build. They've built it, man. As they're building the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
Friday in Manassas, our field trip show, 2 to 6:30 live on site. Uptown Alley. Come on out, celebrate a Commanders second round playoff game, the division round, with a bunch of fans wearing burgundy and gold. Cannot wait for 2 o'clock to see you guys out there on Friday. We got a blitz coming your way right now. Let's get to it on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We start on the gridiron. Our buddy Nate Davis, USA Today Sports. Nate, let's begin with last night. Man, were the Vikings dismantled by the Rams. How good was LA defensively?
Yeah, I mean, they're fantastic. I mean, they've really kind of done a good job, Les Snead and Sean McVay, of kind of taking that Aaron Donald presence and kind of spreading out the resources, with guys like Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. Kobe Turner last year. It's a nice up and coming defense there, and then they put it all together last night, and obviously that was really the difference in the game.
Nate, let's go from meaningful teams playing meaningful football to the perennial sideshow circus that is Dallas for a moment. How real is this Deion Sanders thing? I say it's real. Grant says it just kind of can't see it. What do you think?
Two things can be true. He had a tweet last night acknowledging that he's thinking about it. And Jerry's reached out. I'm not surprised that happened. Obviously, they go back many years, to back those days when the Cowboys were a championship caliber team. But there are certainly reasons to believe that this wouldn't be a hand in glove marriage. I'm not sure I believe everything Deion says, because he's kind of all over the place with his conditions for wanting to come back to the NFL, and certainly I don't see a pathway for Shedeur Sanders to be the Cowboys quarterback. But if there was a job he was going to take, he lived in Texas. He lived in Texas for quite a while. He understands the dynamics of working for Jerry, but that's also two headstrong guys with a certain way they want to do things. So I feel like at some point that that would be headed for some kind of conflict there.
Which underdog do you think has the best chance to pull off a road win in this second round? Texans in Arrowhead, the Commanders at Ford Field in Detroit, or the Rams at the Lincoln Philly?
Given those choices, I would probably say the Rams. I kind of wonder if they're going to run out of a little steam, just given everything they're dealing with in their personal lives, and then you got to make the cross country trip on a short week to a cold environment. Against a team that very much, I was at the Eagles game Sunday. Those guys were definitely, I think, going to be on their P's and Q's and looking to kind of tighten up the performance that they gave last week. But the Rams did play well. We know they've got battle tested guys on their roster. One of the league's best head coaches. I think of the group you listed there, Grant, I would probably give them the best chance to be the road dog that wins there.
That Ravens-Bills game, Nate, with all due respect to everybody else, that's the marquee, must-see, best theater we got going, the final game of the weekend. How do you see that game? What's the key?
I think the key is the Bills need to get off to a better start, Danny. I've kind of been going over them, and, as many points as they've scored, the last 4 weeks, they're only averaging about 9 points in the first half. And the way the Ravens are playing, they're averaging, I think, 30 plus since their week 14 bye, and more importantly, their defense has really tightened up. I think it's going to be a tough assignment for the Buffalo Bills. We'll see. I think if they're lucky, maybe they'll get some of that lake effect weather, or certainly some cold temperatures for Lamar Jackson, who wears a hoodie when it's 75 degrees. And didn't look good a couple of years ago when they had some weather up there the last time the Ravens visited them for a playoff game. So I think the Bills are going to need a little help to pull this off.
Nate, awesome as always, buddy. Enjoy the playoff weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Bills.
Thanks,
Nate. Be good. Read his work in the USA Today and online at their site. All right, let's talk about the local ops. And that operation is on to the divisional round, thanks to the Doink. Chick Hernandez is with us. It was fun seeing him in Tampa, Florida. Chick, I was standing outside the locker room with you. We were about to go in. We were watching all the owners celebrate. And I think we even kind of looked at each other and were like, what the hell, man? I mean, we've been around this thing since standing on the sideline in 2000, 99. Like, this is a wild ride, huh?
Let me just get you back to that last sentence you said. It sounded kind of odd. You said, thanks to the Doink, Chick Hernandez. And I was like, wow, that's kind of rude. But anyway.
There was a comma in there.
Yeah.
There was a comma.
Doink, and then pause.
Yeah.
And then Chick Hernandez. Yeah.
Didn't quite get the pause. Yeah, listen, it's a little surreal, surely. I keep telling folks, that this has been so much better all season long. And then to sit there and watch them win game after game in the final seconds, and the way that they're winning, and the inches, an Eagles receiver to catch a ball that's one of the best catchers on the team, and he drops it and the game stays alive, and all of these things. And then to as you say, Doink went off the goalpost and it go in, when earlier in a playoff game that very day one did not. You're just like, what's going on here? And then you turn as you're waiting to go to the locker room, and then you see this massive human, and it's Magic Johnson. I'm like, what are we doing here? Yeah. What's going on? So it's been a great ride. I keep telling folks, it must be so much easier. It's not easier. It's just more enjoyable.
Yeah. So Chick, you've been around this team for so many years, and
yeah,
we've heard all of these phrases before, it just in different packaging, right? Where it's this one's brotherhood, the one before is like probably togetherness, and someone was supposed to be where their feet were. And like everyone's always had kind of a catchphrase or a different thing, an identity for team building. I mean, at one point, everybody was so happy here because they were throwing a big rock at the wall, and everyone kind of had good vibes then. This is different. Try to quantify that for us, if you wouldn't mind. What makes this group different than other ones in the past, even ones that got along?
Well, I'll say this in my 4 o'clock piece, which I guess is running right now, is Sam Cosmi said something to me in the locker room, and I've heard the brotherhood comment before, but he kind of laid it. I said, explain it to me. And he said, look, on a lot of teams that I've been on, and a lot of teams in college and in pros, guys aren't playing for each other. They might say it out to you guys, but they're not playing for each other. Because I can feel that we are playing for each other, and that, he said, makes everything matter more. And when you have that, when you have Jaden Daniels, who is not demonstrative after his own touchdown pass, but like a kid in a candy store jumping up and down when Marcus Mariota throws a touchdown in Dallas, when you have that, and when the coach is paying attention to the sidelines to see how guys are reacting, and he's beyond excited as to what he's got and how these guys are reacting to each other. It's that simple. When Jaden is out of breath and has been knocked down and he's squatting down, it's not that Marcus Mariota comes over and says, stand up and win this game for us with your God-given talent. It's that the fact that I would say probably 8 other guys before that walked over and tapped him on the shoulder, on the helmet. Zach Ertz, are you good? All of that. They're all checking on each other. That's the quantitative difference for me.
Chick, we appreciate you, buddy. We will see you in Detroit. Thank you for the time. As always, we're watching you on Channel 9.
Hi, Ben. Peace.
See you, buddy.
And I will make sure to have more pause next time between doink.
That doink. Chick Hernandez with us now.
There
right,
it is.
like that.
That's
yeah,
the one. That's our guy, Chick, on our Beltway Blitz. All right, we told you Jaden Daniels spoke today. This was Daniels with the media getting ready for the Lions.
Early morning walkthroughs that you do with Cliff and all that, what do you get out of those?
Reps. Just going over the plays for the week, and more reps you get at it, the more comfortable you are with it.
How important do you think they've been for you?
I mean, they help out. Like I said, the best lesson in life is failure. So I get to fail in those type of things, type of situations, and move forward. So by the time game time comes, I'm not thinking about just going out there and playing.
Early thoughts on Detroit's defense, just what they've always had a lot of injuries, but have still been pretty productive.
Yeah, good defense. They get their hands on the ball, obviously, with Kirby and I'll call him BB, but Brian Branch. Obviously, up front, what they could do, create pressure, play some man coverage because they trust their guys on the outside. It's going to be a challenge for us.
Obviously, there's been a lot of alumni around here over the course of the year, which for you is the norm, but historically has not been the case. A lot of the guys have just not been around. Do you sense when you've been around them that there is some sort of joy with them as they're talking to you and this team about this change this season and how things are looking different than it's been the last many years?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, everybody's excited. I don't really focus too much on that. I kind of focus on the task at hand, but we love having them around and showing their support and their joy to the season that we're having.
Jaden, on Monday, DQ said that inside the lens of the helmet that you're a killer. So I'm curious, that mentality when you're on the field, what does that look like? What does that feel like?
I don't have an answer for you on that. I'm just competitive, man. I just want to win. I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. But to answer the question, I really don't know. It's kind of just me just going out there and playing football.
And this is truly a full circle moment for you. This is going to be your first time back in Detroit since the NFL draft. I mean, how cool is that for this full circle to kind of be completed here?
I mean, it's awesome. Just, somewhere where my dreams became reality. And now to go back and play a playoff game there against a very good team, it's just nothing but a blessing.
You have professed to be just steady and calm. Did the first playoff game feel any different to you at all? And as that you get deeper, has anything changed in the makeup of your guys?
Nah, it's just another game to me. Obviously, everybody puts the implications and, makes it bigger than what it really is. But at the end of the day, it's still the game. You got to go out there and stick to your routine, stick to who you are, the process of what got you there. Go out there and just play football. And then to the guys, we're just taking it day by day. Be what our feet are, and, we'll handle business when the time to come.
Coach said he loves the last 5-6 games. This is why you coach, is to be in those situations where you can pull it out. Sometimes it doesn't work out for you. What's it like for the quarterback of this team when you're in it to win it at the last minute?
I mean, it's like kind of what he says, what you live for. It's what you kind of play the sport for. To when it's time to go out there and make plays, you're going to see who rises to the occasion and make plays. So, we kind of thrive there. Obviously, we would rather go out there and win by 20. But when those situations come up, that's what DQ and them preach so much, and they teach us about situational football, so we're always prepared for those moments.
Obviously, a couple days later, how's the cheek eye? Like, how you feeling?
I'm good. It was just nothing but a little cut.
Any annoyances with it at all, or has it changed the helmet or anything?
Nah, just a little cut.
Kind of going back to his question about those late game moments. I mean, are there times in these games where it's going to come down to the wire, and then kind of how do you mentally start preparing on, how you guys handle that?
I think you kind of just see how much time you're going to get with kind of the clock. And he could get the ball back at this amount of time. Obviously, bearing if like a turnover or something doesn't happen. But I mean, it's kind of just staying in the moment, not worried too much about what the outcome could be, what the the end of score, what could happen there. It's like, hey, when we get an opportunity to go out there and you gotta go out there and make some plays, let's do it.
And David Blau, I mean, I know he's talking to you a bit after the last game. How has he helped you this season? I mean, what has his been his biggest strength in his first year as a coach?
I mean, just the approach. Obviously, he's competitive too, so we get there and he tries to fire me up with some things and get me going. But obviously, just the ins and outs. He's very smart, very intelligent, and just the little things. But obviously, too much. They don't really try to coach me a lot outside of the X's and O's. Just kind of hey, be there, motivate, breathe life into me, and let me go out there and play ball.
When's the last time you were nervous on a football field?
I don't know. I won't say nervous, but I think you just get butterflies. I kind of just. My dad always told me you get butterflies, that means you're alive, but it's not necessarily nervous because I'm always prepared.
When did your dad tell you that, and what was did you embrace it, or did it come over time?
I don't think I was ever nervous because it's just fun. Football is fun for me, but I just know that I'm always prepared for the moment. I can just go out there and live what happens.
Good afternoon, Jaden. You talked about De'Ami Brown making some big plays for you guys on Sunday. Can you just kind of talk overall about him as a receiver and as a teammate?
Yeah, great teammate. Has my back. I have his back, and he's always there for everybody. So just see him when those times, when those plays need to be made, for him to step up and make those plays on those critical moments. Nothing but excitement for him and how hard he works, because I know he prepared for moments like that.
Hey, Jaden, staying on the receivers right now, OZ and Crowder, Brown, and all of those guys. Have you seen that they have even stepped up even more now? Because when you look at their play right now, everybody is involved in the process right now and making big plays.
Yeah, I think those guys are just making the plays when they come their way. They're not pressing or anything. They work extremely hard. They block without the ball. That's kind of what we preach on offense, is hey, running without the ball. You never know what block might spring the runner. You never know what you could do to help out, the team. So it's just 11 playing as one. Everybody's doing their job, and that's kind of what we preach. So kind of to answer your question, what you see everybody level of play rising. I mean, there's no surprise to me.
Hi, Jaden. I'm not sure if you've had time since you got back from Tampa, or have you been able to see, I guess, the level of excitement? I mean, it's been nearly 20 years since this franchise has won a playoff game. Have you seen it at all, the excitement amongst the community, amongst the fans? And what's that kind of like, knowing that you were able to help lead and bring something back to this fan base?
No, I haven't been able to see it. I kind of stay in my own bubble right now, focus on what's next. But I could just tell a lot of people are excited. I mean, the people I kind of experience the most is my parents. So they always tell me about everybody that's excited to see them and stuff like that. But for me, I just kind of stay in my own bubble, stay at home.
You've always been within your bubble, your family, your friends. You had your teammates from LSU come out and support you in Tampa. How integral has that support been, your support system, your inner circle been for you as you've gone throughout this rookie year?
Yeah, it's night and day. Just knowing that I have people in there, win, lose, or draw, no matter what, always going to love me unconditionally, always there to support me. And then, just see Malik and Brian show up to the game. They didn't have to do that. Could have been somewhere on vacation or anything. But, that relationship, that bond that we built over those couple of years, man, it's just bigger than football. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of just was able to know that I have people outside of football that's going to help me out and take care of things that I need to be taken care of, so I could just focus solely on football when the time being. So, yeah, it's been a joy for sure.
Jaden, Detroit's got one of the great crowds and atmospheres in the league. What are some of the elements in pre-snap operation that allow you all to get to the play, get to a check, get to whatever you need to do, and execute without the false starts, without the offsides, all the motions or similar penalties?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of just getting on the ball, getting set, not really just moping around. So we have time to see the defense, to see if we need to make a check or, we need to communicate protection, stuff like that. So it kind of just goes with our urgency and how we approach the line of scrimmage each and every play.
How important is Biotish to you as this is going on, as this goes on in real time, as the play clock's going down?
Extremely important. Just somebody I talk to daily about different looks that we see, whether that's run game protection, stuff like that. So just be able to be on the same page. So we see something we already know, like, hey, this is a look. Let's do this protection. Let's go here. Let's maybe flip this protection and go this way.
Couple more. To follow up on Da's question, just kind of about crowd, playing big time college football, you've played in a ton of big environments before. Is that something that you've had to grow with and get adjusted to, or is it something that, kind of being calm and cool in those situations came second nature?
I think you kind of just get used to it, but obviously it's something new to me, and I heard Detroit is very electric, so I'm excited for their fans to come out and bring some juice, because I know it's a very passionate fan base, and obviously rightfully so with the team that they're having. So I know it's going to be loud in there. So, we got to go out there and be prepared, ready for the crowd noise.
You're the type of guy that draws off opposing teams' noise. Can you get a little juice from that?
Nah, I just go out there and just do me. Appreciate y'all.
Unequivocally will be the loudest environment Jaden Daniels has played in this season. And I would think ever. But I know he went to some crazy hostile places for college football for the SEC, but indoors, I think that, it's Buffalo, Detroit, Seattle in terms of some of the loudest, but indoors in Detroit for a game like this, where it's a 2-week ramp up, knowing you're going to have a home date. I mean, tickets for this game are like $800.
Yeah, for a team that's never done it, quite literally. Detroit just doesn't go to the Super Bowl, has barely been out of their own way for decades. I mean, that place is ready to explode. Like, they are so hungry for this, and they know their window is wide open with that squad, as nasty as it is.
I just can't wait for Saturday night. The first time I believe we're ever doing this for the Commanders. I believe we've done this during a Nats World Series run before, but we've never done this for the Commanders. Do you remember the vent clock?
Of course.
We do that a lot around here.
We've done that plenty for
when
Washington,
teams are bad
yeah.
and we're angry. We're going to do the praise clock next. You're going to get 45 seconds to praise whoever you want to heap admiration, to send thank yous to put over, to compliment whoever you want. It's the opposite of the Grant and Danny staple when things are going badly.
Mm-hmm.
The vent clock,
Mm-hmm.
this is the first ever Commanders praise clock. Line them up, 800-636-1067 to heap your admirations next on The Fan.
I'm Real Forcing it. Here's what's happening. Commanders and Detroit Lions. Saturday night, Ford Field. The line has gone up a little bit. Detroit is now back to a 10-point favorite for the game Saturday night. A lot of you want to go. It's going to be a tough ticket to get. Seats reportedly averaging nearly $1,000 a piece through online brokers, and some off-the-field business being taken care of as well in the NFL. Could affect the Washington coaching staff. Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury reportedly interviewing for both the Bears and Saints. Head coaching vacancies this week. New today, the Jets have requested an interview with Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. for their coaching job. College basketball, Georgetown up in New York, St. John's tonight, 7:30 tip from Madison Square Garden over in the Team 980. We've got Caps hockey. The OV history chase continues 22 away from Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. Capitals home tonight against the Ducks, 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Inappropriate, Danny. Inappropriate. 30 minutes from now, Austin Eckler on the show, presented by IT Cadre, our weekly appointment with Eckler after a playoff win. He made one of the plays of the game. Big second down, catch and run, got him in a field goal position to set up the doink winner. Welcome you back on Grant and Danny, closing in on Eckler. We're going to do something for the first time ever. We'll see how it goes. We're going to learn this thing together. So, Darius, you've got a 45-second timer, presumably. Yes. Love that. And at the end of the 45 seconds, we'll have some kind of identification that your time is up. When you hear the bell,
there you go.
It's over, right? This is a praise clock.
So we've done the vent clock for years. Like a team loses or they lose all the time, or it's a great time to be pissed off and mad. We've done that forever. Right? In perpetuity. That was one of the original things that you and I did. It's like along with like, what are you eating? Double play, Beltway Blitz. We've kind of always done it. Well, here's the thing. You got a 13-win team in the second round of the postseason, right? You got the rookie of the year quarterback. You've got a great GM, a head coach that everybody loves, an ownership group that knows what the hell they're doing. It's not really time for a vent clock. What's the opposite of that? We came up with the praise clock. Whoever you want to give some flowers to, some roses, some compliments, whoever should be the recipient, it's up to you. Take it wherever you want it.
All right, I will start this show. I believe we're going to substitute a buzzer for a bell, though. Mm-hmm. So that's how you know it's over at 45 seconds. But I will show you how it's done here. I'll put 45 seconds on the clock.
Here we go.
I am choosing. Wait, not quite yet. I'm choosing to praise Adam Peters, which won't surprise no one. All right, start it off. Adam, you are exceptionally handsome. One of the best-looking executives in all of sport. Your jawline would make Henry Cavill jealous, and your haircut looks like it costs $200. But I choose to praise you for your football acumen. What a job you did in year one. Even the stuff I didn't love when you did it. Dan Quinn as head coach worked out beautifully. You chose Jaden Daniels as your quarterback. So far, a home run for the record books, but it's the subtle moves. It's the leadership of Bobby Wagner at linebacker. It's paying Luvu to break out and be elite. It's the one-year deal for Jeremy Chin, who's been outstanding. It's the excellent contract and addition of Austin Eckler, who's been a key. Everything you've touched is turned to gold. It's not the Midas touch. It's the Peters touch. I thank you, Adam Peters. And that is how the praise clock works. Danny, you are on the clock now.
Josh Harris, Magic Johnson, Mark Hine, Mitch Rails. Thank you. This is what it's supposed to look like. Decent human beings. That's all you have to be. Just decent human beings that acknowledge there are things that you may not be experts in. It's okay to not be an expert in something. I don't know how to do any plumbing. That's why I hire a plumber. You guys don't know how to be a football GM. That's why you hire a football GM. And Adam Peters to set the whole culture, set the whole tone. You do the thing that's needed to be done as an ownership group. You put lipstick on that stupid pig that is Northwest Nubs, FedEx Field, Armless 40 known as whatever. You make sure the team stays out on the road when they got to stay out on the road. You go the extra mile. You take care of the group because the whole operation is supposed to be about winning football games. And that's what you guys are about, and you're reaping the rewards. All it takes is competent ownership to give you a chance, and you are.
Attaboy. Toby Altizer, you hear him after games, and you will again this week. working post game deep into the evening. Toby, the praise clock begins now.
I want to praise Terry McLaurin. This guy never complained about anything. The furthest thing we ever got and close to a complaint was him joking, saying he was doing cardio one game. That's all that we got. And we said, if this guy got a quarterback, he could be a legit wide receiver. And what do you know? You get him a legit quarterback. He's a second-team All-Pro. He gets into a playoff game where they have a legit chance to win. He goes for 89 yards and a touchdown. He never complains about anything. He's an incredible leader. He's someone that everyone should want to be like. And he's playing for our football team that's moving on to the divisional round of the playoffs. Thank you so much, Mr. Terry McLaurin.
Didn't even need all 45. He's a pro in that way. You guys know Dad.
I mean that.
He was one of the two people that helped make you possible, right? Gave birth to you many, many years ago with Mom. Dad, 45 seconds on the clock. Let's start praising.
I want to praise Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn, thank you for bringing the linebacker position back to relevance here in the Washington D.C. area. Our previous coaching staff didn't believe that linebackers mattered, and they showed us by putting lackluster talent on the field year after year after year. Dan Quinn, what did you do? You walked in this building, you said, I'm bringing Bobby Wagner along with me, and I'm signing Frankie Louvu, and both of those guys are going to make the All-Pro team, and they're going to make the difference for our defense. They're going to turn this defense around, and they did. They made this defense respectable, as opposed to the joke that it's been the last several years under Ron Rivera and his leadership. And for that, Dan Quinn, I thank you. And for that, Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu, thank you for bringing linebacker back to Washington, D.C. and being a respectable position.
It is amazing, by the way, that a linebacker, Ron Rivera is your head coach and GM basically, and a linebacker, Jack Del Rio, is your D coordinator, both kind of decided, we don't think that position matters very much.
It's odd. Like, given the history of it, right? I mean, it's like, imagine a quarterback or a former offensive player that ends up becoming head coach being like, you know what, we're going to win with defense. We're going to win by punting and field
Buffalo
position.
nickel, though.
Yeah,
That matters
seriously.
so much.
If only I could hear that phrase one more time. I heard that phrase as much during the Rivera era as, what was his name?
So more so than anything else. And
That's what
my thing about it is.
Thing about it is good. I'm trying to think
Yeah.
of the other one he always said. Oh, be where
Be
your,
where
feet,
your feet are.
Hated that one.
Don't draw me a map unless you're a Buffalo nickel. Okay?
That one. Don't draw me a map unless you're Jamin Davis or Emmanuel Forbes. I
Mhm.
didn't like that one either. All right. Corporate Clary, you have 45 seconds to praise whoever you'd like.
Jared Goff, I mean, you mean the world to me. And once I kind of get talking about Jared Goff, it's just a deeper meaning to what you may realize out there. You get traded away from the Rams, you get sent out to Detroit, and they're like, dude, he's going to go fail. He's going to be a nobody, just like Matthew Stafford was in Detroit, and you're not going to be good at all. Well, last year, it went to the NFC Championship game. He should have won that.
Yeah, when you're praising Lions, you only get 20 seconds. We
Okay,
didn't tell you
okay.
those rules.
Okay, that's fine.
But I am glad that you're glad
He goes, that's fine.
that Jared Goff is moving on. Corporate Clary, ladies and gentlemen. He really has gone full heel Vince McMahon
Yeah.
style.
He's embraced his new lifestyle.
Which I like. All right, let's go to the phones. Edwin is in Silver Spring. Edwin, you know how the game is played?
Yes, I do.
All right, 45 seconds on the clock. Begin now.
All right, I want to praise the receiving core in the last game, man. Like, I feel like there was a stretch of games where we played. There were so many drops. There was just, people weren't making plays. But in this last game, I was like, also with my friends, man, I was like, man, everybody's playing their ass off. Everybody's making their grabs. People like gaining yards, a lot of yak. Everybody's just making plays in the playoffs. I loved it. Passes were all perfect. People had to come back to some balls, get low, dive, this or that, but everybody was on their job, man. I loved it. And I got a quick question to 5 o'clock. If Terry plays 6 years with Jaden, do you think he could contend for the Hall of Fame?
Well, I appreciate the question. I will jot it down to come back to later.
Oh, hello
But
there.
as you may know, it's not time for questions. It's time for the praise clock. Let's go to Fred, who's in Bristow on G&D. Hello, Fred. How are you?
Hi, Fred.
Doing good, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Put 45 seconds on the clock. Fred, start praising.
My praise goes to the ownership. They have instilled an entirely new culture in this team, and everything starts from the top and works down. And the difference is like night and day. It reminds me of the Cook era. where you always knew something good was going to happen. You could always look forward to the upcoming season, even if the last didn't go well. And I think that's what these guys have brought to this team. And so I applaud them. I thank them. I didn't think I'd live to see the day again that we used to have back during the Cook days.
Thank you, sir.
Just in time.
You're right
Beat
in
the
there.
clock. We appreciate you. I was actually, thinking about when you were talking about ownership, Danny, like the decency and the decorum, the night and day difference, and how it does really matter when you're not afraid for your job or looking over your shoulder. And I mean, even just the little people on the totem pole, the people doing the stuff that we feel like we don't see on Sundays that work over there. The entire environment has changed.
Well, that turf field at their dump facility in Ashburn was unusable for decades. They went, well, that's ridiculous, and they fixed it. They made sure fans could come see training camp right away. They put bleachers up. You just do the thing. Just do the right thing. You don't worry about bottom line or cost. You do the right thing enough, it makes people happy.
Austin Eckler in 20 minutes. How about our guy Josh in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny? It's time for a praise clock. Josh, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready. I'd like to praise the ESPN and Washington Post and City Paper reporters who reported on Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen for all those years and told the truth and helped to chase his grubby little self away from our team, which allowed Josh Harris to come in, who brought in Adam Peters, who hired Dan Quinn, who drafted Jaden Daniels, who brought in Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner, who recovered the fumble that enabled the doink that led to the best sports week of my 42-year-old life and thrilled my wife and daughter and my 4-year-old and converted my 9-year-old from the Eagles to the Commanders. So thank you to those reporters that started it all off.
Let's go.
I love that.
That one's perfect.
I love that.
I could follow that chain one by one. It was, one after another, the slow burn all the way to. Did I hear a conversion?
A conversion.
From the Eagles
That's
to
a
the
conversion.
Commanders. This is how it's done. I was talking to you. You've never heard of this man, but Adam Epstein does a great radio show in Richmond.
I know that guy.
You know AWOD?
I do.
I had no idea. And so I was on with AWOD today, and he was asking about if this brings back memories of my childhood and the teams that I loved in 05 and 99 that made the playoffs and got wins. And I said it absolutely does. But those years made me the diehard fan that I became. They made me love this team forever and ever and ever. And without those years, who knows? I mean, I'm a DC guy, so I would have liked the team, but is the passion the same? Do you go through all the bad? But if you're 10 now, like I was in 99, if you're 14, like I was in 05 or whatever, in those formative, you're still childhood years of falling in love with the team, you're building fans forever. And it takes runs like this, wins like Sunday. That's what it takes. We're praising whoever you'd like to. You get to choose. You get 45 seconds to tell them how awesome they are. Normally, this is a vent clock about this organization.
Not up in here.
Not anymore. The praise clock continues next. Austin Eckler at 5 o'clock on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Commanders, Lions in Detroit, Saturday night. We got Austin Eckler to preview the game with us at 5. Can't wait to talk to him in 12 minutes, presented by IT Cadre. Right now, though, we're giving you a chance to praise somebody in the organization with a praise clock. So Clary went earlier and tried to praise Jared Goff. Let's get a Commanders praise clock out of Ryan before we get back to the phones, 800-636-1067, just to show the people how it works. Your time starts now.
I'd like to praise Cliff Kingsbury. And Cliff, when you came here, I was pissed off, frankly. It was not a good time for me. I was not in on you, Cliff, but you have proven me wrong. You have been the guy for Jaden Daniels. You have been the guy for Terry McLaurin. And also, as of recent, Zach Ertz has come out of nowhere and has played a huge role in this offense. I am so happy to have you here, Cliff. I want you to be here forever and ever and ever. And also, I'm going to praise the fans. You made it feel like a home environment down in Tampa. Thank you, Commanders fan base, because you have made our team cool yet again.
40 seconds is all
That was
we
really
needed.
good. We got a thank in there. Got everything you want.
I noticed the thank.
You thank you.
Thanksgiving's coming quickly. It'll be November before we know it. Let's go to Nate, who's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Nate, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, praise
Let's
clock
do it.
starts now.
All right, I'd like to thank Zach Ertz, actually, because to be honest, well, my answer was just taken previously, but to be honest, Zach Ertz, you went to a new team after so many years, and you showed that it was possible to be able to put your best foot forward, be a part of the group, make a difference. You didn't give up on yourself. They used to always say you just make the catch and fall. You started running with the ball, and I appreciate your help. Thank you so much, Zach Ertz.
And he didn't listen to the haters. I mean, he got more crap for just being a pretty good football player all year than anybody on this team. I never really understood it. There's just guys that everyone hates. If it's Benjamin St. Juste who's had a bad year, I at least understand it. I think that it's overblown, and no one is as bad a player as whoever's in the fan doghouse generally. But the Zach Ertz stuff never made sense. He's just the perfect safety valve, safety blanket, helps Jaden between plays on the sideline. He's just a great leader. But yeah, he had a very quietly excellent year. He was stunningly silent in this game. He had the one catch that was huge for 12 yards on a 3rd and 10.
On the 4th down, too, right? Did he have a 4th down conversion?
Oh, that's true. I guess he had 2 catches in the game. So 2 monster catches. But that's it, as best I can remember.
That's right.
Move the chains on
2 for 23,
4th and 5, and then on a 3rd and 10, caught a 12-yard pass when Jaden kind of ran backwards into the end zone and kept a play alive. Let's go to Bill in Manassas. Bill, you know we're coming out to Uptown Alley in Manassas on Friday for a field trip show.
Awesome, man. Looking forward to it, guys.
Yeah, come out there. We'll be there 2 to 6:30. But your 45-second praise clock starts right now.
All right. Although this person is not an official member of the staff of the Commanders, this person has endured 21 years of watching a fan despondent, enabling this person to still encourage and go to games. Chicago, Eagles game, and now making it possible to drive to Detroit with their son to watch the Commanders take the Detroit Lions down this Saturday night at 8 o'clock. My praise goes to my wife, Courtney. Without her, it wouldn't be possible.
Courtney made it all possible.
Way to go, Courtney.
And may I ask you, Bill, if you don't mind, and this is probably too much for the radio, how much did you spend on the tickets? I'm curious what people are getting tickets for.
Well, she does know the price, so I'm not afraid to put it out there. We did discuss this.
Okay.
The talk was for the nosebleeds, but we're four rows up, 30-yard line. I paid $1,000 a ticket, fellas. Once in a lifetime experience with my son.
Let's go.
Love it.
You know what we call this? A core memory, Bill. How old is he?
15 years old.
That's perfect.
So I'll tell you, this is not a bit. I was in my bathroom, out of the shower, like just brushed the teeth, looking into the mirror. And I was thinking about going to that 99 playoff game and like some of those games with my dad. And now I'm old enough in my mid-30s with my own kids where I get to see my parents. I'm lucky. I still live about an hour and a half away. But I see them for a day at a time at a family party. Or if I'm lucky, they'll stay over in the next morning, give them a hug, and they head out or whatever. And they're in their 70s, and I'm in my 30s. And it's like, I'll never have that again.
That's right.
And I literally just as emotional as I can get by myself in my house staring in a mirror, just thinking about like those memories with my dad at those games, driving me to all those Redskins games for all those years, a couple hours from the stadium when I was growing up. It's so important and it's so meaningful. So for his kid, I don't even know if he'll know now how cool that is.
Yeah.
There's going to be a day when his son's wearing a Jaden Daniels jersey, running around being excited for the weekend, when he's staring into his mirror, fighting back tears, thinking about when he got to go to those games with his
You don't
dad.
know until much later. It's like now I think about like at some sweaty 200-degree summer league game in the middle of nowhere where I'm dying of thirst and there's my dad with a Gatorade. You know what I mean? Like just sitting in his whatever, like a portable chair, just keeping score. Like that stuff. Then it was like, oh, that's fine. Now it's just like I get so verklempt. I get so choked up thinking about it.
Seymour and Bluemont, who do you want to praise?
What's up, gents? I tell you what, I think when that kid's thinking about those memories and his dad's looking back on his life, he needs to think about the debt of gratitude he owes to the inside 3 inches of the right upright of the goalpost at Raymond James Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all can agree that we owe a big old thanks to the inside 3 inches. What do you guys say?
You know what? Normally 3 inches is a bad thing.
No, but it's fine for some people.
That's a good point.
That's all I'm saying.
Those 3 inches. The best 3 inches money can buy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The right upright. There's no better 3 inches out there than the right upright.
I will say
in
that.
Tampa, Florida. Right?
You don't have to pay a premium price usually for 3 inches. Readily available.
Not generally.
Yeah.
But that's as good at 3 inches as you're going to get.
Yep.
Let's go to Josh in Mechanicsville on G&D. What's up, Josh?
Hey, what's up, Grant Danny?
Hey, buddy.
3 inches, never been better, Josh.
What's that?
Nothing.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, I want to praise. He's not with the organization no more, but you guys, Daniel Snyder, thank you, sir, for selling this team.
Short and sweet.
Succinct. Done.
I actually went to him because on the call screener it said Bears for not taking Jaden Daniels. And I thought that was funny.
That would be a good thing too.
That's a really good one. That's a good start. All right, Austin Eckler joins the show next. We're going to talk to him not only about the doinking in to beat Tampa Bay, but about the Lions. You'll definitely want to hear this. Presented by IT Cadre right here on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Getting set to hear from running back Austin Eckler coming up in just moments with G&D here on the Fan. Commanders getting set to hit the road again for a divisional round showdown with the Detroit Lions Saturday night against the NFC's top seed, Terry McLaurin in Washington, no doubt facing their toughest test of the season.
You gain confidence because of the past, and it doesn't guarantee what you're going to do in the future. But when you got 11 guys locked in on the mission and are just willing to get that win at the end at whatever cost, you usually have results like that.
Commanders enjoying their best season since 1991, 13-5 now, winning 6 in a row heading into Saturday Night Football, 8 p.m. at Ford Field. Keep in mind, Washington is 3-0 all-time against Detroit in the postseason. 2 of those wins, 83 and 1992, were en route to winning the Super Bowl. Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury is going to reportedly interview for both the Bears and Saints head coaching vacancies this week. Also new today, the Jets have requested an interview with Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt for their head coaching job. College basketball, Georgetown at St. John's tonight up in New York, 7:30 tip from Madison Square Garden. That's on the Team 980. And Ovi continues his chase at history. Capitals home tonight against the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. 7 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Second and 10 for Daniels. The rookie will flip it out over Diaby and caught by Eckler into field goal range. Eckler to the 27-yard line.
One of the plays of the game turned in by Austin Eckler, the catch and run to get the Commanders into field goal range to set up the game winner. First playoff win in 19 years. Eckler, a big part of it, joins us now on Grant and Danny. Thanks to our friends at IT Cadre who make the segment possible. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. Presented by IT Cadre, where DC sports insiders like Austin Eckler share their exclusive perspective. And today, it's a perspective we need injected into our veins.
Here, here.
Washington, a playoff winner. Austin, congratulations,
Yep.
man. You guys pulled off the first of hopefully a few more. How are you?
I am doing well. Thanks for having me on. It's good to be back on. I hope you guys enjoyed the weekend as much as I did.
More than you know.
Yeah, it was fine, Austin. You know, it was cool.
It was like medicine to a sick person. Look, you were coming back from injury, gutting through the concussion recovery, and I'd imagine all along out in front of you, like, you know, the carrot being dangled was, I'm going to get to play playoff football. I got to imagine it was all worth it, everything you went through in the rehab to be not just on the field, but such a key component late as you guys move down the field to get the game-winning field goal.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, playoff football just in my day has kind of turned out to be kind of the more special times and special seasons that I truly remember the most, just because of what it takes to get to the playoffs and, you know, being able to kind of, you know, reap the benefits of hard work, of all that stuff kind of coming together. And so this is no different. Definitely wanted to get back and make sure my body was right before I stepped back on the field. And we did that, took the right steps. And now it feels good to be in the journey, and not only in the journey, but also getting our first win.
Okay, take me inside the mind of Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
Foot touches ball. It goes up in the air and starts to drift ever so slightly to the right before it hits that upright and goes in. Just walk me through your thought process, your reactions, just your feelings. I got to know what it was like on that sideline.
Yeah, I mean, it's different from everyone's perspective, but from my head, we were pretty close, like for the NFL anyway. Like, these guys can make these all day. So that's what I'm thinking. All right, like, this is a nice little chip shot. And you get out there and, you know, kick it in, Zane, and we'll get on the plane. And, you know, from our angle, it's hard to tell. You know, obviously we saw it hit the post, which was crazy. But then, you know, we've seen enough doinks in our day that we've seen some go in, some bounce out. And we could see that one clearly went towards the net. And then we saw the rest put their hands up. And so then it was time to go celebrate on the field. And, yeah, it was definitely nerve-wracking, but again, not really at the same time, because even if we did miss it, you know, we had confidence in the defense to go get a stop, and let's go into overtime, and then we would have won the game that way.
What was your reaction after it went in? Like, we saw the video of Jaden Daniels, and I don't know if he was just tired or he just is just a football robot who it's the reason he's great, where he just doesn't emote. But he did not really react. It was amazing.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Kobe clip. He's like, "Why should I be happy? The job's not finished."
Exactly.
It's kind of like one of those clips. But like I said, everyone kind of reacted differently. I think for us, we don't want to be in that close of a game, but it's the playoffs, so crazy stuff happens all the time, and we're able to get it done. And that's just the way he reacted. He's cool as a cucumber, as they say, or however the saying goes. And so that's just Jaden being Jaden. That's him being himself.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. So, Austin, going to that drive, that 2-minute, brilliant drive to you guys end the game with possession of the football, force Tampa Bay to take all their timeouts and win it with a walk-off. That 18-yard catch and run you had, again, a couple moments took probably days, weeks, maybe even months off of my life. The ball drifting towards the upright was number one. But number two, that passes in the air to you in kind of that left flat. Yaya Diaby, who's just an astounding athlete, by the way. Like, it looks like on the TV, he's got it. And I'm like, oh my God, it's a pick six. The world is going to end. I'm going to crawl and live in a hole and just wait for a meteor to hit me. Then you've got it, and you're shimmying and shaking and chucking and jiving and spinning, going 18 yards down the field. And as soon as you did that, I'm going, holy crap, they're going to win. Like, that changed everything for me. Take us inside that play. What did it look like from your perspective? What was the call? Were you first in line? Like, walk me through it.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of emotions going there.
Seriously, dude.
Oh, man. So, I mean, it's funny because I've definitely felt those emotions, those same things when I was, watching from the sideline. But, as a player, when you get in the game, you're so locked in. Like, the intensity of the moment isn't really magnified like that for you. It's really kind of just, hey, back to the basics, fundamentals. Let's run this play, focus on this play. And, for me, I ended up getting to the flats, kind of went across the formation and ended up being in the flats, and the DN was dropping with me. And so I came from across. So it wasn't really like a free release to his side where he had a lot of eyes on me. So kind of got turned around because he didn't realize that, oh, crap, here comes Austin.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go guard the flat. So luckily he was turned around and Jaden threw it to me, and right over his shoulder, I was kind of able to jump and awkwardly catch it because I didn't know if it was going to ricochet or not. And, like you said, skirted up the sideline and, got loose and got us into, some field goal range, or a little bit better field goal range anyway. But, it's one of those where, if he moves his arm in one direction, tips it down and it's a different play. But that's the game we live in, the game of inches.
Yeah, that 18-yard play, a lot of inches, 45-yard line of Tampa down to the 27. And that was kind of one of the first moments, I think, where people started to say, oh, my goodness, they might run this clock out and they're going to have a chance to win this thing without giving the ball back. And that was made possible based on you guys getting one more first down. So I want to go to the play after that. The Bucs burn a timeout, and then it's 1st and 10 from the 27, and you guys call a run play. And you guys had been unable to run the ball pretty much all game long, like from the traditional running game. You had a 12-yard run, in air quotes, that was actually like a slip screen behind the line of scrimmage that went as a run statistically. But you got 8 yards, and it was maybe the best run of the game. What's being said in the huddle right before that, when now it's like, let's get yards and run the clock out time, and take us through that 8-yard run?
Yeah, they have a pretty good front, and we knew that going into the game. They're kind of designed, in our eyes, to really stop the run. You got to beat them with the pass. And so we kind of anticipated something like that going into the game, and it definitely held true. But late in the down, it's like, hey, we want to make sure we have a play that we can make sure the clock continues to go and we can get a little bit closer. And ended up finding a seam up in the middle and scampered for a little 8-yard run in there and put us in a position that's like, okay, cool. Now we're close to another first down. And as we were talking about, can get us into a position where we can run out all their timeouts, but still have to pick up this first down. And we want to do it in a way that we keep the clock running no matter what, right? Because we want to take this all the way down and use up as much time as possible, even if we do have to kick it here on 4th down. We want to just eat up as much as we can. So we knew we were going to be running the ball. And, so that 8-yard run definitely put us in a position where it's like, okay, this is very manageable. We're in field goal range now and in a position to potentially end the game, which is the ideal situation for us, where we call it no moss. Like, hey, stay in bounds, make sure to get down because we're trying to end the game with the ball in our hands and kick a field goal to win.
Wait, so go back to no moss. I've heard people call it, I think it was, what was the line I heard? That was like high school, because they say you can't score, right? Or something like that. But no Moss, what is that? What's that mean?
Yeah, no mas means hey, stay in bounds because we're trying to
don't
try
to
to
get
get the
more.
game.
Yeah.
No more.
Got
no
it.
more. Right? Like no more. We don't want any more after this. Like this is us. Stay in bounds. All right. Don't score. Get down. We had a couple situations. This actually with the Chargers a couple years ago. We're on the 1 yard line. We're in no mas where we don't want to score. And the defense is, if you're down that close, they might want you to score so they can get the ball back. So don't score. Don't go out of bounds, but get the first down.
So, and Austin Eckler with this here on G&D. So coming into this game, what you said about their defensive front, Grant and I were saying kind of all week long, Cansey and Vita Vea are incredible up there up front. And so I sort of predicted this, not that I'm any kind of genius, but it sort of was pretty intuitive, Austin, that this was going to be an Austin Eckler game, right? Where you were going to get touches, you were going to be involved. Is that something that you know going in as kind of the game plan's getting installed and you're sort of walking through the week going, this might be more than your average week for Austin in terms of getting some touches?
Yeah, look, there's different matchups all across the league, and this is one of those where it's like, hey, we know they have a stout run defense inside, and so for me, when I come into the game, typically, I've been known to, catch the ball in the backfield, and so when it's in the 2-minute situations, I'm in the game, and in 2-minute situations, what are we doing? We're throwing the ball, and so guess what? Where we think they're weaker was throwing the ball, and we were able to, move the ball majority of the game doing that. It was really in the pass game, really the run game, like you mentioned. They had us kind of hunkered down, which, you still try to be multidimensional, but sometimes, you get into a game and it's not the flavor that day. And so, yeah, there is times where it's like, all right, Austin, we're going to drop a few more plays because of the way we match up against these guys. So you saw, with me on the screen, with me catching some checkdowns. I had a couple other checkdowns in there as well throughout the day. So, yep, our coaches are on top of it. They're looking at different matchups, making sure, okay, what kind of players do we have and how do we match up against them? And let's put them in positions to win.
Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre on Grant and Danny. Speaking of how do you match up, next up, the Detroit Lions. Detroit at home in one of the loudest environments in the league, a 15-win team on the season, a juggernaut. And you guys get to keep playing and try to now go there and make it 2 in a row in the playoffs. What do you make of taking on the Lions on the road?
Yeah, it'll be definitely a fun game, fun environment. Records don't really mean anything in the postseason. It's pretty much 0-0 because there's nothing after this. So it's 1-0. It's all that matters. And I'm sure you've heard, any given Sunday for us, Saturday in this case. But for us, yeah, we're looking forward to it. We think we're in a position where, hey, let's continue to be ourselves and we'll see what happens, right? Good things tend to happen when we're in a rhythm and we can continue to move the ball. And so that's what we've done pretty much all year and looking to continue doing it now. And really excited to go out there and be in the playoffs, second round, get tested. That's what this is about. It's our brotherhood versus their brotherhood. And we know their brotherhood's on display. It's been building for the past couple of years. Well, guess what? So is ours for this last year as well. So really looking forward to it. It's just going to be, I think, a great heavy-hitting match versus two really good teams.
Austin, you guys have pretty much won in walk-off or near walk-off fashion over the last month and a half. Why are you guys so comfortable in those kinds of situations where it seems you've come through every single time?
I think that's just because we've been battle tested. We've been in those situations, and not like you're trying to blow everyone out of the water, but that's not how the NFL works. The NFL is, a bunch of highly, skilled players playing each other. And, it's one of those things where that's been our flavor. That's our flavor this year. Hey, we're in a lot of close games and we're going to get them. Some teams have different flavors the way they're winning, but this is how we've been doing it. And at the end of the day, in the win-loss column, it doesn't have little notes below it. It just says win or lose, And so for us, it's about getting the win. I don't care if it's a doink in to get to the next round. I don't care if it's a Hail Mary. I don't care if it's a last second, fade ball, whatever it is, defensive stop. Hey, make sure we get the win. And I think that's what our team has really been doing a really good job of is, hey, whatever it takes, let's be bought in for each other. Let's lay it on the line for each other. And then at the end of the day, we'll see what happens, but we'll know that, hey, we put it all out there in the field.
I mean, the best compliment, Austin, I can pay Jaden Daniels, I think, is into this offense generally. And I felt the same way even against Dallas, to be honest, when he wasn't on the field. When you guys got the ball back with 4:40 to go, it felt like a certainty that you were going to score. Now, I don't know. I did not have confidence that you guys could run out all 440 because that's just so hard to do, even in a 4-minute offense, right? But I thought at minimum they're getting a field goal. and at most they're getting a touchdown, and then we see if they can stop Tampa Bay. Like, what better compliment is there? But I say that just to ask this question. You guys, after now 5 straight games with wins on your final play from scrimmage, I'd imagine that the confidence is ridiculous even in the huddle. Like, when you're trotting out there, if you hadn't had any of those games end that way over the last 5 weeks, maybe it's different. But you've been doing this every single week for over a month. It must have been like a yawning kind of, all right, well, let's go down there.
I just wanted to walk off.
We'll just go get the points. Like, I mean, really? Like, seriously, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's yawning. I mean, for me, like all of us on the sideline, we are locked in. Like, it is time to go. Like, for us, like, it's a different type of vibe for us. I know everyone's like nervous in the stands. Okay, even by the defense, like, come on, boys, like, let's go get it. But like, when you're in the huddle, when you're on the field, like, the intensity level and attention to detail is at such a premium. Like, you don't really have time to really think of kind of what's at stake. It's more so execute the job, execute what I have to do, and that's what we've been able to do. I think Jaden's done an excellent job at continuing to be kind of the leader of that and making sure, hey, if things do break down, I can use my legs, I can run, and I can throw, and I can give ourselves even another 1-2 more chances in the same play to keep it alive and keep going. And we have enough guys around him that have been coming through as well, whether you're talking O-line blocking, giving him time, or guys scrambling, getting open, or guys, being in route and throwing on time and catching and running down the ball. So it's complementary, but it definitely helps when you have number 5 who's at the helm, who can continue to extend plays and get us in positions to kind of continue to make the play into the second play and then continue to go. And then, okay, now we have more opportunities that maybe we wouldn't have had if we didn't have, an elite quarterback like we do with Jaden.
Austin, we always end our conversation with a listener question presented by IT Cadre. And we get those submitted all over the place. 1067 The Fan YouTube, where people are watching, or on social media. And somebody here wants to know your thoughts on how many Commanders fans traveled to Tampa, and then your message to a lot of the people who have already scooped those expensive tickets in Detroit. It seems like a lot of Commanders fans are going to make the trip again.
Oh yeah, there's a buzz around the city, and that's spreading to other parts of the nation. So that was really cool to see out there in Tampa. There was a bunch of defensive chants. Like, okay, I had Chris. He's one of our receivers that just came in. He's like, man, I've never been on a team that has this type of culture. So just know you guys are not only making an impact for the people that have been here, but also even the new guys on the team that really feel the impact of how we're able to travel with our fans. So let's keep that going. And yeah, if you are going to be out there in Detroit, look, I just expect more of the same. You guys have been crushing it all year with the energy, with the chants, with everything. Like, don't change. Just like, we're not going to change. We're going to continue to go out there and be ourselves. That's what we expect from you guys. We know it's going to be a hostile environment. It's going to be loud, right? They had a bye. They've been anticipating this for a long time. So, but guess what? So have we. We've been anticipating getting to this point, and we're finally here. Now it's just time to go execute. Whether you're a fan, player, coach, someone in the media, let's go out and do our jobs, and hope for the best and see what happens.
Love it. Austin, awesome with us as always. Congratulations again, man, and keep it going, dude. This is just so much fun.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. You guys have a good one.
You
Thanks,
too, buddy.
brother. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, presented by IT Cadre. Always sensational. Just such a fun interview all season long that he's provided for us. Sharp guy, man.
Yeah. Just sees the game in a certain way. It's a reminder of that mentality that those guys have. Like, I'm sitting here going, the ball's drifting to the right. He's like, yeah, we got it. We'll win it overtime. They're just different.
No exaggeration. I mean, that drive, it felt so good to be so nervous again. And just sitting there watching with like those, it reminded me honestly of a Caps playoff game, or
just white knuckling
like overtime, or maybe like the Nats World Series running a big at bat when they're down a run or something like that. That's the comp. But as they had the ball, and Jaden Daniels isn't feeling that, Austin Eckler's not feeling that. But as you're sitting there watching and you can't control it, you're helpless.
Yeah, Howie Kendrick's not freaking out in the box against Will Harris. I'm losing my mind.
IT Cadre presents Austin Eckler. Trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. By the way, we got to thank them. We got some swag from them.
Yes, this is awesome.
When we got here today, we got some hoodies, some nice mugs. I got a nice little travel cup as well.
I'm going to use the hell out of this coffee mug, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a substantial coffee mug.
Thank you to them for being great partners all year long here on The Fan. What has made Dan Quinn such a success in his first year? You know, this was not what I was looking forward to, hiring Dan Quinn. He might have been the right hire for this team at this time. Certainly looking that way. Maybe it wasn't the best option on paper or the best resume or the most exciting hire, but it certainly feels like it fits like a glove through one season here. It's done a banner job. What has made him so successful? We'll get into that next on G&D. Guys, it's GP for Copair. This is the new name, same company, old EMP 180 that I was on to lose weight and keep weight off for several years on their program. You know, I'm back on the train, down just over 15 pounds, feeling good about it. The good news is I'm adding muscle while I'm losing just specifically fat, which is the goal. I know this because I have detailed weigh-ins where they monitor these types of things. I've got a coach at those weigh-ins who talks me through the week I just had and plans ahead. If I'm, I got a trip coming up to Detroit. Hey, what are you worried about in terms of eating badly? All right, how do we combat that? It's a nice little wrinkle to the program. Copair program can be whatever you want it to be, by the way. For me, at Copair, I'm going to be using the medications, the injections, because it tamps down a lot of my bad habits, but you don't have to do that. In fact, 58% of their new clients are still doing it the way I did it originally, without the injections and just the coaching and learning how to make major lifestyle changes, which I'm doing simultaneously. Because let's face it, if I just lose weight because of the injections and I don't change anything about my lifestyle, then when I get off of those injections, I'm going to gain the weight back. And that's why the Copair program works so well. Many of you have made those New Year's resolutions, and now it's time to get in on making some real changes. There's 700 reviews for Copair, 4.9 average for them. The standard weight loss in the DMV program is Copair. Do it with me as you kick off the new year.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Full day of work for the Commanders with a short week. They play Saturday night in Detroit against the Lions. Detroit estimating that David Montgomery was a full participant at practice. It looks like they're going to get one of their key players on offense, running back David Montgomery, back for the game this weekend. Commanders a 10-point underdog again for Saturday Night Football in Detroit, 8 p.m. kickoff at Ford Field. Capitals home against the Anaheim Ducks tonight, 7 p.m. face-off on the Fan. Ovi just 22 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. College hoops, Georgetown at St. John's, 7:30 tip-off tonight on the Team 980. This month, only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Ross Tucker is on the show at 6 o'clock. That's 30 minutes from right now. One of our favorite NFL analysts stopping by. We'll preview all 4 playoff games this weekend. There are only 8 teams remaining in the NFL. One of them is the Washington Commanders. They're in the Final 4 in the NFC. What has made Dan Quinn such a success this year? I want to drill down on this. He was the coordinator in Dallas, very popular with the Cowboys last season. They had a playoff game where their defense got annihilated by the Packers. And frankly, Green Bay and Matt LaFleur just kind of outcoached Dallas and Quinn and Witt and everybody like that day.
You got pantsed right there.
Handily. But that doesn't really have anything to do with why, as a head coaching candidate, he was not a favorite going into any interviewing process. Wasn't expected to get a job if everyone got their first, and in some cases, maybe second option. Remember, in one of the fun storylines of this weekend, Ben Johnson was the guy that everyone thought Washington was going to end up with. They were flying to interview him for a second time. I still believe if he wanted that job, he probably would have been their coach. But he called the Hogs, the Harris ownership group, while they were in the air, flying to go meet him for a second interview, and said, nah, never mind, I'm good. I'm pulling my name. I'm not going to be your coach. I'm not going to be coaching anywhere but Detroit next year. And then subsequently, it was leaked that Ben Johnson didn't like the interviewing process and used the phrase basketball guys when talking about what annoyed him about some of the Washington process. Well, obviously, Josh Harris owns an NBA team, and Bob Myers, if you remember,
Bob Myers,
was heavily involved at that time and is still kind of around and in the owner's suite. So he joned. So I just like that side element of this coaching matchup. Johnson, who, depending on how you think it went down, whether he spurred the team or spurned the team, or they didn't necessarily fall in love with him. It was this awkward, bad ending where he was talking bad on the back end about the process through reporters. And they end up with Dan Quinn, and now 13 wins and a playoff victory later, Dan Quinn in Washington and those basketball guys are going to be sitting in Detroit as Ben Johnson's calling plays for the Lions.
Isn't that interesting? And so I saw something the other day. I was trying to find the piece just now while you were talking. I couldn't. So apologies for who I'm not giving credit to here. But it was Dan Quinn's the guy they wanted all along, a history of it. Adam Peters pitched Dan Quinn in his interview, and this is whoever they wanted. That's fine. Everybody wants to pat themselves on the back and take credit for it.
That is certainly what you should say after you hire Dan Quinn.
Yeah, there's no incentive to be like, yeah, he was our 4th choice. Like, that doesn't help anybody.
No team has ever, after drafting a player, said that the guy they wanted got taken right before the pick.
Sure, he happened to be number 1 on our board. Isn't that amazing? So here's my response to that is always, the guy that's just waiting just past security for a regular commercial Friday at DCA to be photographed by anybody was not your first choice. That's just not how it looks. You ended up with a great guy. You ended up with an awesome star, and that's kind of what we're talking about now.
It worked out.
Yeah, but you can't pretend is my only comeback to that. I guarantee you, like when we went back and looked at the draft process, when they picked up Jaden Daniels and we treated him first class and, all these different prospects, if they really loved Drake May or really loved Caleb Williams or loved somebody else, you wouldn't have gone and thrown every rose at Jaden Daniels. Similarly, that's just not how you do it when you're talking about hiring a head coach. It's not like an afterthought. It's like, hey man, you noob or something. Whatever. We might see you later for a second interview. Then there was a delay and there was all this other kind of stuff. Anyway, the point is, they ended up with a great guy.
They were flying the other coaches around on PJs everywhere.
Yeah.
Nikki Javala bumped into Dan Quinn after he came to them,
right,
and was flying out, like everybody else.
Just
on,
leave it on a commuter
Southwest.
flight. Yeah, leave it on a commuter plane at 8
Right.
8:40 a.m. So, but the point is, that's history. The fact is, they got a great guy, and if the question is why is he successful?
By the way, sometimes that happens like
yes,
that.
of course it does.
Like the Nats didn't want Daniel Murphy.
That's the example I was going to use.
He was their third choice. They wanted Ben Zobrist. He ended up in Tampa at second base. Then they wanted
Phillips, the Reds.
Brandon
Yep.
Phillips from the Reds, and he went somewhere else or stayed in Cincy. They're like, damn it, what are we going to do? All right, let's go Daniel Murphy.
Get a
He
nice
ended up being
postseason.
their best hitter over a 2 or 3 year span, and he was an unbelievable player who elevated his game. Sometimes it works out.
Absolutely.
And I'm thrilled to be wrong about the way this has gone in year one with Dan Quinn. But I will say this, I never didn't think Dan Quinn, who's this unbelievable leader who could build a great staff, could have some success early on. That's never really been my fear. My fear with hiring, not Quinn, but just defensive-minded, I've made the point ad nauseum, and people are probably tired of hearing, when Cliff Kingsbury walks, what happens? It's why I wouldn't do it. It's not for me. But I can say that and also still say, Dan Quinn's been amazing. He's had a hell of a year. He might end up being the right guy. Not the best guy, in my opinion, in terms of resumes and like ideal of what works over a 20-year span in the league, but the right guy for the right fit. And that's a credit to Peters and the Harris ownership group. If they figured that out and said, this is the perfect guy for us right now, I still say, let me fast forward 2-3 years and see how this goes as you lose some of your offensive acumen in the building. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, the Peters decision of Quinn looks like a grand slam.
Slam dunk, home run, whatever you want to use. So if the question is why has he been so successful, I think it's a couple fold. Follow through is my biggest one. It's very easy to dominate a press conference to begin with. Remember, we were smitten with Eric Bieniemy at his first press conference. We were smitten with Ron Rivera. These guys have done this enough times where you can shoot your platitudes into the air, finger gun style, tell everybody how violently you're going to arrive, and we're going to be where our feet are. We're going to be about the work, and it's about establishing winning ways day one. That's very easy to say, really hard to do. Does it slip the third Tuesday after you're supposed to get going? Are you skipping the Senior Bowl to play golf because you haven't had a vacation? Are you not doing the things that it takes? Are you getting your car washed on a Friday when the DEA comes, right? Now, if you're the head coach, maybe you got some time off on a Friday, but you're also the GM. Get your ass to work. See what I'm saying? Like, are you about the work or are you about saying the work? It's very easy to say the thing. It's very hard on a daily basis to get here early, to get in and do everything possible to make sure your team is as good as it can be. And you have to have that follow through where if here's the line, if the line is crossed, here are the consequences. It can't be bent. You got to be reasonable, but at the same time, like you have to have it. No matter what was happening and swirling around with guys in previous regimes, off the field incidents, as good and as gentlemanly as Ron Rivera was, you still had guys acting the fool out in public here and there, right? You still had these things slipping, these practice habits, these tendencies under Jay Gruden, who I love. You got, some of the good or the bad personal habits kind of creeping in. Things start to slip. The standard slips. The standard has not slipped here. That takes buy-in from veterans, and that takes picking the right veterans to be able to convey your message, but it also takes being steadfast, not being Bill Parcells and yelling at guys and belittling people when something doesn't go your way, but basically explaining to them while also being kind of that paternal figure. This is the standard. We don't sometimes meet it. The standard is the standard. Mike Tomlin style, to borrow from there. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, for me, I think he's had great success for two reasons. The first, and I think this one was probably a lock when you hired him, as a known, even though he even exceeded my expectations here. He put together a phenomenal staff. I think the staff is
my 1A.
Awesome, right? So that's the first thing for me. I wasn't sold on Kingsbury. That's worked out brilliantly. The defensive staff, I think we knew from Jump Street, was really, really good. All the way down to the position coaches that he kept around, or that he brought in, I should say. And even the guys like Kerrigan
a couple over, yeah,
that are popular in the building that he kept around. The decision to keep Davita Pritchard as the quarterback's coach, I thought, was a good one. A lot of people wouldn't have done that. The decision to be as deep as he is with young offensive minds like David Blau, who's going back to Detroit, by the way, and Brian Johnson, who was a play caller last year, who took a demotion to come here as a pass game coordinator. I just think it was a good staff. The other reason why he is so successful, and this is something that this year over the course of the season I've just come around on. I don't have to buy in or believe in the catchphrases and the shtick, like the brotherhood stuff. It's so real in that building.
Mm-hmm.
It is such a reality. This is the best team that I've seen built in this organization since the Joe Gibbs 5 in a row run of 05 or 4 in a row run of 07 after Sean Taylor's death, when those guys were beside themselves, devastated, and came together. And this might surpass any of that, if I'm being honest. Like, when I say cover, it's a very loose term because I'm not out there every day,
Right.
but I'm in the locker room after games and occasionally during the season and was at training camp and plugged in enough with people in the building to have a pretty good feel of what's going on. To me, this is the closest knit, most loving team for one another that I can remember covering, being around, what have you, since the 2019 Nationals. That's what was special about that Nats team.
Yep.
That was not the most talented Nats team in baseball that year. That was not the most talented Nats team even in the year before or the year after it, probably, or the couple of years previous. That was the most chemistry proficient, flawless, built in terms of like fit, closest team. I'll use this term, brotherhood operation. That's what the Nats used to win the championship. That's what was special about the Caps for all those years with the same core. That's what this team has. But to do it with all these hired guns, with a bunch of one-year contracts, teams that are run by a bunch of dudes with one-year contracts, it's normally the opposite of that.
Yeah.
You're looking for money. You're looking to get paid. You're looking for your next stop. For him to build this thing with this ragtag ops, with people brought in from all over, has been amazing. It's been remarkable. And then let's just call it what it is, too. A big part of this is your quarterback makes you right. I don't mean Dan Quinn as much as just generally speaking.
Yep.
If Dan Quinn was coaching the Bills with Josh Allen this year, he'd be in the running for Coach of the Year. If he was coaching the Chiefs, they'd be playing this weekend. He's coaching Jaden Daniels, and Washington, above all odds, is still playing. If he was in Cleveland with their quarterback situation, he'd be picking in the top 7. I'm not trying to belittle him or knock him, but the brotherhood thing works a lot when you're winning, and a lot of their winning has to do with their quarterback. Very little matters who you hire at this role or that role or who your assistants are if you got the right quarterback. And Daniels, we'll see if it happens for many years ahead, but for this year, played at a top 5 level in the league. And if that's the case, everybody gets to look good.
Yep.
And that's got to be part of the conversation. But let's pose this question to our listeners. What do you think has made this Quinn hire work so well? Why was this a home run for Peters and company? 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? It's Grant and Danny for Window Nation. Those heating costs, oh my gosh, they're getting out of control. And experts say it's going to get even worse before spring. And if you want to save some money, replace your cold, drafty windows with energy-efficient ones from Window Nation, just like Grant and I have done. Just go to windownation.com now and save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest with no payments for 2 years.
Window Nation's products are built to protect your home. Top quality insulation and seals often outperform the expensive guys as well. You're going to save money on utility bills year round. Plus, their windows, lifetime warranty. They can be installed in a day or less. That's what we love. Danny and I have both done this a couple times in our homes. A+ rating, Better Business Bureau. We give them an A+. You can trust Window Nation, so hurry. The sale ends January 31st at the end of this month. Do not miss out on your chance to save 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years.
Schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90Nation. That's 866-90Nation, or visit windownation.com.
Dan Quinn probably won't win Coach of the Year, but he's certainly deserving of the award. I think Kevin O'Connell's the betting favorite. And understandably, the Vikings had an amazing year. What he did with Sam Darnold was pretty masterful. Although I will say, Sean McVay coached circles around him last night.
Certainly did. This year's there's a bunch of guys that make sense. I mean, obviously we're here in DC, so how about an 8-win improvement for a team that hasn't won 11 games in 30 years? That's pretty good, I would say. Dan Quinn deserves an awful lot of consideration.
I get frustrated a little bit when no one else in the building can have any credit or praise heaped on them because Jaden Daniels is here now. And what I mean by that is, like, it is true that Daniels makes everything better and easier. I was just talking about this with Dan Quinn, lucky to have him, right? But when Jaden Daniels left in the first quarter against the Panthers, Marcus Mariota came in and played his butt off, and they scored 40 points. When Jaden Daniels was out at halftime, when the offense was stinking up the joint in Week 18 against the Cowboys, Marcus Mariota came in and lit it up in the second half, and they went and won. They've basically played 5 quarters without Daniels, and they've been exceptional in those 5 quarters offensively, and their offense has moved at the same rate as it did with Daniels, which is not to knock Jaden at all. Over a course of 17 games without him, they'd be in big trouble, in my opinion. But let's not take away from everybody else, including Quinn here, which is the point that Gilo makes on Twitter. He says, as much as I want to say it's just the quarterback, it's not. These guys love Quinn. His mentality is the same. Jaden just dials it up for him. It's spread to me. I was confused at people wondering why we go for so many 4th downs. Like, this is who we are. And Dan Quinn has that in him. He's got some Dan Campbell. They both played in the trenches. Campbell was a tight end, Quinn a defensive lineman. It's kind of that macho, mano-y-mano, like, they're both going to curse on every sentence, and players love them. You know, they're like the big bruising dude who played football in the trenches.
Yeah, it's how you get Bobby Wagner to sign. You know what I mean? Like, you got your choice of not that much money. Bobby Wagner could go to a lot of places. As soon as he's eligible, he'll get that gold jacket. He came here. It's Dan Quinn. There's a reason guys want to play for him. It's like a little bit of chicken and the egg, but you get the Bobby Wagners, you get a culture change, right? And you change the culture, so you get guys like Bobby Wagner. I mean, that's going to sustain itself a little bit here.
800-636-1067. The question is, why do you think this was such a home run with Quinn this year with Washington? Let's go to Bill in Pennsylvania on the Fan. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Looking forward to seeing you in Manayunk in maybe a couple weeks again. Two quick questions
In
from
where
me.
you
Again,
said?
Manayunk. Yuck.
Remember we were in
Yuck.
Pennsylvania, in Pennsylvania, right outside of Philly?
I'm like thinking, what is he talking
Yeah,
about?
we're like, we are where?
That's a great pick. Hopefully we're broadcasting from there next Saturday or Sunday.
Thank you. The 2 quick questions, one on Dan Quinn and one on Anthony Lynn. I think Dan was the right guy for the right time. I mean, I was looking for an offensive-minded coach last year. I certainly didn't want a Dallas coach. But it turns out that he stabilized the defense. He brought in coaches from within the division, good coaches from around the league. They evaluated the talent. They got rid of, with no problem, first-round picks on the defensive side of the ball. And they nurtured Jaden to where he is. If someone like Ben had come in last year, Ben Johnson, maybe Jaden wouldn't be – he'd be overwhelmed by it. So I really liked what he did. Regarding Anthony Lynn, he was Dan Campbell's OC, and he got a shaft in 2022. So I hope this week our running backs go out and really win one for him.
It'd be nice if they did, because that means they run the ball effectively. I'll take that.
A+ season for Quinn, pretty clearly. Let's go to Andrew in Stafford. Why has it gone so well?
I think it's because he's such you talk about a culture guy. Like, everybody else's success is his success. He puts people in the right, he knows the kind of person he wants and finds those guys who have some ability and then lets them go execute. And it's not laissez-faire, like, his star receiver isn't giving him a titty twister in practice.
Yeah, that's
type
important.
environment. And
appreciate the call. There's a respect factor, clearly, for the players who love him. I would also say this. It is not an act at all, in my opinion, with Dan Quinn. Like, being yourself is something you always hear when you talk to a coach and you go, well, what does it take to be a good coach? You got to be yourself. This brotherhood thing, this anybody, anytime, anywhere, like he says all the time, let's get down, meaning like let's fight in his mind. Like, let's roll up our sleeves and go meet him at the 50 and fight. Like, it's not an act. My buddy in Atlanta who covered him for years, they call him Sergeant Slogan, right? Where like he just says whatever
the catchphrase is.
it's
Yeah.
the Tell the Truth Monday thing is his slogan. He's got all the slogans, right? But that got old for me with Ron. Like, I hate that when it's just, as you said, it's kind of hot air. It's words. But he lives this stuff. Like, he really, when he goes anybody, anytime, anywhere, he thinks these games are fights, and he thinks his guys are ready to go, like, get into a gang fight with the Cowboys. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not shtick with him, and the culture thing is so real in that regard. Eddie, Caroline County, home of the Cavaliers. What's up?
Hey, how we doing, boys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I think first of all, regarding what you said earlier, I think Dan Quinn should absolutely be Coach of the Year. Taking a trash organization, I've been a lifelong Redskins / Washington Commanders fan for 43 years, and the brotherhood thing is absolutely real. But I think that something that's kind of flying under the radar that Dan Campbell has been able to kind of weave together is an amazing linebacking core. I think we went from having literally not enough linebackers to fill the roster to having 3 absolute studs at the linebacking core with Wagner, Luvu, and Dante Fowler. I think
you're breaking
up there. Yeah, I mean, it's a different philosophy. I mean, they prioritized the position. They said, we're not going to live with this anymore. We're going to go get some guys that fit. Luvu's been outstanding. Wagner obviously has been such a difference maker, both in terms of performance. He's not, throwing 100 anymore coming out of the bullpen like he was. Still getting outs. I mean, he was a second-team All-Pro, for goodness sakes. Culturally, yeah.
I want to get more thoughts on this on the phones, 800-636-1067 as we continue here, taking you up to 6:30. Ross Tucker stops by next, former player here in Washington, one of the great NFL media analysts now. We'll get his thoughts on every game, and I want to talk to him about the Quinn hiring. We'll do that next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Commanders getting set for another road playoff game this weekend, Saturday night for the showdown against the top-seeded Lions in Detroit. 8 p.m. is the kickoff. The line has moved a little bit more toward Detroit. Commanders now a 10-point underdog for the game on Saturday night. Some notes from practices today. Bobby Wagner missed practice for the Commanders. Ankle injury. He apparently suffered in the playoff win Sunday night over Tampa Bay. Lions running back David Montgomery, meanwhile, he was a full participant and is expected to play for Detroit Saturday night. Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury reportedly will interview for both the Bears and Saints head coaching vacancies this week. Also new today, the New York Jets have requested an interview with Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. for their head coaching job. College basketball tonight, Georgetown up in New York to take on St. John's, 7:30 p.m. tip on the Team 980. Hockey Capitals home against the Anaheim Ducks. Ovi's chase at history continues with a 7 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Get a degree, certificates, or take an enrichment course. Live within 6 miles of MGM. You could go for free. The local impact grant makes that possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and explore the freedom to learn. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan, getting you set for playoff football this weekend. The Commanders and the Lions Saturday at 8, the game everybody in town is counting down to. We're brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kondorian Murad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Thank them for their services to the show all year long. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and that's where we find our friend and former member of this organization when he played for the Redskins, Ross Tucker. He's at social media everywhere, at Ross Tucker NFL, host of the Ross Tucker podcast. And Ross, before we get to all the things about the playoffs, I want to ask you about futurefans.com. You're telling me this is the best way for kids to fall in love and understand football during this Commanders run. What do I need to know?
Oh, my gosh, dude. I just found out about these guys, and I met them. It's genius, and you'll appreciate this. They're Bengals fans, and a couple years ago when the Bengals went to the Super Bowl, they couldn't get their kids during that playoff run to watch the games with them because their kids didn't really understand football. They didn't know what was going on. So I don't know. I think it's probably ideal for like ages 4 to 10, but they came up with this whole storybook-led activity box that enables, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds to actually understand football, right? So you read about football, and then there's a ring toss game where you learn what the downs mean. I mean, anybody listening that has kids know, trying to explain the downs and trying to explain how football works, once they actually understand it, everybody loves it. So if anybody listening is struggling to get their 4-year-old, 8-year-old, 7-year-old, whatever, to watch the Commanders during this playoff run with them, definitely go to futurefans.com. I think they have expedited shipping for the playoffs, which is awesome. And that way you can actually get your kid to enjoy every aspect of this. Because I didn't realize, I can't even get my daughters to sit down and watch the Eagles, who are always good. And I watch them in the playoffs if I'm not calling a game or whatever. They don't always want to sit down. And thankfully now they're asking some better questions, but they're 11 and 12. It's taken a while to get them to this point. So I wish I had known about Future Fans and these guys earlier, just because it's so much more fun to watch these games when you're actually with your kids and they're enjoying it with you.
Russ, let's get to, you mentioned this Washington 53 here. They got a huge game. They're underdogs heavy on the road against the Detroit Lions. I mean, to me, this is kind of so much fun. There's no pressure on them. It's house money. They're years ahead of where they probably should be at this point. They're playing loose. They're playing free. This should be a lot of fun this weekend. Just how did they do it, and how do you see this game going?
Well, Danny, I agree with everything you just said. I really do. And that's why teams like this sometimes in the playoffs can be dangerous. You know, we've seen runs like this over the years. You know, I think, you know, the Jaguars and Panthers, like going to the championship games, their second years as a franchise. You know, there are times when a team that's kind of young, doesn't know any better, has confidence, and they're just going out there and playing. And why I think that's especially important is by far the most important aspect of this to me is that the Commanders get off to a fast start, right? You want to get off to a fast start and then just hang in there. Hang in there so that in the second half, if it's a one-score game, you know, there's tension in the stadium and Lions fans, and whether they admit it or not, Lions players and coaches are starting to look up at the scoreboard, starting to wonder what the heck's going on. We're the Super Bowl favorite. We're the Lions. Why can't we shake this team? That's the thing. Get off to a fast start. Find a way to just hang around. And just as an aside, like I'm just so excited for everybody listening right now. Everybody down there. I think you guys know my sister and her kids, and my brother-in-law, they live in Potomac, and this is by far the most excited they've ever been about Washington. By far the most they've texted me about it. They've asked me about it. They all stayed up Sunday night to watch the game together. I actually gave my nephew, who's a freshman at Gonzaga down in the city, he plays football and lacrosse. I gave him some of my old Redskins gear. And, like, my sister keeps texting pictures of me. He's wearing it. Awesome. He's rocking it. Like, I'm just so glad. Like, I wanted this for those people, for you guys, so badly. I'm so excited. And the fact that they won that playoff game, I mean, you know, the only road team to win a playoff game, the only, you know, lower seed to win it. And that's probably the thing that's most encouraging moving forward is Jane Daniels is not just good. He's clutch. You know what I mean? Like we've seen this. There are certain quarterbacks that put up awesome numbers, but when it comes to late in games, they're not usually at their best for whatever reason, or playoff games. And I'm not going to go through the whole track record, but there's a lot of guys that fit that category. Then there's the opposite. You know, the reason why we all remember Joe Montana is because he took it to another level in the playoffs. Tom Brady took it to another level in the playoffs. Mahomes takes it to another level. What I've seen from Jaden Daniels in that second half, really in the fourth quarter against the Eagles, week 16, second half, fourth quarter, overtime against the Falcons, week 17, this last game, are you kidding me? You run the clock out with 4:41 to kick the game-winning field goal. He's got it. He's not just a top 10 quarterback. He's got the late in the game, big game gene that you really need to have a chance to do special things in future years.
Ross Tucker on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We were just talking about Dan Quinn and how he might have been the perfect hire at the perfect time as things are working out here with him and new GM Adam Peters. What do you make of his first season, and why do you think he is so popular with players and has had so much success this year?
So I love Dan Quinn, and I've only talked to him a couple times. I think he's extremely authentic, and I think his combination of energy, passion, and positivity is special. You know, you combine all those things and you get people to believe, you get the best out of people. You know, that's one, not to go all down a whole different rabbit hole, but like Belichick is 100% negative reinforcement. I just don't think that's going to work in college. I don't think that works with this generation. I think, Dan Quinn, and maybe it's because he coached with him, he gives me a lot of Pete Carroll vibes. A lot of Pete Carroll vibes in that the energy and the passion are contagious. And having someone believe in you, having someone tell you you can do this, you're as good as anyone. They got the secret sauce, which is they got the franchise quarterback, and everybody knows it. So then you have all of the belief that comes with knowing you have the guy at the position, and then you you kind of double down on that. You stack it with Quinn's positivity and energy, and I think that's as big a reason as any as they are where they are. I mean, I think I've told you guys this before, right? But I played for 5 teams, and so there are certain times when you have a quarterback and you're like late in the game, it's a 1-score game and whatever, and you're like, man, I hope this guy can get this done for us, Or you have a good quarterback and you're like, you know what? I think we're gonna win. We got Bledsoe, we're gonna win. He's good. I was in New England for parts of 2 years. You get late in those games, everybody on the sideline 100% knows you're still going to win the game. Now, by the way, you don't always, but you just know we got the guy. He's shown us time and time again he gets it done. Why do you think the Chiefs have won 15 or whatever it is, 1-score games in a row? It's because of the belief that permeates throughout the entire franchise when you have that guy. And so the other Washington players know in any situation, he might be young, but we got the guy that can get it done in these situations.
Ross Tucker with us here on G&D. Ross, let's talk about your Eagles. It's such a strange thing to me. A team that has won 13 out of 14, and the one blemish, you mentioned it, a miraculous 36-33 loss at the hands of Washington, where they were the better team for probably 40-some minutes. But yet it just doesn't quite feel like everybody's humming on all cylinders there. I guess that's maybe the curse of expectations. Give me kind of a state of the union on the Eagles right now after they kind of pushed Green Bay around, I thought, in that wild card round.
Yeah, so they, Hurts was rusty and did not play well. Their offense
right themselves with the two likely MVP finalists here going head to head? I think every analyst I ask has a different answer, but I'm curious, who do you like in the matchup?
Fantastic game. Fantastic game. So
this game might be better than the Super Bowl, by the way. Like, this could be the best game we get.
You are right about that, especially because whoever wins this game, it's going to take so much out of them that asking them to likely go to Kansas City the following weekend and win, that feels like asking a lot. You know, that feels like asking a lot, because this is going to be an absolute war. And what bums me out a little bit about it, but also makes it more entertaining, you know, the loser of this game is going to feel like it was a disappointing season. Like, they didn't even make the conference championship game. They didn't even get the championship game. And for either one, because of their playoff failings, it's going to be here we go again. Lamar can't get it done. Here we go again. The Bills can't get over the hump. The stakes are just so high. Whereas the winner could potentially win the Super Bowl. I mean, they're good enough to. These are two of the 5 teams coming into the playoffs that I could conceivably see winning the Super Bowl. You know, the Ravens are not a good matchup for the Bills. The Bills are like 95% in nickel defense because they love their nickelback, Taron Johnson. Well, if you want to live in nickel, the Ravens are going to come out, especially without Zay Flowers. They'll have some combination of 2 or 3 tight ends and Patrick Ricard every play, and they'll try to run it right down your throat. I'm not sure the Bills are going to be able to stop that. That's going to be the key. Can they hold up to it? I was on the sideline Saturday night in Baltimore. I was like embarrassed for the Steelers. I mean, the Ravens don't have Zay Flowers, the first Pro Bowl receiver in franchise history, and you're going to give up 256 yards rushing with 6 minutes left in the third quarter? 6 minutes left in the third quarter. The Ravens had over 250 yards rushing. The Pittsburgh Steelers, like T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, Patrick Queen, Minka Fitzpatrick, Highsmith. I mean, that was – I don't think it's a great matchup for the Bills. For them to win, probably similar to how the Commanders are going to have to win. I think for the Commanders to win, that game in Detroit is like 35-34 Washington. For the Bills to win, I think it's probably equally, 31-28, 27-24, decent amount of points. The advantage they have is that the game's in Buffalo, and Lamar has not played his best in playoff games, or certainly in Buffalo, and Josh Allen is Superman. By the way, just quick aside, you guys will love this. I know you guys talk about betting every once in a while. I went in on a bet today on my betting podcast, Even Money Betting Podcast. My co-host had the idea. He's a professional bettor. Under 6 punts for Washington, Detroit Saturday night. Under 6 points.
That feels like easy money.
Oh, yeah. Let me take the hammer out, please.
Listen. Usually the number's like 8 or 8.5 for a normal game, sometimes 9. But you've got 2 electric offenses, and Dan Quinn and Dan Campbell, they hate punting. They love going for it on 4th down. So I don't really have a rooting interest in the game. But now that I'm in on the under 6 punts, after my Texans-Chiefs game with Kevin Harlan, I cannot wait to be at a bar in Kansas City with Kevin Harlan, whoever I'm with after the game, after Chiefs-Texans, watching your game and just rooting for points, cheering on the Dans to go for it on 4th down. I mean, that's what makes betting amazing. Like my rooting interest now for Saturday night is no punts. So you guys should go in on that. Anybody listening, I think that makes the game even more fun. Under 6, that's the number at DraftKings, I think. Under 6 punts.
That's great.
What size shirt are you? I'm going to send you. We've got in our station story a Commanders T-shirt that's the no punts offense.
Dude, you're a medium now, Ross. You're so slim.
Yeah, it's small or medium?
No. I'm still an XL. Dude, this morning I was 260 still. I'm still an XL. But if you guys really have that, send me an XL, an L, a medium, because I'll outfit my whole my sister's whole family, and they'll rock it all around town. They'll love that, and I'll love it too. I love it.
No punts offense.
No punts
we'll get
offense
those for you. Our guy Ross Tucker, the host of the Ross Tucker podcast at Ross Tucker NFL. And again, futurefans.com. You want to check out what he's working with here. Ross, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Hey, futurefans.com. Check it out and shout out to my nephew, Tucker, because guess what? Since I've been talking with you guys, evidently my nephew Tucker's friends texted him, your uncle's on the radio.
Oh, nice.
My nephew Tucker texted my sister, are you on DC radio? And I just texted my sister back, yes, I'm on DC radio right now.
He's not Tucker, is he?
No, my sister's last name is Lamana, so that was the way she could still get the family in. She did it in the front end. So he's Tucker Lamana, and he better be lifting weights or eating some type of protein right now, or I'm going to get mad at him.
Get your P's, Tucker. Do this thing right.
Do that extra rep, Tucker.
All right, Ross, we appreciate you, brother. Be good.
Hey, see you, boys. Have so much fun Saturday night. Under 6 punts. Later.
Going to be a blast. We'll see you in New Orleans. There's Ross Tucker on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Always fun.
I'm not just saying that because he's with us and I happen to like him a lot.
Yeah.
He is so good on the radio.
Yes,
in terms of the like a play-by-play radio call type stuff. I think he's fantastic.
Oh, like as a color
in-game,
analyst.
as color analyst. I think he's
love him.
Outstanding. I think it's an underrated hard thing to do is to do color on the radio that way because you've got the a big Kevin Hartman voice, everything is, and he still finds a way to educate, be entertaining. He's funny, succinct. He's terrific at it.
He's on a media rocket ship.
Yeah.
I mean, he's talented.
Superstar.
Princeton University, man. They don't make them dumb.
There he is, of course. From
Princeton.
Princeton.
It is time for a Capitals power play. $7 p.m. or start time tonight. The Anaheim Ducks in town, slightly under 500. This is the type of team the Caps have struggled with.
Just not played that well against.
28-10-5. Washington looking for win number 29 on the season as they welcome the Ducks tonight. A puck drop about 35 minutes away.
And to borrow from our friend Fred Smoot, sometimes it's frustrating when they play a team that they are absolutely better than. I think they got 20 plus more points than does the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. But for whatever reason, they've kind of let these teams in the game. They've been kind of low scoring a little bit lately. This would be a nice opportunity just to rack 2 points in home game.
Alex Ovechkin did score against Nashville going back 3 days ago. So he ended what was a very lengthy,
long drought. Yeah.
3-game without a goal drought. I mean, unacceptable for the 39-year-old who
Do you even like goals, Ovi?
20 goals in 27 games on the year. He's over a point per game player this year. 32 points in those 27 games for Alex Ovechkin, a plus 13.
How about a 2-goal night? You into that?
We'll accept it.
2-goal night.
As long as one of them is an empty netter and they win. Let's take that. Or it could be 2 at even strength and they just win by 4.
I'm not going to get picky or choosy. I just want 2.
There's your Caps power play. Today was a banger. We had Clinton Portis on the show. We talked to Ross Tucker a few minutes ago. And we also had Austin Eckler stop by. Podcast, thefandc.com at your leisure. Tomorrow's shaping up to be outstanding as well. One of our favorite guests, Charles Davis of CBS, is going to be on the show. I am fired up for that. We're also going to be joined by former Redskins legend Santana Moss on the show tomorrow.
Do any Cowboys need killing? 89 will be on the show to do that.
4, Darius, corporate Ryan Clary.
Mr. Clary, if you please.
Toby Altizer. Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening. 2 o'clock tomorrow. Be right back here. We got a date with you guys. 2 to 6:30. Remember, speaking of dates, Friday we're in Manassas.
That's right. Uptown Alley in Manassas, 2 to 6:30. Friday field trip series continues. These have been awesome. We hope this one's especially awesome. Because they're playing in the division round of the playoffs. It should be a blast.
Thanks for listening. Grant and Danny saying so long.
Thank you for coming.